Russia ups attack on Ukrainian cities. Russian forces capture nuclear site Chernobyl in the latest move. Ukraine fights for its sovereignty. President Zelensky says won't surrender, vows to win the war against Russia. As Russia unleashes brutal attacks on Ukrainian regions, world leaders watch from sidelines. Ukraine says left alone to fight Russia. Prime Minister dials Russian President Putin, calls for immediate cessation of violence and concerted efforts for diplomatic negotiations, shares concern over safety of Indians in Ukraine. Well, for weeks now, the world has been fearing a war, and those fears came true yesterday. In the darkness of the night, Russian forces launched airstrikes on Ukraine. A war was formally declared on the sovereign nation just before dawn. And nations are responding to this, condemning the invasion, saying Russia is the aggressor and imposing severe economic sanctions on Russia. According to the authorities in Ukraine, 179 people have lost their lives in the first day of fighting.
Bombs dropped on the airport yesterday, missiles rained on military installations, and a full assault via land, air and sea was launched. आसमान से लेकर जमीन तक रशिया ने हमला बोला यूक्रेन के कई हिस्सों में, और उसके बाद जिस तरह का मंजर देखने को मिला, लोग दहशत में हैं। और भारत की तरफ से एक ही बात कही जा रही है, वहां जो हमारे नागरिक रहते हैं, सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी हमारी प्राथमिकता है, उन्हें धीरे धीरे वहां से स्वदेश लाया जा रहा है। कुछ बच्चों की भी बातें आपने सुनी, वो भी डरे सहमे हैं और कह रहे हैं वीडियो जारी करके कि आसपास कुछ घंटों बाद बम धमाकों की आवाज आ रही है। तो हम चाहते हैं कि हमें जल्द से जल्द यहां से बाहर निकाला जाए। वहीं रशिया के कदमों पर मुखालफत लगातार देखी जा रही है चारों तरफ से।
6 a.m. Moscow.
I have made the decision of a military operation.
Sirens started screeching. Missiles lit up the dark skies. Bombs rained on Ukraine. At least a dozen cities in Ukraine were pulverized by Russian cruise missiles. Buildings were bombed and casualties mount. This is war.
हो गया भाई रशिया वर्सेस यूक्रेन स्टार्ट।
Russia claims it has only targeted Ukrainian military bases in airstrikes. But videos of its armored tanks rolling into Ukraine reveals a ground invasion as well. The Ukrainian border checkpoints were the first to be struck. Watch how the Kyiv airport too was blown to smithereens. This child too was made to pay the price of war. As casualties mount, Ukraine vows to defend its motherland.
Ми вводимо воєнний стан на всій території нашої держави. Хвилину тому я провів розмову з президентом Байденом. Сполучені Штати Америки вже почали гуртувати міжнародну підтримку.
Neither threats nor sanctions were a deterrent.
We've made very clear, along with all of our allies and partners, that there will be massive consequences going forward, a price that Russia will have to pay for a long, long time.
This cannot be a consequence-free action by Vladimir Putin and the Russian regime.
Szomszédságunkban sajnos a legrosszabb forgatókönyv következett be, mégpedig a háború.
The war has started, and humanity is paying the price.
Well, powerful nations are imposing sanctions on Russia, and in fact, the American president has also warned that they are ready to face the Russian army if they step into the NATO countries. As far as Ukraine is concerned, there'll be no boots on ground in Ukraine. All other assistance is being provided. At least assurances are being made that other assistance will be provided to Ukraine. We meanwhile have a report of how the attack took place by the Russian forces. Take a look.
Early hours of Thursday, Russian tanks and troops rolled across the border in a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Just moments after their president, Vladimir Putin, announced on television he would launch a so-called special military operation. That operations prompted a chorus of condemnation and vows to hold the Kremlin accountable. But when it comes to defending the nation under attack, NATO has made it clear Ukraine is on its own. I'm Michael Oku in Berlin, and this is The Day.
This 24th of February is a terrible day for Ukraine and a dark day for Europe.
It is President Putin who is bringing war back to Europe.
I'm addressing you, the Russian people, as a Ukrainian citizen. We are separated by a border stretching more than 2,000 kilometers. And right now, there are 200,000 of your soldiers there. And this could mark the start of a major war on the European continent.
One state that is responsible for what is happening now in Ukraine, and that is Russia.
The European Union and its people stand by Ukraine and its people.
There is no justification for all this. This is Putin's war.
Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
You know, Oliver, I suppose it's a gross understatement to say diplomacy appears no longer an option. It's not lost on some of us that this invasion was launched on the same day the U.S. Secretary of State was scheduled for more talks with his Russian counterpart. How will Biden and his team reflect on what really happened in the diplomatic lead up to this invasion?
And that was really chilling, Michael, really to listen to President Biden when he explained how Western leaders, including German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and French President Emmanuel Macron, how they followed their diplomatic efforts traveling in and out of the Kremlin.
तो यूके ने कुछ सैंक्शंस लगा दिए रशिया पर। यूके के साथ साथ कल कुछ और प्रतिबंधों का ऐलान यूएस की तरफ से भी किया गया था। प्रतिबंधों पर असर अब रूस की अर्थव्यवस्था पर पड़ेगा, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। रूसी कंपनियों को मदद नहीं मिलेगी, ये कल बाइडेन की तरफ से भी कहा गया था। वहीं यूके की तरफ से भी कई कड़े प्रतिबंध रशिया पर लगाए गए हैं। रूस जिस तरह की मंशा के तहत आगे बढ़ रहा है, हालांकि रशिया कह रहा है कि हमारा यूक्रेन पर कब्जा करना मकसद नहीं है, दरअसल जो ग्लोबल वॉर चल रही है उस पर लगाम लगे, इस चीज की हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
Right, we have Stranger joining us in the broadcast now. Of course, these sanctions are not just being imposed on organizations, entities, but on individuals as well, barring them, preventing them from doing trade business with the countries that are imposing. As far as UK is concerned, sanctions on oligarchs who are close to Putin has been imposed. Aeroflot from British airspace has been banned. There's also a ban now imposed on the use of dual-use equipment.
Yes, the basic point, however, is the fact that what President Biden has said yesterday, that Ukraine is not a NATO country and there will not be military assistance in the form of troops in Ukraine. That's one major point. America is not going to intervene. NATO is not going to intervene. As for economic issues, diplomatic issues, most certainly, you have seen a series of sanctions. You have seen condemnations from every country in the West, and all these diplomatic sanctions and economic sanctions, most importantly, are going to bite. These economic sanctions will hurt Russia. They will hurt the Russian people. They will hurt the Russian government. But the point is, this is something that the Russian president, Mr. Putin, would have worked out. He knew very well that these sanctions would be coming. He knew very well that these sanctions would hurt. But nevertheless, he has realized that even then, his military operation in the Ukraine is worth the sanctions. And he will be able to live through the sanctions and yet go through with the military operation. That is his calculation. We will have to see how this works out, how much it affects Russia, how much it affects and isolates Russia. These are things that we will have to see. The other point to note is now there are still 16,000 or 15 to 16,000 Indians in the Ukraine. And every effort is being made to move them towards the west to 4 countries, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania. That's really the whole point. And right now, after Mr. Narendra Modi's
absolutely.
meeting,
In fact, these nations, especially US, is also anticipating retaliation. Joe Biden said that the people of America are ready to take a hit on their pocket if the fuel prices go up, but they will stand with the people of Ukraine. Stay on with us, Trinjoy. We have some breaking inputs coming in. And according to the reports, Ukraine has lost control of Chernobyl nuclear site, which in fact is the site where the world's worst nuclear accident took place when a nuclear reactor exploded in 1986.
और इस पर यूक्रेनियन प्रेसिडेंट ज़ेलेंस्की की तरफ से कहा गया कि आर डिफेंडर्स आर गिविंग देयर लाइफ सो दैट द ट्रेजेडी ऑफ 1986 विल नॉट बी रिपीटेड। श्रिंजॉय जी लगातार हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं। इस पर कब्जा करना, जिस तरह दावा यूक्रेनियन प्रेसिडेंट ने किया है, इस पर कब्जा कर लेना, क्या इसे हम यही समझे कि एक शॉर्टेस्ट रूट है फ्रॉम बेलारूस टू कीव, इसीलिए यहां पर इसे निशाने में लिया रशिया ने, या फिर इसके पीछे कुछ और मकसद है?
मेरा ख्याल से इट्स अ इम्पोर्टेंट एरिया, इट इज एन इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट इन यूक्रेन, इट्स एन इम्पोर्टेंट प्लेस, primarily because of that huge tragedy that happened in 1986. It could be a place which could be a defensive strong point. I don't know what the military options were, but if it's a destroyed, ruined nuclear reactor, there will still be high levels of radioactivity considering what happened in 86, because radioactivity continues for hundreds of years. But it could have been a defensive strong point. It is something maybe the Russian army would have thought. But most parts of Ukraine that are strategic, whether it's Kyiv airport, whether it's these border posts, they have been taken by the Russians. There has been a fighting all of yesterday.
Right.
Chernobyl has been taken. You're absolutely right. The information came last night that in the course of the Russian troop movement, the tanks movement,
absolutely,
the Chernobyl was lost by Ukraine yesterday.
Absolutely. So just stay on with us. Just to talk about India's concerns at this point of time, Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to Vladimir Putin. In fact, I believe one of the first world leaders to speak directly to Putin, asking him to take the diplomatic dialogue route to solve the issue. Not just that, he also shared his concern about the safety of Indian citizens. And ज्योत्सना, कई सारे कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं, कंट्रोल रूम सेटअप किए गए हैं, वहां जो एम्बेसी है लगातार जो बच्चे वहां पर फंसे हुए इंडियन मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स, उनसे संपर्क साध रही है, उनको वापस लाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
बिल्कुल, 4000 इंडियन नेशनल्स हैं जो ऑलरेडी यूक्रेन छोड़ चुके हैं। बीते कुछ दिनों में हम देखें तो लगातार विमान यहां से जा रहे हैं। हालांकि बीच में एयर स्पेस को बंद किया गया था, जिस वजह से बच्चों को कहा गया कि आप जहां पर रह रहे हैं आप लोग वहीं पर रहिए, वहां से इधर से उधर मत होइएगा, बाहर मत निकलिएगा। यहां तक कि एम्बेसीज में भी कुछ लोगों को रखा गया है, लेकिन सब लोगों को ऑब्वियसली वहां नहीं रखा जा सकता, इतनी जगह नहीं है। तो उनको कहा जा रहा है कि जहां पर आप रह रहे हैं वहीं रहिए, बाहर मत निकलिएगा, और जैसे ही मौका मिलेगा आपकी स्वदेश वापसी कराई जाएगी।
Let's listen in to the Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan. Reactions coming in from the Indian students as well.
Prime Minister has conveyed at the CCS meeting that the topmost priority of the government is the safety and security of Indian nationals, including Indian students, and their evacuation from Ukraine. External Affairs Minister will be speaking to the foreign ministers of the countries neighboring Ukraine, namely Poland, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary. Earlier this evening, he also spoke to the EU High Representative as well as the Foreign Minister of the UK. Based on the online registration process that was conducted by our embassy, we found that there were close to about 20,000 Indian nationals, including students in the Ukraine. Of these, about 4,000 have since left the country. We are consulting universities, student contractors in the process of providing for the welfare and safety of our students. A control room has been set up in MEA. Now this control room has been functioning for the past 7 or 8 days, but we have seriously augmented the strength. We have over 20 officers that are manning these control rooms, this control room in the Ministry of External Affairs on a 24/7 basis.
ऐश्वर्या हमारे सहयोगी हमारे साथ लाइव इस समय बने हुए हैं, दिल्ली में यूक्रेनियन एम्बेसी के बाहर मौजूद हैं। ऐश्वर्या, लगातार हम देख रहे हैं अलग अलग कंट्रीज में रशिया के कदमों की मुखालफत हो रही है, लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और अब इंतजार यही है कि जो लोग वहां हमारे फंसे हुए हैं वो सुरक्षित जल्द से जल्द स्वदेश लौटें।
बिल्कुल, भारत सरकार पूरी तरीके से वहाँ पर फंसे हुए भारतीयों की, स्टूडेंट्स की मदद करने के लिए अलग अलग तरीके से आगे बढ़ रही है। अब हम देख रहे हैं कि अलग अलग राज्य अपने अपने नोडल ऑफिसर्स को भी अपॉइंट कर रहे हैं और वहाँ से बताया जा रहा है कि किन किन राज्य के कौन कौन से छात्र यूक्रेन के अंदर फंसे हुए हैं और भारतीय एम्बेसी की मदद से उनको किस तरीके से वापस लेके आया जाए, इसके लिए कई प्रयास हो रहे हैं। लगातार जो वेस्टर्न बॉर्डर्स हैं यूक्रेन की, वहाँ पर MEA के ऑफिशियल्स को डिप्लॉय किया गया है। वहां पर उनको कहा गया है कि जैसे ही उन लोगों को ट्रैवलिंग की सुविधा मिले, क्योंकि लगातार वहां पे मार्शल एक्ट है तो ट्रैवल करने में भी दिक्कत हो रही है, तो वहां से वेस्टर्न बॉर्डर्स से उनको किस तरीके से वापस लाया जाए। कल सिविल एविएशन मिनिस्ट्री के द्वारा, ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया के द्वारा भी साफ तौर पर कहा गया था कि क्योंकि एयर स्पेस बैंड है, हम जल्द से जल्द कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आसपास के इलाकों में फ्लाइट्स पहुंचाई जाए जिससे वहां से फंसे हुए भारतीयों को वापस लाया जाए। इसके अलावा कल एक और बड़ा स्टेटमेंट भारत सरकार की तरफ से आया कि इंडियन एयरफोर्स को भी अलर्ट पे रखा गया है और इंडियन एयरफोर्स के भी तमाम जो हवाई जहाज हैं वो जाने के लिए कभी भी मदद करने के लिए तैयार है, जिससे कि जो 20,000 भारतीय वहां पर अभी भी फंसे हुए उनको जल्द से जल्द भारत वापस
Aishwarya, stay on with us. We also have guests joining us on the broadcast. Lieutenant General Raj Kadyan is with us, and we also have defense expert RSN Singh. Good morning to both of you. I first want to come to you, Lieutenant General Raj Kadyan, since we're already talking about the situation and the state of Indian students stranded in Ukraine and the measures that have been taken by the Indian government. A very important development took place yesterday. Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to Vladimir Putin, making it absolutely clear that the situation needs to be resolved through a diplomatic dialogue and there needs to be an immediate end to the violence which is being witnessed. Do you think India has taken the right stand? This is the right approach to the issue?
Yes, I fully support that approach. India has good relations with US, with Russia and with the European Union. And India wants to continue those good relations with all three. Therefore, in a very mature way in the Security Council, we have made a statement that we are against violence and the issue needs to be resolved through dialogue. I am sure something similar would have been conveyed by Prime Minister Modi when he spoke to Putin a couple of hours ago, apart from underscoring the need for security of the Indian nationals. Other than these, I think first day of the war, of course, the Western countries are claiming that Russia hasn't really achieved the objectives of the first day, but that is only speculation because nobody knows what his objectives for the first day were. War is a cruel business. It kills human beings, it destroys property, and it shatters the economy. In fact, more humans killed these days will be the civilians. The kind of nature of warfare has changed. But then, no matter how civilized the world reaches, there will be always a streak of violence in the human nature. Other developments that have taken place last night is President Biden reiterating that they will not send troops in Ukraine, but he is determined to protect the NATO members' interest. That, I think, that statement looks a little superfluous because Putin has betrayed no intent that he needs to take the war beyond the borders of Ukraine, nor does he need to. His aim is firstly to attack the soldiers who are opposing them in the Donbass area. Secondly, target those assets and means which are supporting these soldiers, which means the headquarters. That is why Kyiv is one of the targets, and their locations of various military munitions. Beyond that, he doesn't need to go outside Ukraine. His immediate aim would be achieved. And Europe doesn't want to. Nobody wants a war, at least mostly in Europe, because they've been the epicenter of the previous two world wars. They will never want another.
बिल्कुल कादियान सर, वापस आपके पास आ रहे हैं। आरएन सिंह साहब भी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। आरएन सिंह सर, भारत तो पहले दिन से कह रहे हैं कि बातचीत के जरिए आप इसे सुलझाइए, खून खराबे से कुछ हासिल नहीं होगा। चार्ज दी अफेयर्स एकदम से सामने आते हैं और वो कहते हैं कि हाँ, भारत के साथ हमारे संबंध बहुत अच्छे हैं, ना भारत हमारी मुखालफत करता है ना हम भारत की मुखालफत करते हैं, लेकिन 7 साल से हम देख रहे थे, हमें मजबूर किया गया इस कदम के लिए।
नहीं, बिल्कुल, ये देखिए पूरी शुरुआत जो हुई है ये इन्फ्लुएंस ऑपरेशंस के कारण हुई है। आपको याद है याकोनोविच को किस तरीके से हटाया गया था, वो दृश्य हमने कुछ भारत में भी इस तरह के दृश्य, अगर हम सजग नहीं होते तो हो सकते थे। वो एक रशियन का उनको सपोर्ट था कि याकोनोविच को आप राष्ट्रपति भवन में घुसते हैं और उनको एक प्रेसिडेंट को आप बिल्कुल बेइज्जत करके उनको देश से उनको निकाल बाहर करते हैं। एंड यू नो दीज टाइप ऑफ ऑपरेशंस वेर गोइंग ऑन एवरीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड। वी हैव सीन इट इन इंडिया। We just saw this, Singhu border, Singhu border agitation where it was, we knew the Western support, particularly the Canadian support. So, आपने देखा कि फिर कनाडा में क्या हुआ वही चीज। तो ये इस तरह के, और इसके जो आर्किटेक्ट थी वो हिलरी क्लिंटन थी। ये पूरे जो इन्फ्लुएंस ऑपरेशंस को, तो आप किसी चुने हुए प्रेसिडेंट को आप अगर हटा दें इस तरीके से, लीगली वोटेड टू द ऑफिस ऑफ प्रेसिडेंटशिप, तो उसके तो असर होंगे। तो आज अगर गोलियां चल रही हैं तो इस पे कोई ये नहीं है जी। हो सकता है आपको भी अगर इसी तरीके से कोई राष्ट्रपति भवन में कोई घुस जाए, जिस तरह से एक दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री कोशिश कर रहा था एक 26 जनवरी के दिन, तो आप भी तो कुछ कार्रवाई करेंगे ना। ये इन्फ्लुएंस ऑपरेशन, तो आप अगर बातचीत के कह रहे हैं कि बैठ के बातचीत होगी, दिस आर वेरी गुड डायलॉग्स, दैट टॉक्स आर द ओनली वे आउट, बट टॉक्स में हाउ डू यू गेट टू टॉकिंग टू दैट, स्टॉप दिस नॉनसेंस ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस दिस थिंग। We have seen so many seasonal campaigns in India, lasting for 15 days, 1 month, though God knows who organizes that. So the West also should desist, from these kind of influence operations, for regime change, and that is one. The second is that a lot of people are saying that at the bottom of all this, what is happening is the oil pipeline politics.
Right.
What happened in Syria? There also Russians were very active. There was a firefight between the direct indirect firefight between the Russians and the and the Americans in Syria as well. और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि आज आप इतनी बड़ी जो बातें बोल रहे हैं, actually people in India were not following Ukraine. This war has been going on for at least last 3 to 4 years.
Absolutely. 2014 में भी, 2015 में भी ये स्थिति हुई थी, लेकिन इस बार ऐसा हुआ कि इन्वेजन रशिया ने कर दिया। रशिया जो जस्टिफाई नहीं किया जा सकता, उसको जस्टिफाई करते हुए कह रहा है कि हमें मजबूर किया गया, हमारे पास कोई अदर ऑप्शन नहीं बचा था, वी हैड नो अदर ऑप्शन। ऑन द अदर हैंड, एज फार एज द वेस्टर्न allies, so called western allies are concerned, US has made it clear there's going to be no military boots or military assistance for Ukraine, but they will protect the territory of the NATO countries. Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Kadian and Arsen Singh, for getting us those perspectives. For now, a quick break.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts. Because the nation trusts facts first.
for decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance? You ask me whether he should lead. I think can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
समाजवादी सरकार होती तो एक साल बना के तैयार कर देगी।
मैं हिंदू हूं, मगर हिंदुत्ववादी नहीं हूं। Elections that set the tone for 2024.
With big breaking inputs coming in, the US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken speaks to India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar, stresses on the importance of collective response to the Ukrainian crisis. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi already has spoken to Vladimir Putin. Now, US wants India to be a part of the response to Ukrainian crisis. Let's try and go across to Srinjoy Chaudhary. Srinjoy, what does this mean? Is US expecting India to openly back sanctions that are being imposed on Russia?
Well, these are American sanctions. These are Western sanctions. India has a different point of view. India is actively in touch with the Russians, the Ukrainians, the four countries to the west of Ukraine, whether it's Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and also Romania. So India is doing its best to ensure two things, as the Prime Minister said, to ensure there is a diplomatic solution, and two, to ensure that there is no violence. These are the 2 points that India has made, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made in his conversation with President Vladimir Putin last night. There has been a conversation between the Ukrainian Foreign Minister and Mr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister. Once again, similar points were made about collective responsibility to avoid violence and so on. So India is making it very clear that there are three things that India is looking for. One, to get all Indians out of Ukraine and the remaining 60,000. Two, an end to violence. And three, a diplomatic solution to this problem.
थैंक यू सो मच सृंजॉय चौधरी फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। तो ये मुलाकात, ये माफ कीजिएगा, ये जो बातचीत है, ये बातचीत बहुत ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण थी। जो प्रभाव रशिया के इस कदमों पर पड़ रहा है उसको लेकर चर्चा हुई है। नाउ टेक अ लुक एट द फेस ऑफ बिटवीन यूक्रेन एंड रशिया।
You are a dutiful representative of the U.S. empire of lies. I will give you that.
I am a true representative and a proud representative of an independent Ukraine. And you do not know what independence and democracy means because you do not have such experience. So your words don't mean anything. And in an hour, I can be bombed by your Il-76 that are flying to Kyiv. I don't know how you can smile. Don't you have anything like person from human?
Because I've lost family in East Ukraine to the bombing of your regime.
Was that Russian family coming to Ukraine to bomb Ukrainians?
Are you trying to make this an ethnic nationalist argument?
How can you answer the question? I am asking you, why are you smiling? Do you have anything human? And you say I'm smiling because I lost family. You don't have anything human in yourself?
Because of your clownish propaganda, that is the only proper response, is humor.
No human who lost his family would smile of this. No human who knows that there is a threat of death to other people would smile.
I guess you don't live in a world where people feel a need for revenge.
I think you just don't read the news, because the whole world knows that Russia lies. The whole world.
You know,
the whole world.
Your regime and its Western masters do not speak for the whole world.
We don't have regime. We have an independent country. We have an independent republic. I'm 30 years old. I was born to the USSR. I know what is collapse of the USSR. I lived through 90s, 2000s, and 2010s. And I am proud to be a person living in this country. And I am sitting here in Kyiv when your country is bombing my country. Do you understand this?
My country is the United States. I'm an American citizen. I'm a U.S. military veteran. My wife is from the Crimea. She was also born in the Soviet Union. And when the government that she and the people of East Ukraine overwhelmingly elected was overthrown in a violent and unconstitutional putsch backed by the United States and its allies in 2014, she gladly voted in a referendum to get out of that dodge, to get out of that crazy, insane country that Ukraine has become since its government was overthrown in 2014. Your sham elections under not just literal barrel of gun, but shelling of grad and Azov neo-Nazi jackboot have no legitimacy at all.
Let's now take a look at this report from France 24 of people who are packing off, people who are preparing, readying to leave.
We're going to cross live to our senior reporter, Catherine Norris Trent. She's in the southern part of the country in Zaporizhia. Catherine, you left the port city of Mariupol this morning. What have you been seeing? How is it different from where you were this morning and where you are now?
The city where we are now has not so far been the target of bombing, but people here are very much on their guard and wary that it could be targeted in the future. There are people packing up their things into cars. The roads are very busy, and there have been long queues outside petrol stations all the road from Mariupol. People trying to fill up their cars with petrol or gas just in case they need to flee. When we asked them where they intended on going, many of them said they simply didn't know, because there are so many fronts open in this conflict now that there's a great sense of confusion and alarm. A lot of people overwhelmed with the stress of it. Some of them hadn't perhaps believed that this day was going to arrive, so they hadn't made last-minute preparations such as filling up their tanks. But now reality's hitting home. People have been trying to get cash out. Again, lots of cash machines and banks here running dry. Long queues outside cash points. And again, people trying to buy medicine and food in the shops. So it's not outright panic, but there is alarm and a great sense of fear of just where this could lead next. People are calling to family members around the country. The communications networks, as you probably noticed, keep dipping in and out. So this is an extremely uncertain time in this area of Ukraine.
Well, the government of India, the embassy in Ukraine in Kyiv is trying to reach out to the Indian citizens. Several control rooms have been set up, and neighboring nations have also assured India that they'll help in the evacuation process of the Indian students. Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Shringla said that the main focus of India, of course, is to provide safety and secure evacuation of the Indian students.
4,000 Indian nationals have already left Ukraine in the past few days. Citing India's future course of action, the Foreign Secretary said that India has high stakes in the battle going on, as it has close ties with Russia as well as Ukraine.
Prime Minister has conveyed at the CCS meeting that the topmost priority of the government is the safety and security of Indian nationals, including Indian students, and their evacuation from Ukraine. External Affairs Minister will be speaking to the foreign ministers of the countries neighboring Ukraine, namely Poland, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary. Earlier this evening, he also spoke to the EU High Representative as well as the Foreign Minister of the UK. Based on the online registration process that was conducted by our embassy, we found that there were close to about 20,000 Indian nationals, including students in the Ukraine. Of these, about 4,000 have since left the country. We are consulting universities, student contractors in the process of providing for the welfare and safety of our students. A control room has been set up in MEA. Now this control room has been functioning for the past 7 or 8 days, but we have seriously augmented the strength. We have over 20 officers that are manning these control rooms, this control room in the Ministry of External Affairs on a 24/7 basis.
नमस्कार बच्चे I'm happy that all of us could finally get into the school. It's been a very anxious day for you, and I can tell you maybe many more times for me, because we heard of this news that the Air India flight is cancelled, and suddenly we realized all of you are here. And then, as you know, martial law has been imposed, so too many people cannot be together. So we took a conscious decision to keep you outside so the authorities could see the numbers. And that led to the negotiation which helped us keep this cool.
I myself woke up to the sounds of explosions here in Kyiv and to the sounds of fighter jets flying over my head. And I decided to go to the train station to see what's happening here. And here I met some of the students from India. They study here in Ukraine, and they said that because of this act of fire, this military escalation, they wanted to go to India. So they took an overnight train to come to Kyiv. And when they got here, they basically got to the capital, which is under attack. So all the flights are canceled. Their flight is canceled. And moreover, the trains are also canceled. So now they cannot go back to their hometown where they were here in Ukraine studying to go back.
We are literally, everybody is scared right now here. We take overnight train to came here and we reach airport in the morning. And we literally ran back on our feet because everybody was panicking and leaving there. Even though the airport staff was so much panicked, they just pushed us away from there. That just go. Wherever you want to go. We are just literally scared and we want to go home. That's our request to everybody who is listening in India right now, of course.
And basically, if you can see, there are a lot of students here from India. Earlier today, I spoke to another student. He was from a different town, and the story is exactly the same. They came here to Kyiv by overnight trains in hopes to catch a flight to India in the morning, and they came to a capital which is under attack and which is pretty much in chaos right now.
Go across to Nitin, and I want to tell you that Nitin is in a place where we saw a missile actually striking. If you just come up very quickly to me, there has been a strike, a precision strike, and there you can see it. It's there on your screen. This is Ivano-Frankivsk in Ukraine, and this is the airport, specifically an area which is said to be the military part of the airport, which has been struck by a missile. And I want to go across to Nitin. Nitin, आपके साथ क्या गुजर रहा है? आप वहाँ trapped हैं, you are stuck there right now. What's the latest? What were you doing there in the first place? Why didn't you leave Ukraine earlier? And are you being able to get in touch with the Indian embassy in Ukraine?
हमने बहुत ट्राई करी एम्बेसी से बात करने की. वो हर बार बोलते थे कि कुछ नहीं है, कुछ होएगा तो हम निकाल लेंगे. वो हर बार ये बोलते रहे.
Yes.
और अभी यहाँ पर उनको बोला गया कि हम यूनिवर्सिटीज को बोल दिया जाए कि भाई ऑनलाइन कर दे या कुछ ऐसा कर दे अथॉरिटीज कि हम इंडिया चले जाएं. उनको ट्वीट सब किया, गवर्नमेंट को सबसे ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, सब बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट कुछ नहीं कर रही है. कुछ फ्लाइट्स में एयर बबल है, जिसकी वजह से बहुत सारी फ्लाइट्स चल रही है, जिसकी वजह से बहुत बच्चे आ नहीं पाए. और अभी जिस हिसाब से माहौल है तो यहाँ पर सभी लाइन में लगे हुए हैं और एटीएम्स में कैश नहीं है. जितना हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जितना खाना हो सकता है, जितना पानी हो सकता है, हम स्टोर करें और जितना कैश हो सकता है उतना विड्रॉल कर रहे हैं हम.
बताइए अभी आपके पास पैसा कितना है? और उससे पहले मैं आपको एक बात बता दूं कि हेल्पलाइन नंबर्स इशू कर दिए हैं सरकार ने. आप बिल्कुल घबराइए मत. भारत सरकार पूरी कोशिश कर रही है कि जो आप जैसे और भी इंडियंस वहां पे फंसे हुए हैं, इनको इवैक्यूएट किया जाए और वापस अपने देश लाया जाए. आप बता दीजिए कि पैसे कितने हैं, खाने पीने का क्या इंतजाम है आपके पास?
सर इस टाइम पैसे का इंतजाम हो चुका है. हमने जितनी जल्दी हो सके उतनी जल्दी जाके निकलवा लिए थे, तो इस टाइम पैसे का हो गया है. सुबह हमने जाके सबसे पहले खाने का सब अरेंजमेंट कर लिया है जितना ज्यादा हो सकता था. और सर गवर्नमेंट हेल्पलाइन नंबर पहले से इशू कर चुकी है, लेकिन कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता. हर बार बोलते कि होएगा, नहीं होती.
अच्छा, आप बने रहिए. धर्मेंद्र भी जुड़ गए हमारे साथ. धर्मेंद्र इज अनदर इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड इन यूक्रेन. धर्मेंद्र, अगर आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है, पूरा देश आपको सुन रहा है, कहां हैं आप, कौन सी जगह है और वहां क्या हो रहा है, बताइए हमें.
एक्चुअली आप इधर भी देख सकते हैं, हम लोग अभी भी लाइन में खड़े हैं.
आप दिखाइए जरा आपके आसपास क्या हो रहा है धर्मेंद्र जी, और थोड़ा फुल फ्रेम पे हम जाएंगे तो अच्छा भी लगेगा. हाँ, धन्यवाद. क्या सीन क्या है वहां पर? अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ कोई स्टेशन पे हैं?
यस सर, बैंक के पास, बैंक एटीएम की लाइन के अंदर लगा था.
बैंक एटीएम, तो पैसे भी कम ही पड़ रहे होंगे आप लोगों को, मुश्किल हो रही है. अच्छा, मुझे एक चीज बताइए, आपने इंडियन एम्बेसी से कुछ बातचीत की है, कर पाए हैं? किसी से कांटेक्ट हुआ है?
सर एम्बेसी से अभी मैसेज वगैरह किया है, तो एम्बेसी का वापस रिप्लाई ये आया है कि आप जहां पे हो एक बार के लिए होल्ड करके रुको, आगे की व्यवस्था हम देखते हैं, जैसी सिचुएशन होगी उसके अकॉर्डिंग जो व्यवस्था बनती है एम्बेसी आपके लिए जरूर करेगी।
अच्छा, तो आपकी पिछली बातचीत कब हुई थी एम्बेसी वालों से?
सर कल नाइट में उनका एक मैसेज आया था कि टेम्परेरी रेजिडेंसी को छोड़ने के लिए जो यहाँ पे लीगल वर्क कर रहे हैं और जो स्टूडेंट है उनके लिए।
नहीं, छोड़ के कहाँ जाएंगे? मैसेज में क्या था? छोड़ तो देंगे आप, लेकिन उसके बाद जाएंगे कहाँ? वो मैसेज पूरा पढ़ के बता दीजिए, सुना दीजिए हमें।
सर मैं 1 मिनट आपको मैसेज दिखाता हूँ
जी। And while he pulls out that message, I'm also trying to dial the Indian ambassador in Ukraine. Let's try and get him on a video call. Right. This is Ambassador Partha Satpathy. Yes. We don't know whether he will take a call or not. The call is going through, it's ringing. Let's see. It'll be great to have that first word from...
Let me give you a few updates while you try that, Pranesh. That's a good idea. Ukraine army managed to repel Shastya settlement from Russian invasion. Hostile equipment destroyed and about 50 Russian soldiers killed. This is according to Kyiv Post, which is a local newspaper. Our students, Indian students like Nitin, are stuck there right now in Ivano-Frankivsk, which has been hit by a Russian strike, and we've seen those pictures of the missile hitting. नितिन जी, अभी आपके पास पैसे खाने की किल्लत है या अभी आप के पास प्रोविजंस हैं, और अगर हैं तो कितने दिन के लिए हैं?
सर हमने खाना जितना हो सकता था अरेंज किया है, लेकिन अब ये नहीं पता कि अब कब तक चला पाएंगे, और अभी हम सभी एक साथ हो चुके हैं ताकि अगर कुछ दिक्कत आए तो सभी साथ में हो, और अभी ये नहीं पता कि सप्लाईज पीछे से गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से आएंगी खाने की या नहीं, और चांसेस है कि अगर होए, अगर सिचुएशन क्रिटिकल हुई तो शायद पानी भी बंद कर दे, लाइट्स भी बंद कर दे, इंटरनेट भी बंद कर दे, शायद हमारे घर पर भी बात ना हो पाए। हमारे पेरेंट्स बहुत परेशान है पहले से सर।
और नितिन जी, आप जहां पर हैं वहां पर कोई फॉरेन कंट्री है आसपास? कुछ 100 किलोमीटर 200 किलोमीटर कोई और बॉर्डर है किसी और देश का?
यस सर मैं पोलैंड के जो इवानो फ्रैंकविस्क है, ये पोलैंड के बॉर्डर पे है। तो अगर गवर्नमेंट चाहे तो एटलीस्ट पोलैंड के मतलब पोलैंड में बात करके हमको उधर शिफ्ट करवा सकते हैं, और या फिर पोलैंड से हमारी फ्लाइट करवा सकते हैं, हमको उधर से इवैक्यूएट करवा सकते हैं सर।
जी, वो वैसे भी जो सरकार कह रही है, और हमारे माध्यम से हमने रिपोर्ट भी किया है कि आप लोगों को बताया जा रहा है कि आप जितने भी बॉर्डर इलाके हैं वहां पर पहुंच जाइए, क्योंकि उम्मीद यही है कि आप लोगों को फॉरेन कंट्रीज या ऑल्टरनेट रूट जो है वहां से इवैक्यूएट कर सकते हैं। तो आप जहां पर हैं आई थिंक अच्छी जगह पे ही हैं। अगर पोलैंड अपना बॉर्डर खोल देती है तो मे बी आप लोगों को राहत मिल सकती है। आपने लास्ट नितिन जी कब बात की थी भारतीय दूतावास से?
सर हम रेगुलरली कंटिन्यूसली टच में है, कोशिश कर रहे हैं उनसे बात करने की बार बार।
और धर्मेंद्र जी, आपके पास और आसपास कितने स्टूडेंट्स हैं, आप कितने लोगों को जानते हैं जो वहां फंसे हुए हैं, आपके दोस्त जो आपके आसपास हो, साथ हो?
जी मेरे दोस्त में 500-600 लोग तो हमारे हॉस्टल में ही है, जो ना वो दूसरे बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट की फ्लैट में शिफ्ट हो गए हैं। तो मैक्सिमम अभी बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट जो स्टूडेंट इंडिया जाने के लिए एयरपोर्ट में आए थे, तो उन लोग एयरपोर्ट तो अभी हाईजैक जैसे हो गया है, तो इसीलिए अभी मैक्सिमम स्टूडेंट हमारे हॉस्टल में आ रहे हैं, मतलब खाकी से आ रहे हैं कीव, और हमारे हॉस्टल में आके रुके हुए अभी सुबह आके पहुंचे वो लोग।
तो ये जो इतने जो स्टूडेंट्स आप कह रहे हैं कि वो भी आपके हॉस्टल में आ गए हैं, तो क्या आगे प्लान? आप जिस हिसाब से बता रहे हैं कि फोन ही नहीं लग पा रहा है, कोई बातचीत ही नहीं हो पा रही है, क्या आपने अपने परिवार से बात किया?
जी घर वाले से तो बात किया, कंटिन्यूसली फोन आ रहा है, लाइक एक का घर वाले से कॉल आ रहा है, लेकिन फैमिली का कॉल आ रहा है, सब दोस्त लोग का कॉल है, एक का कॉल आ रहा है। थोड़ा दिक्कत तो हो रहा है, लेकिन सिचुएशन अभी तक कुछ पता नहीं चला। लेकिन अभी मैक्सिमम कोई भी काउंटर में जाएंगे, एटीएम काउंटर में जाएंगे, आप देखेंगे कि लाइक मैक्सिमम जगह पे एटीएम लाइन लंबे हुए हैं, लेकिन अभी तो लगभग जगह पे कार्ड्स भी नहीं चल रहे हैं, बहुत सारे कैश खत्म होने को है, पता नहीं सिचुएशन क्या होगा।
A quick update on the extreme right, Pranesh. Nitin ji,
हम आपको थोड़ा आपका ध्यान उस पर भी ले जाना चाहते हैं. The extreme right, the MEA set up a control room trying to get in touch with all Indian students there. Students like Nitin and Dharmender. Hopefully in the next few hours they will be able to get in touch with some of these students. Helpline numbers भी थोड़े रिलीज किए गए हैं नितिन जी और धर्मेंद्र जी, आपने नोट किए हैं. 911123017905 ये है हेल्पलाइन नंबर्स. होपफुली आप लोग उन पे संपर्क कर पाएंगे. फैक्स भी है, फैक्स लाइन भी आपको दे रखा है.
I've got a response from our ambassador in Ukraine. He says, I sent him a message. I said, sir, this is SOS. Many Indians stranded have been calling times now for help. A word of reassurance would do them a world of good.
एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए यहाँ पर हम रुक रहे हैं. आप रहिए टाइम्स नाउ के साथ.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts. Because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You're asking whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months.
Big breaking news coming in. Anand Subramanian, the former group operating officer of NSE, has been arrested. This is the first arrest in the NSE scam. Anand Subramanian has been arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now the CBI suspects that Anand Subramanian could either be the yogi, the mystic yogi himself, or he definitely was in touch with the yogi. That's what the CBI is suspecting at this point of time. Anand Subramanian, the former group operating officer of the NSE, has been arrested by the CBI.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think?
I'm स्वाति जोशी और इससे पहले कि आपको अपडेट्स दें रशिया और यूक्रेन को लेकर के जो हालात इस वक्त पैदा हो रहे हैं, एक नजर हेडलाइंस पर। Russia ups attack on Ukrainian cities. Russian forces capture nuclear site Chernobyl in the latest move. Ukraine fights for its sovereignty. President Zelensky says won't surrender, vows to win the war against Russia. As Russia unleashes brutal attacks on Ukrainian regions, world leaders watch from sidelines. Ukraine says left alone to fight Russia. Prime Minister dials Russian President Putin, calls for immediate cessation of violence and concerted efforts for diplomatic negotiations, also shares concern over safety of Indians in Ukraine. US, UK, Japan slap additional sanctions on Russia to maximize damage. Russian financial institutions in US targeted. Biden vows more action. As Russia invades Ukraine, global diaspora from New York to Germany to Istanbul unite. Massive protests against invasion in Kyiv. The tension between Ukraine and Russia has now transformed into a full-blown war with Russia invading Ukraine. इसको लेकर के कई सारे अटकलें लगाई जा रही थी और ये कल सही साबित हुआ। रशिया ने यूक्रेन को इन्वेड किया। अब जो बाकी के देश हैं जो लगातार वार्निंग्स रशिया को दे रहे थे कि एक्शन हो सकता है, उन्होंने सैंक्शंस लगाने शुरू कर दिए हैं रशिया पर। और इन सैंक्शंस का असर ये होता है कि जिन देशों ने सैंक्शंस लगाए हैं उनके साथ ट्रेड पर बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव पड़ता है। तो अगर अर्थव्यवस्था के लिहाज से देखें तो इकोनॉमिकली व्हाट दे आर ट्राइंग टू डू इज टू स्ट्रैंगल रशिया बाय इंपोजिंग दीज सैंक्शंस। यूके ने, यूएस ने और जापान ने, साथ ही कई और देश हैं, कनाडा के भी आपने हेड ऑफ द स्टेट को सुना, उन्होंने भी रशिया पर सैंक्शंस लगाए और हर कोई इस बात की भर्त्सना कर रहा है जिस तरह से रशिया ने यूक्रेन को इन्वेड किया। अ वॉर वाज फॉर्मली डिक्लेयर्ड ऑन द सॉवरेन नेशन जस्ट बिफोर डॉन. Bombs dropped on the airport, missiles rained on military installations, and a full assault via land, air and sea was launched.
Знаю, що вкидають зараз дуже багато різної інформації, дуже багато фейків. Зокрема, і про те, що нібито я поїхав з Києва. Я залишаюсь у столиці, залишаюсь своїм народом. За наявною у нас інформацією, ворог позначив мене як ціль номер 1. Мою родину як ціль номер 2. Вони хочуть знищити Україну політично, знищивши главу держави.
Well, let's now take a look at this detailed ground report on how the attack happened.
Early hours of Thursday, Russian tanks and troops rolled across the border in a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Just moments after their president, Vladimir Putin, announced on television he would launch a so-called special military operation. That operations prompted a chorus of condemnation and vows to hold the Kremlin accountable. But when it comes to defending the nation under attack, NATO has made it clear Ukraine is on its own. I'm Michael Oku in Berlin, and this is The Day.
This 24th of February is a terrible day for Ukraine and a dark day for Europe.
It is President Putin who is bringing war back to Europe.
к российским гражданам, как
I'm addressing you, the Russian people, as a Ukrainian citizen. We are separated by a border stretching more than 2,000 kilometers. And right now, there are 200,000 of your soldiers there. And this could mark the start of a major war on the European continent.
One state that is responsible for what is happening now in Ukraine, and that is Russia.
The European Union and its people stand by Ukraine and its people.
There is no justification for all this. This is Putin's war.
Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
You know, Oliver, I suppose it's a gross understatement to say diplomacy appears no longer an option. It's not lost on some of us that this invasion was launched on the same day the U.S. Secretary of State was scheduled for more talks with his Russian counterpart. How will Biden and his team reflect on what really happened in the diplomatic lead up to this invasion?
And that was really chilling, Michael, really to listen to President Biden when he explained how Western leaders, including German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and French President Emmanuel Macron, how they followed their diplomatic efforts traveling in and out of the Kremlin.
Well, there are anti-war protests also taking place, not just in Russia, but other nations as well. We have experts joining us on the broadcast. Adel Nazarian, Media Fellow, Gold Institute for International Strategy, Major General P.K. Sehgal, Defense Analyst, and Maruf Raza, Group Consulting Editor of the Times Network. I first want to go across to Adel. Adel, the big question here is, are nations like US, UK doing enough to ensure that the violence ends? Can US do more? Also, more importantly, what is going to be the impact of these sanctions?
Thank you so much. I think that the United States is doing, along with its European counterparts, what it can at this point. Vladimir Putin, President Putin, was much far ahead of the game. He had a plan. He intended at all costs to carry out the invasion that he did. And I don't believe that any level of negotiations would have deterred him or prevented him from doing what he did and what he's doing. I think that sanctions were a far more effective tool prior to the advent of the cryptocurrency, which China and Russia both they had banned from their countries, but are now using as a way to also evade the sanctions. And I think that considering the fact that Russia's, I think, GDP is about the size of Italy's, they are really, really being funded and bankrolled by the Chinese government. And so the level of sanctions that are being administered by the U.S., which are also targeting Vladimir Putin's circle, I don't think there'll be much of a deterrent to the point where it will necessarily cause Putin to scale back his operations unless he gets what he wants. And of course, the U.S. Strategy of pulling out, ending endless wars, which began with President Trump and ended with President Biden, who completed it, puts the U.S. in a very different situation where we're no longer present in these parts of the world where we clearly and previously were. A lot of financial and economic reasons for that.
Major General P.K. Sehgal, U.S. already has burned its hand in Afghanistan. As far as Ukraine is concerned, the President himself has made it clear there will be no military boots, no military assistance provided for Ukrainians. Yes, they will defend the NATO territories, and all other forms of assistance will be given. Ukraine feels betrayed at this point of time. Ukraine feels that the world has left it alone to fight Russia.
There is absolutely no alternative for the rest of the world. They cannot intervene militarily. Should they intervene militarily, it will become a much larger conflict and would be the start point of possibly a third world war. Russia has categorically stated that if there is any intervention by any nation, that is categorically indicating America and NATO, the response will be very swift and extremely punitive. Though, of course, France has gone on record to say that Russia must not forget that the NATO alliance also has nuclear weapons. But that notwithstanding, America as well as NATO has made it very clear that under no circumstances will there be a direct conflict between Russian troops and the American or NATO troops. However, they will do everything that is possible. In addition to sanctions, they are giving them moral support, they are giving them arms and ammunition, they are giving them various types of weapons, and they are giving them lots of funds for being able to carry on with the economy. However, under no circumstances will they put boots on ground, as it is not in the interest of either Europe or the rest of the world. And hence, they will not do so. Ukraine obviously feels that they've been betrayed by the rest of the world, primarily because when Ukraine surrendered its nuclear weapons and gave it back to Russia, the rest of the world had promised Ukraine at that point of time that in the event of any future hostility, the rest of the world will, particularly America and NATO, would come to their assistance. Unfortunately, given the present scenario and the present situation, they are not in a position to do so. And I personally feel that is the absolute right stand. The possibility for as far as the United States is concerned and NATO is concerned is to ensure that the war is prolonged and it enters a state of insurgency. Should it become an insurgency, then the Russians will find it as difficult as the Soviet Union found it in Afghanistan, because they will be hit at the time and place of their own choosing by the Ukrainians. Initially, the Ukrainian armed forces will possibly go underground. They will hide their assets to the extent that is possible, so as to save them from destruction of the ultimate variety. But they will regroup at a point in time of their own choosing and start hitting them and biting them exactly in the same manner as the Iraqis did to the Americans when they invaded Iraq. And if you know, in the modern days, no nation, big or however big or superpower, can defeat a smaller nation. America suffered a humiliating defeat in Vietnam in 1979.
Right.
America almost suffered a similar defeat in Iraq and in Afghanistan. Soviet Union suffered a humiliating defeat in Afghanistan. The economy crashed and the Soviet Union broke up. So the attempt of the Western world would be once again to ensure that the war gets prolonged and it enters a stage of insurgency. We've been fighting insurgency for every single insurgent. You need to put in place about 100 troops.
Okay, so that's a strategy being adopted by the nations. Maruf Raza, what I also want to understand is the motive, the ultimate goal that Vladimir Putin wants to achieve. Because on one hand, they invade Ukraine. On the other, they say, we don't want to disturb the world order. We want things to go back to normal as per the international law. But the world has changed.
Yes, that's a good question. You see, as far as Mr. Putin and Russia are concerned, their motives are multiple. At the geopolitical level, they are now paying back to the US and their Western allies in the same coin that they had used to see the collapse of the Soviet Empire. And this invasion and the importance of the Western countries to come in support of Ukraine, despite having led them up the garden path, has exposed the inability of the West to fight conflict, despite all the announcements and the bombast that came from this. You see, the bottom line is, you cannot stop invading troops just by the threat of sanctions. Need counterforce, or at least the threat of the use of counterforce. As the general has rightly brought out, bringing NATO troops would expand the conflict into a major European war and obviously could become a world war with global implications. India will suffer there greatly. Though India will continue to suffer as long as tensions are high, because oil prices will continue to be high for the fear premium that oil exporters add because of the threat of disruption of supplies. And we're already paying 30% more than that was calculated roughly in the market. The second aspect is that Russia's intentions was to get Ukraine both historically and geo-economically. Historically, because the Russian state originally was founded in 9th century in Kyiv. And geo-economically, because Ukraine produces enormous amount of grain. It is said it can feed up to 600 million people a year, which is twice the population of Europe. Also, Ukraine is a big military-industrial complex extension of the Russian Empire. Even we are to get some military equipment that would have been parts manufactured in Ukraine. And Ukraine does make lots of other things that we don't get, that countries in our neighborhood get, like Pakistan. At one stage was looking at AD-90 tanks co-manufactured in Ukraine. The other aspect is that Mr. Putin, even if now there are very stringent red lines drawn. And believe me, this noise about sanction is not going to deter him beyond the point. He's one of the world's largest exporters of oil and gas.
Right.
You sanction the rest of Europe freezes because he controls 40% of the oil and gas that goes into European countries, particularly in Germany. So are the citizens going to allow that? All this noise about supporting Ukraine has not led to any physical support.
Absolutely.
You can close his banking lines, you can close all that, but he can close supplies not just to Europe, but to Japan and South Korea, which are also amongst the large importers of oil and gas. So we are looking at a situation which is going to be a chess game. Ukraine is a pawn in the game. I would say that there are two possibilities. Actually three. The two possibilities. One is that he establishes a titular regime there, because Russia has been upset ever since President Zelensky was put in there after removing the earlier president of Ukraine who was pro-Russian. So he put a pro-Russian regime there and ensure that Ukraine becomes Russia's landscape state without turning fully into a Russian-run region. Secondly, he could look at, eliminating all uses of an urban insurgency and keep enough forces in place to ensure that the potential insurgent groups like the generals brought out who were in Baghdad and Afghanistan and elsewhere don't find room. I think Russia has studied its defeats, its successes, and implemented a fairly well thought through military blueprint. It has a very clear indication of what Russia did in Georgia in 2008, where they went in, they established a regime of their choice, put the dissenters in jail, and they pulled out.
Right. So according to you, one of the possibilities is a regime change. Also, Mr. Putin does not want to take this war beyond the Ukrainian border, because if that happens, then he'll have to face the NATO, like the US president said. If that war enters the NATO countries, only then they will respond. I request all three of you to stay on with us. As these nations are imposing sanctions on Russia, the citizens, as global citizens, are protesting against the invasion, protesting against the full blown out war. Let's take a look at some ground reports.
Nós ajudamos para nossas famílias, para o nosso país. E isso que Putin fazer, esta é uma covardia atrás das costas. Uma inveja que pessoas conseguiram viver sozinhas 30 anos, sem soviéticos, sem russos.
The emotions are overwhelming even now. I believe everybody. But we are here to show the whole world that we need to unite. And there is no more any red lines to cross for Russia, for everybody, because nobody expected that. And if we don't stop them, it would be even worse.
For me, this day is a kind of disaster. This is the first day when I feel shame that I am wrong.
Porque toda la vida, todos los años de la historia fuimos hermanos de sangre.
Я сама из Крыма, я 7 лет не была в Крыму, поэтому для меня это ужасная ситуация. Я сегодняшний весь день, это просто, я с трудом сдерживаю слезы, потому что это очень больно и страшно, то, что происходит. Когда в твой дом приходят люди с оружием, и это больше не твой дом. Поэтому сейчас я думаю, что это самое важное, что мы можем сделать, это выходить на протесты и заявлять о том, что у нас есть права, что мы люди, что у нас есть достоинство. И хочу всем просить поддержки, всей Европы, мира и людей тут в Литве, не оставаться равнодушными, потому что мы никогда не знаем. Я никогда, живя в Украине, не думала, что такое произойдет, что придут войска и будут стрелять, кто, братья, россияне, и сейчас вот мы с братьями белорусами стоим здесь, потому что, черт знает, что творится.
Lui intéresse, c'est l'intégrité d'Ukraine qui lui intéresse. Il a bien dit ça dans son discours lundi, que la décommunisation d'Ukraine va coûter l'Ukraine très cher. Et ça, on voit ce que nous coûte aujourd'hui.
All our guests are going to stay on with us. I request Ms. Nazarian, Major General P.K. Sehgal and Maruf Raza to stay on. A quick break and we'll continue our discussion after that.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in 2 boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी 2 कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum. spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months.
Welcome back. After Russia's invasion of Ukraine, several Ukrainians already have left the country and several are in fact internally displaced as well. Meanwhile, reports coming in of Ukrainians seeking refuge in Poland. In fact, entire Central Europe region was anticipating a situation like this and was preparing to accommodate and handle an influx of people from Ukraine. With that, we're slipping into another short break. News and updates will continue. Stay on with us.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
समाजवादी सरकार होती तो 1 साल बना के तैयार कर देगी।
मैं हिंदू हूँ, मगर हिंदुत्ववादी नहीं हूँ। Elections that set the tone for 2024.
Big breaking news coming in. Ukrainian foreign minister's latest tweet. He has tweeted, and I quote, "Horrific Russian rocket strikes on Kyiv. Last time our capital experienced anything like this was in 1941 when it was attacked by Nazi Germany. Ukraine defeated that evil and will defeat this one. Stop Putin, isolate Russia, sever all ties, kick Russia out of everywhere." That's the latest tweet that has been put out by the foreign minister of Ukraine. He talks about a rocket strike on the capital of Ukraine, the Kyiv city, and says something like this was experienced by the people of Ukraine, by the people of Kyiv in 1941 when it was attacked by Nazi Germany. Let's go across to our guests who continue to be with us. I want to come to you, Adele. Now, this is the latest tweet put out, and there are similar such tweets being put out by the authorities, by the ministers of Ukraine. The spirit is that they will fight back, but for how long can they hold on is also the big question.
Yeah, this is the darkest hour since World War II, for sure. How long can they hold on? Putin clearly has boundaries, and this is being displayed right now as we're seeing it unfold before our very eyes. How long can Ukraine hold on? I think that as long as it takes for them to maintain their territorial integrity, and the United States has clearly stated that this is a defensive move. America did not take any offensive action to deploy troops prior to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which is against international law in multiple ways. So I believe that if this does continue, and should Russia continue invading further into territorial integrity more than it already has, the United States will send more reinforcements, and European allies will also continue to send reinforcements to ensure that Russia is not able to take over.
Major General P.K. Sehgal, how do you see this playing out as far as the NATO countries are concerned? Now, like I was saying earlier as well, it does not seem that Vladimir Putin wants to take this war beyond Ukrainian borders. His demand from NATO countries was a guarantee and assurance that Ukraine will not be made a part of NATO. He earlier as well made it absolutely clear that Russia feels threatened given the expansion of NATO.
Absolutely, Anthony, Russia does feel threatened because if you notice, at the time when Soviet Union broke 1991, there were only 14 members in NATO. Today, they've expanded to 30. 16 countries from Central Europe and Eastern Europe have joined NATO. Besides, forces have moved in several countries of the Central Asian republics. And they deployed missiles there, they deployed air defense weaponry there. And Russia feels that should they even come and occupy Ukraine, they will pose a threat to the underbelly, softer underbelly of Russia, which will be an existential threat for Russia. And to that extent, Russia had made it very categorically clear that under no circumstances will they allow earlier Georgia, now Ukraine, to become part of NATO. And they wanted written guarantees from both Ukraine as well as from NATO and America that they, under no circumstances they will include them in NATO. Secondly, they wanted the Americans and NATO countries to withdraw the missiles that they deployed in Central European and Eastern European countries, which pose a direct threat to Russia. West was not in agreement at all. There was lack of statesmanship on either side, egos involved on either side. Russian president has been there for 22 years. There's been increasing, voices raised against him. And people feel that he now must relinquish presidency. He wants to stay until 2036. Similarly, on the American side, Biden was becoming unpopular, was looking weak and soft, and Biden wanted to show to the world and to the Americans that he's a very strong president. Under the circumstances, neither side was wanting to build up. And what has happened is a consequence of that. Now also, Putin is making it very clear that under no circumstances will they expand beyond Ukraine. But Putin's credibility is at stake. If you recall, a few days before he launched his invasion, he kept saying that Biden is lying, Americans are lying, the American intelligence is faulty. Under no circumstances, they have no intention whatsoever of invading.
Right. In fact, Vladimir Putin also accused NATO of provoking Ukraine, using it as a tool against Russia to corner Russia. Before I come to you, Maruf Raza, on how the world order will be restored now and how would things go back to normal if they ever can, given the fact that the invasion already has happened and Ukraine has severed diplomatic ties with Russia. Let's listen into what the heads of the states, those have imposed sanctions on Russia, have to say.
Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago. I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO. The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine. Without provocation, without justification, without necessity, this is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy.
We continue to be extremely concerned at the terrible violence that we have seen inflicted on the people of Ukraine by Russia, unwarranted, unprovoked. Today, Australia will be imposing further sanctions on oligarchs whose economic weight is of strategic significance to Moscow, and over 300 members of the Russian Duma, their parliament, who voted to authorise the use of Russian troops in Ukraine to illegally invade Ukraine. We are also working with the United States to align with their further sanctions overnight on key Belarusian individuals and entities complicit in the aggression. So we are extending those sanctions to Belarus. These sanctions are being prepared in close coordination with our allies and partners. And this is being done to demonstrate very forcefully that we are all working together to shut Russia out as a result of their violence and their unlawful actions, which are unprovoked.
国際社会の懸命の努力にもかかわらず行われた今回のロシア軍によるウクライナへの侵攻は力による一方的な現状変更の試みであり、ウクライナの主権と領土の一体性を侵害する明白な国際法違反です。国際秩序の根幹を揺るがす行為として断じて許容できず、厳しく非難します。G7 をはじめとする国際社会と緊密に連携し、ロシアに対して軍の即時撤収、国際法の遵守を強く求めます。この事態を受け、第一に G7 をはじめとする国際社会と緊密に連携し、制裁措置を強化いたします。
Well, both sides have accused each other of being the aggressor. Russia says no other option but to invade to defend the people of the Donbass region. Maruf Raza, what can countries like India do that have a great relationship with US, that is expecting full cooperation in terms of collective response against Russia, and of course the closest ally that Russia is of India? The Prime Minister already has spoken to Vladimir Putin, but what more can India do in terms of trying to de-escalate the situation?
Well, beyond Mr. Modi having urged President Putin to avoid violent strikes largely which could affect Indian students and citizens there, which are in the range of 20,000, and also the people of Ukraine, I don't think India can do very much right now unless India's arm is twisted. Also, please understand that it is in the time of Narasimha Rao that the concept emerged that doing nothing is also a policy. As far as we are concerned, we have to wait and watch when America imposes FATSA arrangements on us and then limits our ability to complete the contracts for weapons platforms that we have engaged with the Russians. We currently have a major weapons platform like the S-400 coming into India. The first set has come. 4 more are required. It's a $5.4 billion deal, the biggest force multiplier deal that we've done in election. And America never wanted us to go ahead with it, but we cited our own concerns. But, we must understand 2 or 3 other things. That, we are only playing out the commentary and the comments that come from people who are aligned to the West. American political scientists, some of them are of the view that America created the problem in the first place. Let me ask you a few questions, and I'd like the guests to answer that. What was the urgency of NATO to try and expand everywhere into Ukraine also? Doesn't NATO have enough of a role just because they were created in 1948 to stand up to the Soviet Union and now Russia? They've already incorporated countries like Estonia and Lithuania. Why is it that NATO wants to rule all over Europe, particularly Ukraine, which is resource-rich, which is also a big exporter of grain, and where Russia has historical links to it? So Mr. Putin, as General Saab has rightly said, has made it clear that I don't want to go beyond Ukraine. And all the promises that America and West made, they really made Ukraine a scapegoat and put him out to be guillotined. And Russia is not going to stop. So let me tell you, Ukraine has the military capacity to at least to some extent stand up to Russia. They have 100,000 plus, 200,000 plus soldiers in arms. But they have other reservists of 900,000. That makes it as big as the Indian Armed Forces. And they've been heavily equipped with anti-tank missile systems, a lot of other systems which can help stop Russia's military forces rolling on. But where Russia has the edge, it has the capacity to unleash huge cyber attacks on Ukraine, which will decapacitate all their banking, business, airline links, as well as the command links between higher military headquarters and troops on the ground. Now that is going to be paralyzing for Ukraine. They've done it and shown it in the past, even in Estonia. And finally, and most importantly, as is being said, Mr. Putin has started the process for the downfall of American influence in the world. He has always harbored an anti-American sentiment ever since the collapse of the Berlin Wall, where he was last KGB officer left standing in Berlin before it all went wrong for Russia. He now has joined up with China to impose a similar game plan steadily, which shows the limits of American power. And that is going to rewrite the world and the rules of the world geopolitical scenario.
Absolutely.
We are seeing the start of it. So this is not just a new Cold War. This is the start of a new geopolitical era.
Absolutely. And he clearly is intending to change the world order, even though Russia may deny that. But ultimately, it is the citizens of these countries that are suffering the most, and the loss of innocent lives is not justified. Thank you very much to all our guests for their expert opinion. Thank you for joining us and taking those questions.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts, because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not banditing. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
Can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
Wars are about one nation trying to ascertain its hegemony over the other nation, the weaker nation, and the aggressor versus the victim. But the price is always paid by innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. The people of Ukraine are paying a heavy price as Russian troops march into the country and unleash their terror.
свое жилье должны покидать. Что это такое? Куда, сын, на работе я одна? Куда мне бежать?
A child in a bright blue jacket cycles down the road. A second later, he's struck down by a ball of fire. A young life gone too soon. Remember this picture. This is the human face of suffering, the price of war. As Russian cruise missiles bomb Ukrainian cities, buildings, checkpoints, lives and dreams are shattered. The streets were blocked with desperate people trying to flee to safer grounds. Cars lined up for hours for a litre of petrol. And ATM machines were swamped. Hounded by the shadow of death, they run for their lives.
We are literally everybody is scared right now here. We take overnight train to came here and we reach airport in the morning and we literally ran back on our feet because everybody was panicking and leaving there. We are just literally scared and we want to go home. That's our request to everybody who is listening in India right now to us.
And basically, if you can see, there are a lot of students here from India. Earlier today, I spoke to another student. He was from a different town, and the story is exactly the same.
Thousands of Indians are still stranded in Ukraine, many of them young students. They send a desperate SOS.
जिस हिसाब से माहौल है तो यहाँ पर सभी लाइन में लगे हुए हैं और ATMs में कैश नहीं है. जितना हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जितना खाना हो सकता है, जितना पानी हो सकता है, हम स्टोर करें और जितना कैश हो सकता है उतना विड्रॉल कर रहे हैं हम.
In this war, the frenzy of missiles have destroyed lives, dreams, and futures.
And with that, for the moment, we're taking a very short break, but our coverage will continue on the other side as well. We'll keep on getting you the latest from Ukraine. For now, a quick break.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You asking whether he should lead? I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
समाजवादी सरकार होती तो 1 साल बना के तैयार कर देती।
मैं हिंदू हूँ, मगर हिंदुत्ववादी नहीं हूँ।
Elections.
Well, hi there. Warm welcome. You're watching Times Now and I'm Meghna Dekha. Well, today is the second day of Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And of course, it has been unleashed with devastating force. We're going to get you all the ground reports which have been coming in. Times Now's got presence in the war zone. We'll get you ground reports. Also speak to the stranded Indian students who have been sending out SOSs of help. First up, however, let's get you a quick roundup of the other stories as well. Russia ups the attack on Ukrainian cities. Russian forces capture nuclear site Chernobyl in the latest move. Ukraine fights for its sovereignty. President Zelensky says we will not surrender, vows to win the war against Russia. As Russia unleashes brutal attack on Ukrainian regions, world leaders watch from the sidelines. Ukraine says that left alone to fight Russia. Prime Minister dials Russian President Putin, calls for immediate cessation of violence and concerted efforts for diplomatic negotiations. Also shares concern over safety of Indians in Ukraine. US, UK, Japan slap additional sanctions on Russia to maximize the damage. Russian financial institutions in US have been targeted. Biden vows more action. As Russia invades Ukraine, global diaspora from New York to Germany to Istanbul have united. Massive protests against invasion in Kyiv. Well, for weeks now, there has been a lot of build-up to the tension between Ukraine and Russia. However, many had said that Russia is going to stop short of a full-scale invasion. Even yesterday, Putin was saying that it is going to be targeted airstrikes, which is going to happen. However, Ukraine has, remember, put out images on CCTV videos as well, which shows that there was ground invasion as well. Overnight, what has happened? Well, over 30 of these Ukrainian cities have been bottomed to smithereens, and the kind of loss of lives and property, well, that is just being tabulated. However, so far in the very latest reports which are coming in, over 137 people unfortunately have lost their lives. A lot of military installations in Ukraine have been devastated. Ukraine on their part have said that they too have been capturing and killing Russian troops. Meanwhile, let's get you a quick roundup of all the cities which unfortunately have faced the fury of cruise missiles of Russia. These are the cities that we are going to be showing for you. Look at the way that they have, all these cities that we are getting for you have been bombed overnight. Chernihiv, Kyiv, Polava, Luhansk. Luhansk, of course, is the area where the separatist stronghold has happened, and Lutsk also is the area. This is roughly the area on the Russian border which have faced the brunt of it. And of course, there the bombings and shellings have been happening for close to a week now. And in addition to that, now you have the rest of the cities, also some of the biggest cities of Russia, of Ukraine, all of them being bombed by Russia. Donetsk, of course, is one of the areas as well which has been seeing concerted missile strikes over the last 2 weeks. Let me just tell you that it's not just that, but there are these heart-wrenching visuals, because the story of the war is being captured in the heart-wrenching visuals which are now coming in. Look at the way that in Odessa you can see how there is heavy shelling which has happened. There are buildings which have been damaged. And in Chernobyl, and this is very critical, overnight they say that the Chernobyl nuclear tragedy site has also been overrun by the Russians. Now you can see the presence of Russian troops there. There are also massive fires that are coming up in the buildings. There are, of course, some of the most furious shellings have been seen in the military air bases which have been coming in. In fact, this is Melitopol, where one of the military installations, as you can see, going up in plumes of smoke and fire. Kharkiv, this is one of the biggest cities in Ukraine. This has been devastated. Look at the way that the people are huddling into this safe shelter, trying to run for their lives, trying to save their lives. Unfortunately, the human tragedy of this is slowly unraveling. In fact, let's get you what the Ukrainian president has said. President Zelensky has been saying that no matter what, that the Ukrainian spirit refuses to be crushed in face of Russian fire. Let's get you some of the reactions which have been coming in.
Знаю, що вкидають зараз дуже багато різної інформації, дуже багато фейків. Зокрема, і про те, що нібито я поїхав з Києва. Я залишаюсь у столиці, залишаюсь своїм народом. За наявною у нас інформацією, ворог позначив мене як ціль номер 1. Мою родину як ціль номер 2. Вони хочуть знищити Україну політично, знищивши главу держави.
I heard explosions, and we also live in a neighborhood where there was fighting this morning.
They destroyed everything. Is this a military target? He should know he has blood on his hands. He won't be able to wash it out.
And on the first floor, there's a teenager who died. He was just 16 years old.
Well, unfortunately, that is the price that the people of Ukraine are now paying. Of course, immediately after Russia decided to invade Ukraine, there were sanctions which were slapped. Several of the countries, especially the NATO countries, have been coming out. For example, UK has also put out a 10-fold sanction. But all these sanctions have been economic so far. They've made it very clear, be it US or be it the NATO allies, that for them there are going to be no boots on the ground, and the maximum that they are ready to go is give them back up with defensive equipment. That is something that US has promised. There are going to be no boots on the ground. There's going to be no air support either, which is why it's important for us to try and understand what could be the face and the possible resistance that Ukraine can now put up. In fact, let me go across to our guest. Joining us today, we have Major General G.D. Bakshi, there is defense expert, as well as Professor Paul Tibbs. He is the Emeritus Professor of Strategic Studies at the Australian National University and a former Deputy Secretary of Defense, as well as the Director of the Defense Intelligence Organization. In fact, let me go across to our guest. Professor Tibbs, if I can come to you. We want a bit of an international perspective as to what can we expect in the next couple of days. It's interesting to see that the NATO and the allies, the US, of course, all of them have now come out and said that we are ready to go that far. There's going to be a lot of bark, but very little bite when it comes to the kind of retaliation that they have planned against Russia. Would you agree economic sanctions will help just so much in the immediate crisis that Ukraine's facing?
Well, we need to understand in the first place that the Russian economy is not in the weak position it was in 2014 when I was last there and when the sanctions over Crimea were being imposed. The fact is that the Russian foreign exchange reserves are $630 billion in Moscow, and the price of a barrel of oil now is $100 US a barrel. Putin only needs $40 US a barrel in order for his entire national budget to break even. So I don't see these sanctions having any significant economic impact, certainly not in the immediate term.
Across to Major General G.D. Bakshi, a defense expert who's joining us. Also joining us is Major General Sanjay Meston. He is a defense analyst as well. Joining us on the show as well, Pinak Ranjan Chakravarti, the former secretary of MEA, as well as Sushant Sareen, a senior fellow of the ORF. Sushant Sareen, what's your understanding of to what extent do you think Putin is likely to go? Because we are just speaking to Professor Tibbs. He says Putin really is not going to be bothered so much about the economic sanctions which have been placed against him.
I would tend to agree with what the professor is saying, but it also depends on what are the sanctions which are actually going to be imposed on Russia, how serious they will be, how sweeping they will be. What we have seen, at least the first tranche of sanctions, I don't think Putin would be impressed. In fact, he would be laughing his nuts off over those sanctions. But what is now being contemplated, we have to see whether they are imposed and to what extent. Those could start hurting the Russian economy. What is also important is that any sanctions which actually hurt the Russian economy will also hurt the economies of the countries which are imposing those sanctions. And the question is, are they prepared to do that for the sake of Ukraine and for the sake of whatever other spin they want to put on the sanctions regime which they are going to impose? All this talk about invasion and rule of law, and although none of that rule of law and the rules-based system was there when Libya was invaded, when Syria was destabilized, all of that did not matter. So I see this as great power politics, nothing more, nothing less, couched under an umbrella of morality. But there is none, actually. There's no morality in this. But we'll have to see what those sanctions are. And only after that, I think we can say how serious the West is in terms of, quote unquote, punishing Russia for what it has done. Otherwise, this kind of stuff has happened in the past and will continue in the future.
Mm-hmm. Well, that does paint a grim picture. In fact, interestingly, there have been so many protests which have been coming in from Russia. Even internally, there have been resistance letters as well as protest rallies which have been held. But across the world, there have been several such protests. Let's get you a quick glimpse of some of the way the protesters have been hitting the streets. And remember, these are not just Ukrainian nationals who are there in these cities, but also several of the residents there. From Budapest, right outside the White House as well, there are chorus for peace which is coming in. The entire global community seems to have united in Santiago, in Russia, in Germany, Lithuania, and these visuals are very important. In Russia too, there have been several protest marches which have been held, as well as protest letters which have been written to Putin urging him to stop this mindless bloodshed. It was one of the letters. In addition to that, you have several, of course, other protests such as those happening in Poland, in Seattle, and thousands of people rallying on the roads as well. Stop the war chorus has been rising up. However, interestingly, as we were just speaking to our experts, it does not seem that anytime soon Putin is likely to stop. But to what extent will he really go? Will he march and try and to put up a pliable government in Kyiv? We'll have to wait and see what happens next. Meanwhile, here are some of the voices coming in of the protesters.
Nós ajudamos para nossas famílias, para o nosso país. E isso que Putin fazer, esta é uma covardia atrás das costas. Uma inveja que pessoas conseguiram viver sozinhas 30 anos, sem soviéticos, sem russos.
The emotions are overwhelming even now. I believe everybody. But we are here to show the whole world that we need to unite. And there is no more any red lines to cross for Russia, for everybody, because nobody expected that. And if we don't stop them, it would be even worse.
For me, this day is a kind of disaster. This is the first day when I feel shame that I am Russian.
Porque toda la vida, todos los años de la historia fuimos hermanos de sangre.
Я сама из Крыма, я 7 лет не была в Крыму, поэтому для меня это ужасная ситуация. Я сегодняшний весь день, это просто, я с трудом сдерживаю слезы, потому что это очень больно и страшно, то, что происходит. Когда в твой дом приходят люди с оружием, и это больше не твой дом. Поэтому сейчас я думаю, что это самое важное, что мы можем сделать, это выходить на протесты и заявлять о том, что у нас есть права, что мы люди, что у нас есть достоинство. И хочу всем просить поддержки, всей Европы, мира и людей тут в Литве, не оставаться равнодушными, потому что мы никогда не знаем. Я никогда, живя в Украине, не думала, что такое произойдет, что придут войска и будут стрелять, кто? Братья, россияне, и сейчас вот мы с братьями белорусами стоим здесь, потому что, черт знает, что творится.
Lui intéresse, c'est l'intégrité d'Ukraine qui lui intéresse. Il a bien dit ça dans son discours lundi, que la décommunisation d'Ukraine va coûter l'Ukraine très cher. Et ça, on voit ce que nous coûte aujourd'hui.
Yeah, our families are in Kyiv right now, in Ukraine, and I know that our fighters and like our brothers and sisters, they are fighting for Ukraine right now, and they really need world support, because I know that some countries are hesitating to help Ukraine, not help Ukraine, but this is a really serious thing, and Ukrainian people need world support right now.
It's absolutely terrible what Putin doing, because he's doing it from the face of Russians, but Russians are absolutely not agree with it. We are against the war. Ukrainians are our friends. We don't want war at all.
I've just been following this really closely. I'm really devastated by the news of the invasion. It's really awful for Ukraine, but also just for ordinary Russian people. I think it's crazy, just absolutely crazy what Vladimir Putin is doing.
Venimos aquí para pedir paz, para que ponen algunas sanciones contra Putin. Rusia, Ucrania, todos los países queremos paz, queremos vivir en paz, no queremos ver muertos. Estamos viviendo en un siglo donde no merecemos la guerra.
Well, let me go across to General Meston, who's joining us. General, since yesterday, we've been looking and tracking very closely as to how the Indian government is going to be reacting. So far, it has said that the priority is the safety of its citizen. To what extent do you think India should be involved? It's not India's war, it's Russia's war, it's the NATO's war, and certainly not our war. To what extent do you see us intervening, or do you think we should take a more forceful stand in support of democracy?
I think it's a very tricky issue for India at this juncture, because the West, including America and Russia, matters to us. And therefore, we have to maintain a very fine, delicate balance, because both are essential to us. We have got strategic engagement since long with Russia, and also now of late we have got strategic engagement with the United States, where we are getting a lot of military hardware from both the countries. And to some extent, even US is also relevant to us in case of any future scenario with China
Well, there seems to be a bit of a problem there. We'll try and reconnect with General Meston. Meanwhile, let's get you some of the reports also which have been coming in here on Times Now. We've been tracking things very closely. Overnight, what we do know is that over 30 cities have been bombed, and unfortunately over 137 lives. And of course, this is just being tabulated right now, have already been lost. The extent of devastation has been crushing the buildings as well as the dreams of the people in Ukraine. But then it's interesting to see how they say that for them, their spirit is not going to die. They're ready to fight till their last breath for their motherland. In fact, General Bakshi is also joining us. General Bakshi, if I can come over to you, we're discussing how and what should be India doing right now, given the options and also the long-standing historical friendship that India shared with Russia and the new alliances that it's trying to forge with US.
You are very right. We have very close stakes in our relationship, our tried and tested relationship with Russia. Don't forget the support we got from them in 1971, later, now the S-400. Then, of course, we have a very, very good relationship with the United States, which is also of very great use to us, especially in countering the threat from China. So we have to, strike a very fine balance. And that actually entails that we don't get into any morality play, but stay neutral. However, our diplomats could certainly use both these countries, our close relations with both these countries, to try and stress that there should be peace, that this operation should be wound up at the earliest, and peace should be restored, calm should be restored, because the whole globe is suffering. Economically, all markets are down. The oil has gone up to $100 a barrel. If this continues, it will go higher. The economic recovery that we had started staging post-COVID globally it is now going to take a very serious knock, and that's not good for anybody. Of course, there is that question of human suffering, which you have been emphasizing. One suggestion that one could make is that of the Foreign Affairs, magazine, Michael John Paul has made a very credible suggestion that America, President Joe Biden should not now react tactically and knee-jerk, but he should react with a strategic initiative of an overall restructuring of security architecture in Europe. This entails renegotiating a large number of arms deals, renegotiating the arms deals and renegotiating the arms deals as also, working on the aspect addressing the mutual security concerns.
Well, there have been, in fact, even now, there have been several offers which have been coming in. For example, President Macron has also come out and said that he's ready to step in and broker a deal. There are no such offers, however, coming in from India. India is taking a very measured stand when it comes to this conflict. In fact, let's get you a sense of what really has been the extent of help which has been given by the Indian missions. We're going to show you the graphics very shortly. There you have it on your screens as to how there are Indian missions, and in case you know any Indians who are stranded in Ukraine, where and whom they can look out for. In fact, there are at least 4 Ukrainian exit routes which are being planned. One of them is right here at the Zahorny border, where a 3-member team from Hungarian Embassy of India are already going to be present. If the people and the students who are trapped there cannot get there, they can also look at the second option, which is at the Kravakok border, and that is where you already have a 1-team member which is there waiting for any of the Indians who may have managed to reach there. The third alternative exit is Vayansk-Nemetsky border. This is the area roughly so that you get a sense of it. The fourth place which is a possible exit route for Indians is the Sakiva border. Now these are the borders on the other side. Remember, this is Russia and this is Ukraine. This is the other side, and most of the aggression has been coming in from the eastern front, which is why these are the borders which are still open, and these are the 4 possible exit routes which have been marked out by India. Indian missions are already there, ready to help any Indian who manages to reach the border to try and repatriate them. With that, we're going to be slipping into a short break. We're going to return with lots more ground reports as well on the other side.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first, because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation, right information that helps them make the right choices, hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts, because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9-to-5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states.
Welcome back to Times Now Live. I'm Siddharth Talia. Now, India historically has had a very proud record of evacuating its citizens from conflict zones around the world, and that is exactly what the endeavor remains this time around as well, following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now, several thousand Indians who've been stranded in Ukraine during this conflict have appealed to the Indian embassy there for help, and the Indian embassy, not just in Ukraine but across the Baltic states, have responded very proactively and now have an evacuation plan in place. Let's listen in to those appeals as well as the response that's come in from the Ministry of External Affairs as well.
I myself woke up to the sounds of explosions here in Kyiv and to the sounds of fighter jets flying over my head. And I decided to go to the train station to see what's happening here. And here I met some of the students from India. They study here in Ukraine, and they said that because of this escalation of fire, this military escalation, they wanted to go to India. So they took an overnight train to come to Kyiv. And when they got here, they basically got to the capital, which is under attack. So all the flights are canceled. Their flight is canceled. And moreover, the trains are also canceled. So now they cannot go back to their hometown where they were here in Ukraine studying to go back.
We are literally, everybody is scared right now here. We take overnight train to came here and we reach airport in the morning and we literally ran back on our feet because everybody was panicking and leaving there. Even though the airport staff was so much panicked, they just pushed us away from there. That just go wherever you want to go. We are just literally scared and we want to go home. That's our request to everybody who is listening in India right now to us.
And basically, if you can see, there are a lot of students here from India. Earlier today, I spoke to another student. He was from a different town, and the story is exactly the same. They came here to Kyiv by overnight trains in hopes to catch a flight to India in the morning, and they came to a capital which was under attack and which is pretty much in chaos right now.
The Congress Member of Parliament from Wayanad and the former President of the Congress Party, Rahul Gandhi, has responded to the crisis in Ukraine and has criticized what he calls strategic mistakes that have been committed by the Indian side in this particular matter. And it's during the course of this crisis that he says that India has only ended up taking a few steps, which has brought Pakistan as well as Russia closer. Now, this is, of course, a reference to the visit that was made by Imran Khan, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, to Russia, and his meeting with Vladimir Putin yesterday during the course of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And Rahul Gandhi has attributed this apparent closeness between Russia as well as Pakistan to a series of strategic blunders that he claims have been committed by the Indian side. And he's in fact also made references to some of his own statements on the floor of the Lok Sabha recently. This is, of course, a reference that he made on the floor of the Lok Sabha when he said that India has also ended up bringing Pakistan as well as China much closer, which has left India even more isolated in the region. He's also made a reference to an acknowledgement that was made by India's own External Affairs Minister, Mr. S. Jaishankar, that India as well as China's relations have been going through a fairly difficult phase over a period of time. He's also said that China has helped Pakistan build bridges to Russia. So the increasing closeness between Russia as well as Pakistan, which was apparent yesterday, according to Rahul Gandhi, is a consequence of India's own strategic blunders. That's a claim that the former Congress president has made. Let me go across to Prashant Kumar for more updates on this. Prashant, the politics with regards to India's stand so far in this Russia-Ukrainian conflict has now begun, with Rahul Gandhi blaming India for what has ensued.
Well, if you look at what Rahul Gandhi has tweeted, Rahul Gandhi has, in a way, reiterated the point that he has been making. And once, the last time he made this point on the floor of the House in Lok Sabha, where he said that we don't really have a very clear foreign policy, and the government has utterly failed on the foreign policy front, and that's the reason why India as a nation is not safe either from inside or from outside. It stands at a danger. Now, in this particular tweet that he has put out, he has once again reiterated the point, saying India will have to bear the brunt of it. So clearly, politics is ensuing, and this is
Prashant, thanks indeed for that update. Let's just stick to some visuals, some new visuals coming in. But, Siddharth, this is not unsurprising, and I don't expect the Congress party to take any other line except for this, because that's perhaps the easiest way of criticizing the government on an important foreign policy issue such as this. But the fact is that the Congress is tying itself up in contradiction, isn't it?
Absolutely, Rahul. If you remember, when the Russian annexation of Crimea took place in the year 2014, the then National Security Advisor Shiv Shankar Menon under the UPA had said that Russia has legitimate interests in Ukraine. This was a stand that was taken by the UPA government during the Russian annexation of Crimea, when the Western world, led by NATO as well as the United States, was criticizing Russia for what it called a provocative action. The UPA then stood by the Russian side, and therefore now for Rahul Rahul Gandhi to say that the series of events that have unfolded over the last couple of days has also got to do with certain strategic blunders that have been committed by the Indian side, also smacks of double standards, Rahul?
Absolutely, it does. Look, at the end of the day, there is a lot of pressure building, and we've been reporting this on India to take a more vehement position against Russia, but that itself is easier said than done, because there are many implications of doing so. Now, viewers, I'm going to show you some visuals right now that our team is finding a little difficult to put out speedily. So I'm just going to show you right here. Can we cut to me? Director, can you please cut to me? That's right. Let's have a look at this. This is very, very important. This is very, very important. Let's have a look at this behind me, viewers. This is a visual. Fresh images of fierce fighting. Now, this happened obviously overnight. As you can see, it's very, very dark, and you can see these flames that are licking the entire horizon, and there are people, of course, who are security forces standing there. Quite clearly, CCTV footage nails Putin. First visuals of ground invasion. This is what we are being told. Ukraine, Russia fight for control, fierce struggle for each city. What we are being told is that this particular visual, viewers, is visual that is being put out by the Ukrainian army. If you could just come closer to me, sir, because we can then focus on this screen rather than my feet. Come closer. Thank you very much. That's right. Now, what do we see here? What do we see here, viewers? We see air defense that did not allow two deadly gifts of the brothers, says Ukraine army, to reach the capital. Keep calm, each help each other, get information only from official sides. War criminals fired on peaceful areas of Kyiv. So what is actually happening here is, viewers, that the implication or the import of what the Ukraine military is telling us is that an attempt was made by hostile forces in the breakaway republics of Ukraine, the brothers, so to speak, who are doing the heavy lifting for Russian troops and firing upon Kyiv. And in doing so, the Ukrainian army repulsed these attacks. That's really what is being suggested here, isn't it?
Absolutely. And in fact, if you see the three-scale invasion that has taken place on the part of the Russians into Ukrainian territory, it's primarily in the east, where Russia has relied on the two breakaway republics of Donetsk as well as Luhansk. Remember, on the eve of the war, Russia in fact declared these two republics as independent sovereign republics. A third of the territory in those two provinces are in fact, Rahul, being controlled by the rebels. And what the rebels have now done is taken over more towns, aiding and abetting the Russian effort.
Let's take a very short break at this point. Let's take a very short break. I'm just going to come back to you, viewers, with all the latest and new visuals very quickly. Stay with me. Don't go away. Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in 2 boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी 2 कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance? You ask me whether he should lead. I think can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter.
No.
Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
Viewers, major updates coming, AFP reporting, and this is something that we're going to break on the desk right now, even as I speak. Kill list fears. Yes, these are the 3 words, kill list fears. Let's put out the visuals on one side of the screen while I'm talking to the viewer. Kill list fears, viewers. People in Ukraine can lock down their Facebook pages as a security measure. Very important. The platform says, following warnings, Russia is creating kill lists after its invasions. Now, what are we talking about here, viewers? Let's put out the visuals on my side. On the screen, let's fire those visuals, let's put them out in windows, and let me tell you, viewers, what is going on. The Russians, who are beginning to affect a regime change, what are they trying to do, viewers? They are trying to now draw up list of those that are dissidents. Come close to me so that we can actually see these pictures. Now, what is happening? over the last 24 hours, specifically over the last 12 hours, viewers, pictures are coming from Melitopol, Ukraine. We're going to show you on a map where Melitopol is so you get a bit of a sense of the devastation and the increased vehemence of the Russian troops. They are racing against time. I'll tell you why, viewers, because at this moment, viewers, there is one big need. And that need, viewers, is to quickly take over Kyiv. The longer the Russians get stuck in the outskirts, the more difficult it's going to become for them to run over or overrun Ukraine, because the Ukrainian forces will get time to recoup and fight back. The Russians want to embark on a blitzkrieg, and what you're seeing now is the city of Melitopol, which is, of course, by the Black Sea, viewers, right here on the southern part of Ukraine. Those are the pictures we saw. Kherson, Luhansk, Poltava, Kyiv. Kyiv right there, viewers, in the middle. Very, very important readout. Why? Because if Kyiv falls, psychologically it would be a huge blow to the Ukrainians. Massive blow to the Ukrainians. Let me now quickly talk about this kill list. I hope you're breaking this in a full-frame graphics, viewers, for you, so you understand what I'm talking about. This kill list is a list of all those individuals opposed to Russia that is going to be drawn up. This is what AFB says. Facebook has urged people in Ukraine to completely eradicate their identities from Facebook, lock them down, lock down their Facebook pages so they're not traced and they're not killed. This is standard, unfortunate practice. When one country invades another, they look for people who are either dissidents or baiters of Russia. They will pull those people out. They will either send them into jail, incarcerate them, or they will eliminate them. That's what Facebook seems to be suggesting. Now, viewers, Ukrainian ambassador to India speaking to Times Now. I'm going to join Srinjoy Chaudhary in just a few moments. But before that, TT of Igor Polika is in. This is a quick conversation with the ambassador of Ukraine to India. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
Polsky.
Dr. Polika.
Polika, okay.
Well,
I'm being joined by Dr. Polika, the ambassador for Ukraine in India. Sir, what's the current situation and what's the update that you wanted to share with us?
Current situation is getting more and more serious. Officially, around 150 Ukrainian citizens were killed. Today at night, there were missile attacks in some areas of Ukrainian capital. Situation is getting more and more difficult.
Okay.
We are happy that, taken into account deterioration of the situation, Indian leadership almost immediately contacted Russian leaders.
Okay.
You know that yesterday, Honorable Modi ji made a telephone call on Putin and asked for immediate cessation of violence. As well as your Honorable Minister also made telephone call on Russian Foreign Minister.
Yes.
Yesterday we tried to arrange telephonic conversation between our two ministers. Unfortunately, almost every time my minister was in the air. Today we asked the Indian side to arrange telephonic conversation between our president and Prime Minister of India and between two ministers of foreign affairs.
Sir, last question to you. Your efforts yesterday also you clearly stated that the students and the Indian citizens who are stranded in Ukraine have to maintain calm and peace there. Any efforts being made by the Ukrainian embassy to bring back those students or Indian citizens back to the country?
You see, as Ukrainian embassy here is responsible for the Ukrainian citizens.
Absolutely.
That's why we are on contact with some parents.
Okay.
What is possible to help, we are trying to do. but our resources in this case limited. We are here and your students are in Ukraine. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Dr. Polsky, the ambassador for Ukraine in New Delhi, clearly stating this current situation, that they are in contact with the parents in India, and they are contacting them so that they can be peacefully bring back those students to India. This is Aishwarjan reporting for Times Now in New Delhi.
The latest that is coming out, let me tell you, the Russians are approaching Kyiv, and they're approaching Kyiv, you know why? Because they want to send out a signal that they've been able to overrun Ukraine. The hours are very limited. The Russians need to actually, in the next 12 hours, take over Kyiv. Otherwise, they give an opportunity to the Ukrainians to actually mobilize troops and mount a rearguard action. That is what Russia fears. That is what Putin fears. We're going to put out more visuals. I am not going to be seen on the screen, viewers, so that I can bring you the visuals, and we're going to put out those along with the breaking news so you get a 360 view of what actually is happening. I want to go straight across. I want to go straight across right now to the big news that is coming in, and that is, viewers, that at this moment, before we go to the Indian student Gagandeep Singh, let me quickly tell you, comprehensive coverage here on Times Now. The Russian attack on the outskirts of the capital, explosions sounded before dawn in Kyiv. So it's quite clear that the Russians are beginning to menace Kyiv. And that's really the reason why today our hashtag says Putin encircles Kyiv. There was a logic behind that, viewers, because that really will be the end game. The Ukrainians will tell you, of course, that this is not quite the case. That as we speak, they are mounting a rearguard action. Just a short while back, we showed you visuals of how the Ukrainian army told us that they were successful in repulsing attacks, missile attacks on Kyiv by shooting down the incoming missiles. Now, viewers, I want to tell you the latest, however, according to news reports that have come in. AP, this is Associated Press, and let me just read out very quickly the latest for you. Russia pressed its invasion of Ukraine to the outskirts of the capital Friday after unleashing airstrikes on cities and military bases and sending in troops and tanks from 3 sides. This would have been better, of course, this would have been better represented had one of my colleagues been actually in the newsroom, in the news pit, giving me this update. But nonetheless, let me just very quickly read it out to you. Russia pressed its invasion of Ukraine to the outskirts of the capital Friday after unleashing airstrikes on cities and military bases and sending in troops and tanks from 3 sides. Now remember, 3 sides, and we are on a map going to show you the 3 sides which are going to actually show you from where the Russians are making those incursions into Kyiv, viewers. The idea is an attack could rewrite the post-Cold War global security order. That's the message that Putin wants to send out. And the hours are, in fact, at this moment, the real enemy for Putin. It's time. It's time. Explosions sounded before dawn in Kyiv as Western leaders scheduled an emergency meeting, and Ukraine's president pleaded for international help. The nature of the explosions was not immediately clear, but the blast came amid signs that the capital and largest Ukrainian city was increasingly threatened following day of fighting that left more than 100 Ukrainians dead. Now, this is all Associated Press, and I want to bring in General G.D. Bakshi first. I'll go to the Indian students in just a few moments. General Bakshi, this is a dramatic escalation, a blitzkrieg-like military campaign that has been undertaken over the last 24 hours by Putin. General Saab. I'll go to the Indian students in just a few moments. General Bakshi, this is a dramatic escalation, a blitzkrieg-like military campaign that has been undertaken over the last 24 hours by Putin. General Saab.
Rahul, thank you. I'd like to inform you that yesterday the Russians had mounted a major air assault operation. Yesterday, Russians had mounted a major air assault operation on the Antonov Air Base, which is a major military cargo terminal, air cargo terminal, which is just 23 kilometers from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Now they had sent in their their attack helicopters, the Hokum attack helicopters could clearly be seen. And they had, of course, in the morning yesterday, they had used Iskander missiles. They had used, fire suppressive power for suppression of air defenses. Most of the Ukrainian radars have been knocked out, and they had hit 11 airfields to put down the Ukrainian Air Force. There is almost a no-show from the Ukrainian Air Force. As it is, there were just about 100 aircraft compared to Russia's 1,500. But the initial attacks came mostly by the Iskander missiles. And then once the skies were opened, you could see the Russian fighter bombers in full display doing formation flying over Kyiv. Now from that airport, the airhead that they have established most probably looks like a Guards airborne division. They are now mounting the assault towards Kyiv. Concurrently from the ground there would be a link-up operation with the 41 army which was deployed in Belarus. They would also be advancing towards Kyiv, and while the airborne assault forces are on the outskirts of Kyiv, I anticipate heavy fighting there in Kyiv, but they should be able to do it, achieve some substantial results by the evening. The assault on the ground will intensify.
General Saab, bear with me. 2 loud blasts heard in central Kyiv. Now this is very, very important news. Central Kyiv being targeted. Russian troops push closer to capital city. Ukrainian army claims fresh Russian firing on civilian areas. Ukraine claims to have repelled 2 Russian strikes. Now, viewers, this is what is going on. A war of intelligence, obviously, and counterintelligence. War of versions versus counter versions. Obviously, all of these 2 main actors now, the Ukrainian army and the Russian army, playing psyops with each other. So there are claims and there are counterclaims. We will just have to sift through the material, and that material is the visual that is going to appear. I want to go across to Indian student Gagandeep, who finds himself in a bunker. Gagandeep, क्या हो रहा है आपके आसपास, जरा हमें बताइए.
Hello sir, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Sir, we are in Kyiv Medical University, students of all are, and we full night we was in bunkers. This is our hostel, and under this hostel we have bunker, and on the full night we was there. Now as you see, full all streets are empty. People are going, running here and there, just to control the situation. So we from this morning and from 4 a.m. already missiles are striking in the city. So like this situation is pathetic, and all students are in panic.
कह रहे हैं कि आप के इर्द गिर्द मिसाइल टारगेट्स आप सुन पा रहे हैं ब्लास्ट को?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very loud and clear. Today in the morning, just 2 kilometers from our hostel, one ballistic missile blow up.
जी, आप जरा मुझे जल्दी से बताइए कि आपको खाना पीना व्यवस्था जो है रहने सहने की वो कैसी है अभी?
अभी सर ठीक है, अभी हम फिलहाल सेफ है, सभी के पास खाना है अपना। उन्होंने सभी बच्चों ने अपना राशन लेके रखा है हॉस्टल में। कुकिंग की कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी अवेलेबल है, लेकिन जल्द से जल्द सभी स्टूडेंट्स की तरफ से रिक्वेस्ट है कि एम्बेसी कुछ हमें इवैक्यूएशन का प्लान करे, क्योंकि वी कैन नॉट मूव फ्रॉम कीव बाय ऑन बिकॉज कीव इज इन सेंटर। एंड
हमारे स्क्रीन पे विजुअल्स आए हुए हैं और आप जैसे स्टूडेंट्स, भारतीय स्टूडेंट्स बेसमेंट्स में हैं, अपनी बिल्डिंग्स की बेसमेंट्स में हैं। ये ऑल्सो मेट्रो स्टेशन भी हो सकता है, तो वहां पर वातावरण कैसा रहता है? जब आप कह रहे थे आप पूरी रात वहीं थे क्योंकि बमबारी चल रही थी आपके?
Yes, fully ventilated bunkers, and under the metro stations are also very normal for staying.
अच्छा, और वहां पर
because if it will be airstrike, then it will again we have to go there.
बट गगनदीप जी, तो आपको अलर्ट कैसे पड़ता है कि एयर स्ट्राइक होने वाली है?
No, just now we heard that air siren nearby, and then it will be concerned that it will be attacked soon. Just 5 minutes before in our region, that they blow up the siren, that everyone should go inside.
And when that siren is sounded, then do you go? Where do you go?
No, to our underground basement hostel. All students now again goes there. All students now already in basement of building. They have a very big downstairs, and very big part, like students are comfortably sit there for long time.
तो बच्चे काफी आपके जैसे काफी disturbed होंगे. You must be all quite disturbed because obviously it creates tension. Every time an air raid siren goes off, you have to rush. सामान वहाँ एकत्रित करके आपको भागना पड़ता होगा.
Sir, we have already instructed by our embassy and our seniors here, those who are controlling us, they are helping us in everything. And हमने अपने एक पर्सनल बैग सभी ने पैक करके रखे हैं, अपना डॉक्यूमेंट्स या फिर कुछ थोड़ा बहुत खाने का, ताकि अगर हमें कोई भी जब जैसे ही कोई इवैक्यूएशन की या कुछ भी न्यूज मिले तो फिर सारे स्टूडेंट हम इवैक्यूएट एक ही साथ हम जा सकें, कोई भी प्रॉब्लम हो.
इंटरनेट की आउटेज होती है, पावर फेलियर हो रहे हैं, पानी वानी मिल रहा है, सुविधाएं मिल रही हैं?
हाँ जी, सब अभी फिलहाल सब कुछ अवेलेबल है. सुपरमार्केट्स में काफी मारामारी है, लेकिन इंटरनेट है, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है, पानी है, गर्म पानी है, अभी तक कुछ नहीं है. लेकिन इससे पहले कि सब कुछ खत्म होना शुरू हो जाए, तो ये भारत सरकार से सभी का निवेदन है कि वो हमें यहाँ से इवैक्यूएट करने की जल्द से जल्द कोशिश करें.
मैं आपसे एक चीज पूछना चाहता हूं, ये जो एयर रेड सायरन्स हैं कितनी हाउ ऑफन आर दे साउंडेड? इंटरवल क्या होता है, फ्रीक्वेंसी क्या है इनकी?
Frequency, very loud frequency, audible. Very even we can heard this if we are sitting in their own apartments or inside rooms also.
और कितने समय पे ये सायरन चलते हैं? हर 10 मिनट, 15 मिनट, 1 घंटा?
Around 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes they was continuously.
तो इसका मतलब रशिया काफी करीब आ गया है कीव के और वहां पर अटैक कर रहा है. तो सुबह से आपने सुना भी होगा कि कई बम ब्लास्ट हुए होंगे इधर उधर. कुछ आप बता सकते हैं उसके बारे में, कितनी बम ब्लास्ट आपने सुनी है?
सर, मॉर्निंग हमने अराउंड 3 से 5 बजे के बीच में पहले ही थोड़ा था आइडिया भी बम ब्लास्ट होंगे तो एयर स्ट्राइक होगी. तो फिर अराउंड 4 बजे 4:20 पे हमने पहला बम ब्लास्ट सुना, जो बिल्कुल हमारे पास ही हुआ, थोड़ी दूरी हॉस्टल के. और अभी बाद में कंटिन्यू हमने 6-7 बार कंटिन्यू वे में अराउंड.
Well, we've had a bit of an internet outage there with Gagandeep, who was giving us a graphic account of life as an Indian student in this particular situation that they find themselves in. Now, more news coming in on the diplomatic front. Gagandeep ji, aap hamare saath bane rahiye. Main aapke paas abhi aata hu. I'm going to return to you in just a few moments. We're going to try and restore the connection with you. But we're also getting news, viewers, that there are more international countries now stepping up, condemning, in fact, the Russian attacks. Japan, the latest to speak out against Russia. Russia will respond to new sanctions of Japan. This is what we are hearing. Now Russia is hitting back at Japan. So Russia taking on more of a bellicose posture. And this is really the dilemma. And I want to once again bring in General G.D. Bakshi on this. General Bakshi, of course, lots of pressure mounting on India now by the French, by the US, by UK, by NATO, etc., to take a very hard stand against Russia. But do you think that's in national interest?
Well, given the current status of our dependence, military dependence on critical military technology and weapons with Russia, please don't forget the Russians have given you the S-400 state-of-the-art anti-aircraft missile system. Don't forget they leased nuclear submarines to you, which the United States, nobody in Europe will ever do. Don't forget that all your tanks are Russian. Don't forget that a number of your warships are Russian, your submarines are Russian. So, I mean, as far as pure, simple national interests go, we cannot afford to get into any morality plays and, get into the preachy non-alignment era of the Nehruvian kind, where we were the archangels of global peace and Gandhianism and, non-violence and what have you. I'm afraid what is happening is purely in consonance with geopolitics, purely in consonance with harsh military realities. At the end of the day, the Westphalian nation system is based on the use of force. Let us also not forget that Ukraine had been supplying tanks to Pakistan, the T-80 tanks that they got, and we had to buy the T-72 and the T-90 then in a big rush, because Ukraine sold these tanks to Pakistan despite the fact that it is a terror supporting state. It has attacked us 4 times. They did not indulge in any morality plays then. I mean, so therefore...
It's a point you were making yesterday, General Saab, and I think that's a very, very valid point. Now, I can tell you, and please hear me out on this, it's a very important news, because in this war, obviously the scales will keep tilting. More often than not, they will tilt in favor of Russia. And what we are being told right now is that the Ukrainian Defense Ministry's unit in Kyiv is on fire. So this is big news. Latest update on the Russian advance on Kyiv. So Kyiv now is the nerve center, is the main target. It's got the crosshairs on it. The Russians want Kyiv badly. That's why our hashtag is also reflecting that, viewers, tonight. Moment by moment updates we will be giving you on Times Now. Ukraine Defense Ministry has been targeted. It's on fire. We saw visuals from earlier in the morning, and I'm going to pull out those visuals, where there was, of course, a big blast, which was supposedly averted a missile strike. Now, we don't know what the truth is. Is the Ukrainian military authority putting out information to boost the morale of its public by saying, look, we are on top of the situation, and that the missiles are being countered, they're not falling on Kyiv? But if you heard the Indian student Gagandeep, who was giving us a very, very detailed account and graphic account of what life really is like, living in a city under attack where air raid sirens are going off. Now, let me just give you a quick idea. Here is the map. Let's just focus on the map. Chernobyl is taken, viewers. This is a very important city, and General Bakshi will tell us why the fall of Chernobyl is very important. Then there is Borispil, which is, of course, under attack. Chonhar under attack. Chugaev under attack. Tulchin under attack. Myrohod under attack. Bhukonitsky under attack. Batia Chichi under attack. Zamianka under attack. Starokosti Antoniv under attack. I'm sorry, my pronunciations are not doing justice to these names. No, absolutely no insult intended. My Ukrainian is not as good. Chernobyl, again, viewers, is under attack. Teplik under attack. Novi Kalaniv, when we showed you pictures from there yesterday, under attack. Podilsk under attack. So all of Russia, whether it's the east or it's the west, viewers, being targeted by Russia. Now, General Bakshi, before I come to you, I'm told that there is another video that is being sent by an Indian student. And imagine their plight, General Saab, caught in this quagmire where at this moment they have no recourse. Let's have a look at that visual as we put it on our screen so that I can talk over it, and let's quickly go across to this reaction from an Indian student who's going to show us around a little bit. Let's go straight across.
मेरा नाम यावर हमीद भट्ट है। मैं कश्मीर से हूँ और मैं हंदवारा से बिलोंग करता हूँ। मैं यहाँ यूक्रेन में MBBS की पढ़ाई कर रहा हूँ और मैं अभी 6th कोर्स में हूँ। तो जैसा कि आपको पता है कि यूक्रेन और रशिया के बीच में वॉर चल रहा है और यहाँ पे सुबह के 5 बजे हमने थोड़ी सुबह आवाज़ें सुनी, जैसे कि आप यहाँ पे कीव और ओडेसा की 3 जगहों पे सुबह बॉम्ब्स गिराए गए और सिचुएशन अभी थोड़ी सी ठीक नहीं है। अभी लोग सेफ जगहों पे जा रहे हैं। सिचुएशन थोड़ी पैनिक हो रही है। अभी सामान लेने जा रहे हैं लोग। यहाँ पे हम यूक्रेन में 200 बच्चे, अराउंड 180 to 200 बच्चे कश्मीरी बच्चे हैं।
Well, large number of Indians, whether they are from Kashmir or from Tamil Nadu or from other parts of India, are stuck. And we heard Gagandeep earlier talking about how difficult life is becoming. Air raid sirens are going on monotonously, and they have to constantly rush to underground shelters like basements or to the nearest metro station. Now, viewers, many more details have come. More than 100,000 have fled their homes. This is what we are being told. Many have fled to Poland, Hungary and Moldova, which are all neighboring countries. On another map, I'm going to show you how Ukraine is actually surrounded by all these countries here, viewers. As you can see on its west and to its north, there is, of course, the Black Sea all around it, and there's, of course, the Russian border, which is marked out in red. But all these other countries have kept their borders open, and that's why yesterday you saw lines and lines of traffic, perhaps still there. We are going to try and bring you those visuals also of lines and lines of traffic going out of Kyiv, going out of other Ukrainian cities, trying to flee Ukraine and go straight across into other countries' neighborhoods. Also, MI6 is confirming assassination fears. So Facebook has sounded fears that certain Ukrainians might be on a kill list and that they must now lie low on Facebook. Now we are told that British intelligence MI6 confirming assassination fears. Ukrainian president has said that he feared for his life. This is what Zelensky has said. I'm the #1 target. British intel alleges plot to assassinate Ukrainian leader. So viewers, we saw this also in the context of Afghanistan, where the deputy the deputy leader of Afghanistan had to flee across the border. And of course, the president of Afghanistan had also to leave his country in a chopper. Will that happen with Zelensky? We don't know. Is he working out a deal with another country? We don't know. But we're also told that the United Nations Security Council is to vote today on a draft resolution demanding Moscow to immediately and unconditionally withdraw its troops from Ukraine. US drafted resolution is then expected to be taken up by 193-member UN General Assembly within days. More breaking news coming in. I think Swati is there with us. Swati, what can you tell us about this?
Well, absolutely. Like you said, the assassination fears of the Ukrainian president now have been confirmed by the MI6. They, in fact, have also said that the justification given by Putin behind the invasion, that the invasion was the only option left for the Russian president to defend the people of the Donbas region, is fake. It is only being used as a justification to invade Ukraine, and the fear of the Ukrainian president is very much true. The assassination plan is being revealed. According to the intelligence agencies, Zelensky is the #1 target, not just him. In fact, the plan is to assassinate Ukraine leaders and senior officials. Remember, the president of Ukraine had appealed to the people of Ukraine, specifically to those who are residing in the city of Kyiv, to stay home, to stay indoors and take shelter in the bunkers. If in case they start hearing sirens and huge explosions, which is happening at this point of time, he also said that he is the #1 enemy, he is the target, and they are out to get him, they are out to kill him. Those fears have now been, yes, validated.
Those fears seem to be confirmed by British intelligence, and that's worrying. General Bakshi is there with us. Leonid L. Petrov, professor and researcher of Australia National University, also there with us. Good morning, gentlemen, from India. General Bakshi, very quickly, regime change was always, some people say, the aim, the larger aim that Putin was trying to affect. Today, of course, those fears being realized. British intelligence, even the Ukrainian president today coming out and saying that, look, his life is under threat. What do you make of this?
Rahul, as I mentioned, the primary target would be the command and control node, the capital of Kyiv. In Kyiv, they would be, I had stated, and it is already happening, That was our assessment. There would be precision guided munition attacks on the Ministry of Defense, on the Presidential Palace, on the Ministry of Interior. These are the key targets in Kyiv in Ukraine as far as the command and control aspect is concerned. These are being engaged. I reckon most probably the 101st or 102nd Guards Airborne Division has already secured. They did an air assault yesterday and they have secured the Antonov airport, which is just 23 kilometers from the capital Kyiv. So now they are advancing. They are already on the outskirts of Kyiv. The defenders have very little hope because there would be precision strikes. And the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, which is constantly making 2-hourly broadcasts, that may not be able to be up on the air very long. And the other heavy attacks are in Kharkiv, which was the old Ukrainian capital. The cities to look out for are Mariupol, the port city, which is under attack, and Odessa, the very famous port. There are only 3 ports that Ukraine has. Sevastopol is already with the Russians as part of Crimea. The other 2 major ports are Mariupol and Odessa. That means even if somebody wants to come and help them now, it is more or less impossible.
Well, General Odessa, we're hearing once again an air raid siren go off. I don't know if this is a deferred live feed or if it's actually live right now. Leonid Petrov also there with us. Leonid Petrov, what's it looking like from your perspective in Australia? How quickly is Ukraine going to be overrun by Russian forces, if at all? One hopes, of course, that doesn't happen.
Yes, it's a difficult question to answer because it depends on the level of destruction that Russia is prepared to inflict on Ukraine, the capital Kyiv and the cities which you named. So all this looks like a bad computer game if you look at it from far away from Russia, from Australia. But for Ukrainian people, it's a new reality. It's something what Russia is prepared.
So let's get the latest from Ina Sovsun, Ukrainian Member of Parliament, who is joining us. Ina Sovsun, thank you very much for making yourself available once again in less than 12 hours for this broadcast on Times Now. What's the latest? What's happening around you? Yesterday, when we spoke to you twice, you were in a car, once going to the Ukrainian special session of Parliament and once on the way back. What's the situation like in Kyiv? We are being told that air raid sirens are being sounded quite regularly, and we just heard one.
Yes, so I am in Kyiv. Again, I woke up very early in the morning because of the explosions. We were hearing explosions here in Kyiv. The worst thing is that one of the rocket launched by the Russians has hit the residential building, so they're not targeting military targets anymore. They have actually hit the residential building where people are living. From what we know so far, people all survived. There were many people who were damaged and were taken to the hospitals. But from what we know, they all survived. But we're gathering more information. The Russians are trying very hard to attack from the north because that is the closest way to Kyiv. The whole day yesterday, we were following the fights north from Kyiv around the airport, military airport of Hostomel. At first, the Russians have taken this airport, but after several hours of heavy fightings, the Ukrainian armed forces managed to succeed and to take the airport back under Ukrainian control. But what we're hearing right now is they have moved in with they have moved their troops on tanks, and they are driving in the direction of Kyiv, but our armed forces are well prepared, and they started blowing up some of the infrastructure, the roads, the bridges, so that the Russians cannot proceed for mere technical reasons. But then, of course, they are firing in Russian tanks. And what is important to understand for probably the international audience, because we've been hearing that for the past 24 hours a lot, is that that Russian soldiers are highly demotivated, because in Ukrainian army, those who go to the front line, those are people who are there voluntarily. We have seen yesterday, and that actually made me cry for the first time during this whole mess. When I saw the lines in the military recruitment offices, people are just willing to join, and they're willing to fight, and they are willing to, to do their best to defend our country.
Because we just have a picture on our screens of Mr. Yurash, who's a Ukrainian member of parliament. We spoke to him yesterday, and he was such a breath of fresh air, sounding so confident, and he's holding a weapon. And he's on his way. He says, I'm on my way. It's going to be a long night. So more power to, of course, MPs such as you. But I just want to draw your attention to what AFP has put out. This is Agence France Press, which reports, obviously, on what is going on here. The kill list fear is what it's being called. People in Ukraine can lock down their Facebook pages as a security measure. This is what Facebook is asking Ukrainians to do, following warnings that Russia is creating kill lists after its invasion. Now, where are you, ma'am, at this moment in time? Where are you? I'm seeing you against a wall. It looks like a window that you're sitting against. Where are you today?
I am in Kyiv. So I am staying in Kyiv. I'm not planning to leave, just like the majority of my fellow members of parliament. Some of them are actually fighting directly in that war. But I'm staying in Kyiv, and I'm planning to stay here for as much as possible. We do believe very much in our armed forces. They have, trust me, the Russians were planning to invade Kyiv last night. We are 7:40, almost 8 in the morning in Kyiv. The Russian attacks on Kyiv have been stopped. The Russians didn't manage to take over Sumy, which is an eastern city. The Russians did proceed somewhere on the south, but our armed forces have started taking over the territories. So the Russians' plans of blitzkrieg, of taking over very rapidly and taking over the capital very rapidly, they have basically failed because of the armed forces of Ukraine, because we did manage to stop them, and again because the Russian soldiers, they just surrender. A lot of them just leave their tanks, they leave their equipment, and they start running away. Ukrainian soldiers have captured many Russian soldiers who just give up, and they say just arrest us. We don't want to proceed anymore. We were.
So let me play out this video since you're talking about POWs, prisoners of war. This is, again, Russian soldiers that the Ukrainian military say that they have captured. Here he is making a confession. The Russian, large number of Russians are being held. That's what the Ukrainian army is saying. So this is another soldier who has been held back. Now, this is what we are being told, that 11 separate Guard Assault Brigade, Ulan Uday, and the invaders are taken as prisoners. Guards Captain Mikhoyev and Corporal Kasatkin, 11 separate Guards Assault Brigade, Alan Uday. Staff of the Armed Force of Ukraine is making this claim, and we're going to put that out there. It is on your screens, viewers. So this is a battle of attrition now. Anna Sovsun, I just want to ask you, because we've seen a large number of students, Indian students who we are speaking to, constantly telling us about air raid sirens and the need to rush into basement shelters. How are you looking after yourself, and how are some of your MPs looking after themselves, and where really is the president? Because MI6 is reporting that there's a threat to his life.
So yeah, sirens have become a norm very quickly. And just on a personal note, I was just talking to my team, and we were thinking that we survived the first day of the attack, but it actually feels like a week. So it has been, the first explosions we heard, we were all getting very scared. You start trembling, and that is very scary. But the more it proceeds, you kind of get used to that. It sounds very scary, that it's not something you want to get used to. But you understand that, okay, this is happening, we need to do our job. our job is to communicate, to explain to the international audience what is happening. So we just proceed with our job. And that is what everybody is doing right now in Kyiv. I could see people who don't even know what they can do. There have been lines for people who are willing to donate blood, because that is the only thing they can feel they can do. And that was in Kharkiv yesterday during daytime, when people were hearing reports that Russians are trying to take over Kharkiv. They went to donate blood to help those wounded military and civilian people. So people are trying to get themselves useful as much as possible. We are getting used to going down the shelter. You can see actually right now, people are located in the shelter in Vinnytsia, from what I believe. In Kyiv and in Kharkiv, lots of people went to sleep at night to the metro stations, because those are relatively big stations, and people can just stay there safely. We could see several. I'm originally from Kharkiv, which is on the east of Ukraine, and is second biggest city in Ukraine. And we could see there that some of the stations were just full of people who just went there to sleep at night. So people are trying to accommodate to this situation and do their best.
Anna Sovson, last question to you before I let you go. I know that you have other pressing work to do. Ukraine has said it's lost control of the Chernobyl nuclear site, the site of the 86 disaster, as we all know, and the staff at the Chernobyl plant has been taken hostage. What does this exactly mean, and what are the implications?
That is true. They have taken over Chernobyl nuclear power station, which is about an hour and a half drive north from Kyiv. That is probably the most dangerous victory for the Russians so far. They didn't have that many as they expected. We hope they will not try to blow it up. There is a storage of nuclear waste in Chernobyl, but we hope they will not try to blow it up, because that will not just have consequences for Ukraine. It will definitely have consequences for the neighboring Belarus, from whose territory they are invading now on Kyiv. So they are actually invading from Belarus inside. So in case there are any bad consequences because they try to blow up Chernobyl for Belarus, I believe that will automatically mean they will be kicked out of Belarusian territory, as much as that is possible by this regime that is now, basically to a big extent controlled by Putin in Belarus. But they are controlling the station right now. From what I know, there are no major fights going on, so they have just taken it over and keeping it there. And the Ukrainian military is concentrating on attacks, on the tank attacks from the north, and fighting back on that side. And I believe after we succeed in this, they will proceed back to Chernobyl.
Well, Ina Sovson, thank you very much. Stay safe. We'll connect back with you. You have many well-wishers here in India. Millions of Indians are watching you speak, and stay brave. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very composed, Ina Sovson, even as her country is under attack, a devastating attack. Now, let me just give you an idea, viewers. As I told you, I'll pull out the map and you can get a sense of where some Ukrainians are now headed. So this is Ukraine, and these are some of the neighboring countries. Moldavia, there's Romania, there's Poland. Of course, Belarus is a no-go zone for them, because that's where the Russians have many troops on the ground. So if only within Ukraine you're a Russian sympathizer would you think of going to Belarus. But basically, viewers, those are some of the countries that the Ukrainians will be hoping to move to. And Poland, of course, is yet another one, a big country here on the extreme west of Ukraine. Let's go across to Indian student Samhita. I also want to go across to General Bakshi to get a sense of what he has made of the latest, as well as, of course, Brahma Chelani on the larger geostrategic implications. So let me go first to the Indian student Samhita. Samhita, if you can hear me, what's the latest? Yes.
Samhita?
Yes,
I can hear you.
Yes. What's the situation?
The situation, actually, when we come, like in general, the situation is very critical. But right now in our area, it's a little bit safe. But actually, people are in a very panic condition here.
Where are you exactly, Samahita? Which city are you in?
Yes,
Are you in Kyiv?
I'm in Kyiv, yes.
Okay. So you must be hearing the air raid sirens that are going off, and you must be then rushing into the basement. Do you have a basement there, or?
Yes, we have a basement here, and many of our friends, they have heard some sirens and they have went into the basement. They are in a very panic condition. They are very much scared, actually.
I can imagine. Samita, we'll call you in about 10 or 15 minutes. I want to speak now with Ukrainian MP Sviatoslav Yurash, who we had spoken to earlier, also viewers yesterday. You must remember him, one of the youngest MPs in Ukraine. He was very positive. He was driving a car and he was sounding extremely buoyant. And what do we have? We have him holding a gun. And he's determined to fight. Mr. Yurash, thank you for joining this broadcast, speaking to Times Now again. We see you with this gun in your hand, a remarkable gesture of solidarity with Ukrainian troops and, of course, an attempt to boost the morale. Have you seen action? Had you managed to fire the gun?
So to explain to you the situation, basically Ukraine is right now giving everybody who wants to fight, everyone who wants to resist the Russian invasion, the ability to do so. That's why we have a mass operation trying to mobilize and bring everybody into the force and give them weapons to, again, to show in their towns, in different regional centers around Ukraine, because Ukraine for Europe is not a small country and it's quite well populated for Europe as well. So everybody in Ukraine who wants to fight will have a chance to. That gun you've seen, AK-47 that I'm holding there, is basically the weapons that me and most of the MPs went to get at the police stations around Kyiv. And basically our idea here is very simple. If this is our country and we want to defend it, we need to do it ourselves. So that's why yesterday I was in the downtown Kyiv, basically. To be honest with you, the fighting in Kyiv, we have shelling in different parts of town. We had a Russian plane downed in Kyiv, and we have Russian troops moving into Kyiv from different directions. Chernobyl power station is in a situation that critical infrastructure now is unfortunately under a very big question, because that is a threat to entirety of Europe if Russians mismanage that or try to destroy it or use it in different ways. But again, we are staying here in Kyiv, myself and a lot of other MPs and a lot of people here in this city of millions of people lining up to resist. I was just there at the recruitment station and lines are full. People are getting ready in every way.
Wonderful. That's great news to hear. Of course, no one wants to know that battle is going to be joined in a manner that could lead to casualties, Mr. Yurash, but good for Ukraine to be trying to do the best in a situation as bad as this. Now, there is Mr. Sviatoslav Yurash with that gun in his hand. Now, what happened after you took this photograph? Who took this photograph of you? You're obviously on your way to a recruiting station. Just tell us a little bit about this photo.
No, actually, I'm on this point after the recruitment station, and I am basically going back because the curfew at 10 p.m. and basically for the night staying in the government district. This is where BBC was yesterday evening predicting attack this morning, in one way or the other. I cannot say or confirm. There was yesterday. There was shelling. There were sirens here, and the president said that different saboteurs were coming into the city. But again, the government district is filled with people like myself and soldiers, proper soldiers of the Ukrainian army, who basically are preparing to defend Ukrainian government institutions to keep this Ukrainian state running. Because again, we aren't going to give up our capital. We aren't going to give up our ability to actually manage this fight. And this is the president, who sits in a building right nearby, said in a press briefing this morning, in Ukrainians will put everything they have into the fight. I'm myself, again, basically joining in with the defense force for the government district.
Mr. Yurash, you still have your gun? Do you have your gun? Is it next to you?
Yes. No, not next to me. In different room, I apologize. In different room, I
It's
apologize.
a different room. What kind of gun is it? What kind of weapon is it?
AK-47. AK-47. Again, I don't have that much experience. I'm no soldier, no proper soldier anyway. But again, it's times like these where you have to learn these skills, and plenty of people around me have that knowledge. And again, they also have weapons, and we together are planning to do everything possible.
Well, we don't mind if you show us the gun. That would be wonderful. But Mr. Yurash, I just wanted to ask you, the objective of Mr. Putin, what do you think it is? What's your assessment?
Very simple, very clear, and he has stated that over many, many years now. He wants to take over Ukraine and he wants to annex it. Putin has given an hour-long speech in that regard a few days ago, and basically he was laying out the case for the fact that Ukraine is not a state, Ukraine is not a nation, and Ukraine should be a part of Russia. And again, Ukrainians, by every poll and measurement, don't agree with that statement. Overwhelmingly so, and we have seen this all over Ukraine with the Russian troops coming in to the country and trying to invade our country. A very poignant case was on the island in the Black Sea, where there were Ukrainian troops and Ukrainian border guards stationed, and Russian Black Sea fleet surrounded that island, giving it no chance to truly resist, truly fight. And when they offered them terms of surrender, Ukrainian soldiers there sent some words which I cannot really say on air, I imagine, but basically that now is going viral in Ukrainian media, how those and then the Russian Navy shelled the island and killed everybody there. Basically, again, this is actually Ukrainians to Russian invaders. We aren't going to give in. We aren't going to give you a chance to take over our country and destroy it.
Mr. Yurash, thank you very much for speaking to me. We'll, of course, play that interview out again. And next time when we speak, I hope it's in better circumstances. Sad situation right now unfolding in Ukraine. I want to bring in General Bakshi right now. General Bakshi, what do you make of it? The situation you've heard now first-hand accounts from students as well as, of course, Ukrainian MPs. Piece this together for us. What's your takeaway? Maruf also joins our broadcast. Brahma Chalani is also there for the larger picture. We're going to focus on that right now. General Saab.
Rahul, I hate to sound very clinical, but the simple fact is that this is exactly the assessment that we had made in our war game, that Russia was going to go in for a full-scale military option, and that military option, full scale, would entail a major attack by their 41st Army based in Belarus onto Kyiv. This has been accompanied by an air assault on the Antonov airport, from where they have landed. They are now they are on the outskirts of Kyiv already. They are going to target through the day precision-guided munition attacks on the Ministry of Defense, on the Ministry of Interior, possibly the Presidential Palace and the Parliament. There will be the Spetsnaz boys, troops who will be inside looking for key leadership targets, high-value leadership targets. That is a given. Kharkiv is already under attack, possibly captured. There were a lot of people who had fled from there. Kharkiv is the old Ukrainian capital. Donbass is under heavy attack. They are moving from the line of contact. I think they should have now crossed that border. This they will secure. They may vacate the rest of Ukraine after the war is over, but this, like in Georgia, they will hang on to these two Russian ethnic provinces. Other two cities to look out for are what is happening in Mariupol, what is happening in Odessa. In Odessa, the Russians did a marine landing. There is the Snake Island. They have captured it last night. Now they are the heavy bombing going on in Odessa and in Mariupol, and likely the assault will come today to capture. The link-up columns for Kyiv are advancing from the Belarusian border. And they will now take, they'll try and link up with their air assault forces. Don't forget, the Russian air assault forces are not on foot like our para, but they have these BRDMs and they are pretty mechanized. The Antonov airport is a massive airport, and now that the Russians have total air superiority, They can land heavy weapons and equipment there. They can land their tanks. They can land their artillery with the heavier transport aircraft. And with that, the fight for Kyiv will get harder. In Chechnya, what we saw of Russians taking big cities was that they would use heavy Grads. Heavy Grad barrages, multiple multi-barrel rocket launchers, and then, send in their tanks to go for the city center and then expand outwards. Here, because of the international public opinion and because you've got your laser focus there, you've got your correspondents there, they may not do that kind of a large-scale, indiscriminate bombardment. They'll try and keep it precision-guided munitions for pinpoint attack. I feel bad for the people of Ukraine. They are putting up a brave fight, but it is a hopeless fight. I'm sorry, they have tragically, what has been done to them is exactly what was done to Ghani in Afghanistan. He was egged up to fight, he fought the Taliban, and then he was neatly let down. And then he was told, just get lost, flee. So I hope that doesn't happen here, but that is what it looks like.
Well,
I would give it about 4 or 5 days at most. It's all over, bar the shouting.
Okay, it's all over, bar the shouting, says General Bakshi. Always clinical, no frills here. Brahmachareni, let me bring you in, and Maruf Raza. Important time also for India, choices to be made. Of course, we don't have to make a choice, but there is international pressure building. And after the Prime Minister spoke with President Putin, Brahmachareni, obviously the Indians put out a docket in the public to capture exactly what the Prime Minister told Putin. And this is what he said, and I quote, this is what the attribution is. Prime Minister appealed for an immediate cessation of violence and called for concerted efforts from all sides to return to the path of diplomatic negotiations and dialogue. How do you assess this statement? What exactly is being said here? Many people like the United States and the French want us to take a more strident position. What would that have sounded like? Can you explain to the viewers?
Well, Rahul, thank you for acknowledging me after being on air for 40 minutes. I thought you had forgotten about me. In any case, to answer your question, what Modi has told Putin is exactly what India has been saying in recent days. India's response has been a measured response. India has sought to walk a tightrope. And you mentioned that the French, the Americans, the Brits want India to condemn the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Have the French, the British, and the Americans condemned the ongoing Chinese border aggression against India? Has President Biden said even one word on the Chinese aggression against India, or even urged Beijing to pull back forces from the India border? They want India to hitch its wagon to Washington. But when India is faced with aggression, and the aggression is ongoing, and there are about 200,000 Chinese troops massed on the India frontier, the Western Bloc, the NATO bloc, hedges its bets, refuses to unequivocally condemn the Chinese aggression or even call on China to pull back its forces. And they expect India to condemn Russia. Russia, of course, is the aggressor. But let's put it in a different way. What if India condemns Russia? What will India achieve, diplomatically or strategically? So I think this question about condemning something is not part of wise diplomacy. When the Americans invaded Iraq or Libya, there were different Indian governments in office at that time. Did they condemn the American invasions? No. India doesn't condemn aggressions for the sake of condemning. And I think the wise approach is to try and increase your strategic leeway. And that's what India is seeking to do. The other thing that struck me while being on air on your show is that you had Ukrainian MPs, one after another, but you didn't have any Russian voice on your channel. And some of the things that were said and that I heard are at variance with the basic facts. Let me point out what the Pentagon has said on record in its latest briefing, which is that the Russian military is advancing deep into Ukraine from 3 different fronts: from the north, from Belarus, from the south, from Crimea, and from the east, from Donbass. And the northern advance is just 20 miles away from the capital, Kyiv. Second, the line that I heard repeatedly on your program was that Russian soldiers are not fighting, they're giving up, while the Ukrainians have gone to the front lines voluntarily. Now, nothing could be further from the truth, at least if you look at the facts. First, the Ukraine has conscription. Not only it has conscription, just 2 months ago, in December, Ukraine issued a new regulation ordering women between the ages of 18 and 60, who are fit for military service, to register with Ukraine's armed forces. This reserve of women today have been mobilized to fight the Russians. This is in addition to the women in the regular armed forces. 15% of the Ukrainian military is made up of female soldiers. So conscription is very much central to Ukraine's military. But look at the larger picture. What struck me the most is about what the Ukrainian president has said, Zelensky, which is that so far, 137 Ukrainian soldiers and civilians have been killed. I expected that hundreds, thousands would have been killed by now, given the fact that the Russians are advancing from 3 different fronts. 137, according to the Ukrainian president, who appears to be on the run. In fact, much of the Ukrainian government is on the run at the moment. But if you believe his figure of 137, and he's been exaggerating a lot of things, so obviously this figure, it cannot be an underestimate of the actual reality. But what we are saying is just the first phase of the Russian invasion. This weekend, we're likely to see heavy bombing and rocket attacks. So far, the Russian invasion has targeted not just military installations, but basic infrastructure that is critical to military operations, and also attacked the defense ministry in the latest rocket attack. But I think in the next couple of days, we are going to see heavy bombardment.
Very important analysis. And yes, Mr. Chileni, number one, sorry to have come to you a little late, and my apologies also to Maruf. We had a lot of updates coming through. But we're also, of course, trying to make inroads and get you the Russian perspective on this story. We have been trying to contact some Russian MPs and others. So far, we haven't succeeded. Only the Russian envoy to India has spoken to Times Now. Difficult to get anyone ready from Russia. Officially, of course, the journalists have been joining us from there, giving their own perspective on how Russia is viewing this invasion, or the Russian progress in Ukraine, to try and balance the account. But thank you very much for pointing that out. Very important point. Maruf Raza, how do you see this? We began, of course, with the Indian conversation, and I want to stick to that for a few moments. United Nations Security Council meets again tonight. They're expecting India to come up with more condemnations, more strident statements, etc. A, what would that sound like? B, as Brahmacharani says, he doesn't even think it's in our interest.
Well, Rahul, thank you. I actually didn't mind you coming late to me, because I've learned a lot hearing to the views that General Bakshi and Mr. Brahmacharani have given us because they're both people I respect and they've got very thought through analysis on a number of issues. Now, let me bring about 5 or 6 quick points. Point 1, I go back to the time of Prime Minister Narasimha Rao when he said that not taking a stand or not taking a decision is also a decision. So therefore, India's stand as yet has been consistent. We are having to do a tightrope walk in which if we take either side, get dragged into the American camp or come out openly in favor of Russia, in both cases, we have issues that will haunt us for a long time. If we condemn Russia, and I don't see why we should try and become a mediator. The Ukrainian ambassador yesterday asked India to mediate. We are allergic to mediation. We don't want to open the doors of mediation because the implications for us are then the whole world will jump in at some time to say, okay, let us mediate over Kashmir. Imran Khan is in Russia, is trying to pull that off. Then the second thing is that if we go with the Americans, then we have massive losses vis-a-vis Russians in terms of our ongoing defense deals. We've got frigates that are due to come in from there. We've got the S-400 deal, which is the most important strategic military force multiplier that we've done a deal for over the years and stuck to our guns vis-a-vis the Russians, vis-a-vis the Americans on this Russian deal, where when American threatened us with Katsa. And we need those platforms to take on our adversaries immediately. Professor Brahmachalani was right in saying that who has condemned the Chinese intrusions into Ladakh? So we've got to call the position based on what are our requirements and not so much try to become a global player at a time when the so-called big global players are unable to come up with a collective response which will actually give a signal to Russia that what Russia is doing, maybe they need to call it off at some stage. But as General Bakshi rightly said, when military invasions get going, there are objectives that are laid out, there are timelines that are laid out, there are forces that work with clockwork efficiency. And believe me, Russia is not a pushover military power. In fact, it is the second most powerful military nation in the world. And on its own, it can give every nation in Europe a run for its money. NATO has made it very clear that it doesn't want to put boots on the ground. So that leads Ukraine on its own. Ukraine has been actually taken for a walk in the park by the Western world when they've assured Ukraine that, stand up and we'll come in for you. You might remember that the first American invasion of Iraq following the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, then American Ambassador April Glaspie had told the Iraqis that we don't have an opinion on yours of conflicts between Arabs and Arabs. And I've heard her testify that in Capitol Hill at a later date. And the point was that led Iraq into believing that nobody would intervene. So, we cannot take American assurances seriously when they give, and to what extent can they be taken? I think that's a lesson of history that we'll again draw from Ukraine. Also importantly, Ukraine, as the MP said, that they've kind of got reservists and all in place. That makes it a figure close to 390,000. That's about 3 times the figures that the Russians are putting into play in Ukraine. But are those 390,000 people of all types of reservists and regulars, are they going to stand up and fight the Russians? If they do, there'll be more destruction. If they do, there'll be more killings, because the Russian forces are not going to stop. Putin has made it very clear that he wants Ukraine under Russian tutelage. And therefore, there will be a Russian favorable government in place from now for as long as we can see. There was the template available to the world to see with what he did in Georgia. The world did not recognize that. They just continue to believe that sanctions per se can stop a man like Putin. He's got some things up his armory. He's got his oil and gas reserves. He's got other markets which he can go to, like China. And what I'm seeing now, Rahul, is the start of a new world order. And in this new world order, we are going to see a Russia-China combine against the Western powers. And there is going to be a new ideological line drawn through Central Europe, where Russia is going to call the shots. I'm not going to say at this stage that Russia is going to decide to take over Lithuania, Estonia, and others that have gone into the European fold. But Ukraine's future is now deeply in question because Ukraine also has massive agrarian resources, enough to feed Europe twice over every year. Ukraine has nuclear plants of Russia, ex-nuclear plants. Chernobyl was on the way to Kyiv. And the other town that General Bakshi talked about, it's called Kyiv. It's 20 miles from the Ukrainian border of Belarus. Belarus is Russia's satellite state. So we are going to see a new definition of things that will come in play. And finally, and most importantly, I think India should not jump into either side. I think the measured responses from India are correct. And we have to just wait and watch and look at the interest of our students and our citizens out there. Because the rest of the world, which has been leading Ukraine on to standing up to Russia, now have to put their money where their mouth is. Back to you, Rahul.
Absolutely. 360 view. Now, visuals coming in first on Times Now from Kyiv. And look at the devastation. So clearly, General Saab, the Ukrainian MPs trying to put a spin on this, but let me also read out to you, and I want your analysis on this. Ukrainian Interior Ministry advisor Anton Garashenko has said, the hardest day will be today. The enemy's plan is to break through with tanks from Kyiv and Chernobyl to Kyiv. So that's the assault line that the Russians have embarked on. What does this mean, sir?
I said, Rahul, yesterday was day one.
Yes.
Day one, you have to go in. All armed forces, when they go in, they have to suppress the enemy air defenses. That is called SIAD. That is the most important mission. Yesterday, 11, Ukrainian airfields were under attack from Iskander missiles, from fighter bombers. And then they also hit the Ukrainian air defense batteries. The book S-300 SAMs that they have, they hit them all. All the Ukrainian radars are down. All Ukrainian radars are down. Then they followed up with an air assault on the Antonov airport, just 23 kilometers from Kyiv. They seized that with that air assault. Their Guards Airborne Air Division elements seem to have landed. You showed one of the Russian boys who was from the Guards Airborne Brigade. So that shows that the Airborne Division is there. That is assaulting from the Antonov airport onto Kyiv. That they are already reached the outskirts. Precision guided attacks are now on because they will use PGMs. In Chechnya, they used 30 to 40 Grad batteries to first flatten the town, because you have to make sure that all the guys with RPGs, all the guys with Javelin anti-tank guided missiles and Stinger missiles are down. But here, because of public approbation, they are just going for precision-guided attacks, and some of them may not be very precise in battle conditions. But that is what is going to happen. Today is the key day when the link-up is taking place from the borders of Belarus to Kyiv. Kharkiv they are advancing on to. From the Chernobyl side also they will advance on towards the capital city, which is the key command and control node. Once you've knocked out the key command and control nodes within Kyiv, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Interior, Presidential Palace, I'm not getting into the morality play of the high value individual targets, but I'm sorry, that's a given. As far as the other key places
look at these pictures right behind me, General Saab. Just look at these pictures. You know, we were speaking to those Ukrainian MPs and they were saying that things are normal, etc. We've been hearing, of course, our own students who have been saying air raid sirens have been going off, and I think there's one going off right now, and we're going to play that out on audio. But look at Kyiv right now. This is immediately as we speak. Nobody on the street, the odd occasional car. Yesterday, there were cars zipping up and down. We saw traffic jams all the way out of the city. Today, completely empty. This is Kyiv, Oblon, another area. This is more residential, and you can see this, viewers, completely deserted. No one here. Nobody here. In fact, we have with us also a Ukrainian journalist called Lada, who we were speaking with. She was fine at home yesterday, but today is in a car exiting. Look at this, viewers. Desertion, complete desertion. This is from right now, and there's a highway there. which I'm being told leads out across the river, out of the city. There are very few cars now on the streets here, so complete desertion. This is Sumy city, which saw devastation yesterday, and Sumy city also completely deserted. Now, we don't quite know if it's fallen, but what we do know, viewers, is that yesterday it was a scene of hard fighting. Kharkov here, viewers, it's snowing in Kharkov, so you're going to see flakes of snow falling on the screen. These are not tracer or any other, artillery, etc., that is snaking across the skyline. This is again deserted. Ukraine really in lockdown right now, viewers, and one after the other messages are being sent out by the Ukrainian army to its own citizens. Constant tweets going on from the presidential palace. Zelensky's new tweet says, "We defend our freedom, our land. We need effective international assistance. Discuss this with Andrzej Duda. Appeal to Bucharest 9 for defense aid, sanctions, pressure on the aggressor. Together, we have to put Ukraine at the negotiation table, Russia at the negotiation table. We need anti-war coalition." Will it work, Mr. Brahmacharani, this anti-war coalition? What can it actually do? What can it deliver?
First, there are fissures within the US society. You see the Republicans, many of them, Trump and company, the neo-realists, criticizing Biden and saying that he brought on the invasion. Then you have fractures in the Western alliance itself with a number of European countries like France and Germany and Italy, the three big powers of continental Europe, increasingly worried about Biden administration's reliance on sanctions. The US economy is not tied to the Russian economy. The US economy is tied to the Chinese economy. That's the reason why the US has not imposed any financial sanctions on China, despite China swallowing Hong Kong, despite China locking more than 1 million Muslims in a gulag in Xinjiang. No financial sanctions have been imposed on China because such sanctions will bite the Americans. It'll undermine the American economy. Russia is an easy target for American sanctions. But for Germany, Italy, and France, that are more closely tied to the Russian economy, not just for energy, but for investment, for larger trade, the US sanctions and the pressure that they then feel to follow the lead of the Americans undermines their own financial and larger economic interests. So unity in the Western coalition will come under increasing pressure as the sanctions come into force and as the Russians advance toward the Ukrainian capital. In fact, once Ukraine comes under the Russian hold, and it won't be an easy task for Russia, by the way, because Ukraine has always been, for a long time, an internally fractured society. It's internally divided and increasingly authoritarian. Unfortunately, in the West, the tendency to paint any conflict in black and white terms as good versus evil fight. We are seeing the same thing today where Putin is being demonized and the West is supposed to be on the side of the Ukrainian democracy.
In fact, when the US invades a country, it's called a struggle for liberation. And in this particular case, when Russia is invaded, it's called an invasion. So, yes, semantics do matter. Do stay on with me. I'll quickly take the headlines at this hour, viewers. Lots been happening, 24/7, wall-to-wall coverage here on Times Now. Fierce fight for Kyiv. It's all coming down to the Russian advance on the Ukrainian capital. Multiple blasts in Kyiv as Russian troops on tanks continue to march towards capital as speculation grows over regime change. Most other Ukrainian cities too under attack in the three-way invasion. Ukraine fights now for its sovereignty. Ukraine fights for its sovereignty. President Zelensky says won't surrender. Kyiv claims to have captured Russian soldiers and retaken a key airport from Russian control. These claims still unverified independently. Chernobyl occupied by Russia. The site of nuclear accident at Chernobyl is under Russian control and staff held hostage. Ukrainian MP tells Times Now she hopes Russia doesn't blow it up, causing major catastrophe. Target number one on the kill list. Ukrainian President Zelensky fears assassination bid, says he is the target number one of alleged Russian plot to eliminate political leaders. British intelligence says it has warned of Russia preparing a kill list. Indian students speaking to Times Now hide for safety. Several Indian students stuck in Ukraine crowd for help describe how they're living in fear, waiting for evacuation and keep rushing to underground shelters as they hear sirens. More sanctions against Russia. US, UK, Japan slap additional sanctions on Russia to maximize damage. Russian financial institutions in US targeted. Biden vows more action. India under pressure from West. Pressure in India from Western partners in Ukraine to take a strong stand against Russian invasion of Ukraine. PM calls for cessation of violence as India weighs its options. And protest rallies across the world now. Global outpouring of anger against Russian invasion from New York to Germany to Istanbul. Massive protests seeking Russia's isolation. Viewers, what we're being told right now is that Kyiv has announced an air raid alert after Russian missile strikes on Kyiv. So Kyiv administration on tenterhooks. What you're seeing behind you are live pictures from Kyiv. This is 12 o'clock India time, but about 8:33 in the morning, Ukraine time. Very few cars. Yesterday, viewers, what we were seeing were a large number of vehicles in Kyiv. Today, this is the city center. This is an area called the Maidan, which is quite deserted. State buildings also completely deserted. Here at the bottom, Kyiv Obolon is also pretty deserted. Let's go across to Times Now's correspondent in Kyiv in an unknown location because at this moment, situation extremely tense. Now, Vladimir, thank you very much for speaking to us. I know these are desperate times. What's happening around you?
Yes, indeed, these are desperate times, but just for clarity purposes, I'm not in Kyiv. Yesterday night, I was trying to leave Kyiv. I got on the train to go to a western city of Lviv, which is supposed to be the safest place in Ukraine right now. Obviously, because of all of the chaos and all of the hundreds of thousands of people that were trying to leave at the same time, there were no direct trains. I had to take a layover here in central Ukraine. So I'm currently in a city here in central Ukraine. And again, for safety reasons, I don't want to disclose the name of the city. But my journey started at around 9 p.m. yesterday. I got on the train in Kyiv. I came here, I spent the night here, I slept barely 4 hours, and now I'm again on the train station, hoping to get on a different train and go to the west, go to Lviv. And right, you were describing earlier these deserted areas in Kyiv. From what I was seeing yesterday, what I was witnessing, these hundreds of thousands of people fleeing Kyiv at the same time, these terrible traffic jams on the highway. We were discussing also big lines on the gas stations. I'm here in this city, which is like somehow 200 kilometers away from Kyiv. And I was just, when driving here to the train station, I saw big lines on the gas stations again. So all these people that are coming from Kyiv, they're still coming. They're stopping here to get gas, and they keep going. When I was trying to get a hotel here yesterday, all of the hotels here in the city of some 400,000 population, all the hotels were fully booked. It was pure luck that I got a last room at a last hotel here in this city.
Vladimir, heartrending story coming from you, of course. I hope your family is okay. We know that you were on the move yesterday and it was difficult to get in touch with you. But very quickly, if you can still hear me, Vladimir, can you describe what is actually happening across Ukraine? We're getting a lot of mixed reports. We are being told that the Russians have made inroads into Ukraine, are holding some towns. Chernobyl has fallen. There is news coming from the east, which is also quite dire.
Yeah, the situation is very, very dire. The situation is very chaotic, and it's developing, is changing with every hour. Yes, the Russians were hoping to get into Ukraine very quickly within 24 hours, seize the capital of Ukraine, and their goal is basically decapitation of Ukraine's government and installing their loyal pro-Russian government. This hasn't happened. Ukrainian army has put up some fierce fight, despite the fact that the numbers and the technology and the military equipment is insurmountable, incomparable what the Russians have and what Ukrainians have. Still, they have put like this fight. Unfortunately, and this is very scary, Ukrainian government confirmed that Russians have seized a Chernobyl nuclear power plant. And again, whatever happens there is now totally the responsibility of Russia. There are fights happening all around Ukraine. Some of Ukrainian cities indeed have fallen into the Russian hands on this southern part, on the northern part, where they were moving from two different directions. And obviously their main goal is Kyiv. You can see the pictures right now, which I believe is from Kyiv, from a residential building which was bombed, which was shelled. And this is definitely very, very surreal and very frightening and horrific situation happening in Europe in 2022.
I want to ask you a little bit about the government now. What's been the response by the Ukrainian army and the government? First, the army, are they taking a lot of setbacks? And the government, is it really in control?
The government is in control. I'll start with the government. The government is in control. The president is making regular address to the nation. He claims he is still in the government quarters in Kyiv, which is heavily protected. You cannot get into the area where the top country leadership is right now, and that's obviously very explainable. And earlier today, or in the middle of the night, President Zelensky made another statement. He revealed to the Ukrainians that Ukrainian intelligence understands that Russia's goal number one is killing President Zelensky. Despite that fact, both the Minister of Defense, the President, they are in Kyiv, and they are very much in control of the situation, which is happening. And now going to the Ukrainian army, as we discussed, of course, Ukrainian army is much smaller and much poorer, if you will, equipped than the Russian army. Despite all the weaponry that Ukraine received from its Western allies in the last several weeks, this is still not enough. Ukrainian army is taking some of the casualties, but at the same time, Ukrainian army is having some successes. Just yesterday, there was a fierce fight for the airfield, just some 35 kilometers.
Yes, 35 kilometers, I think, outside of Kyiv, and reports coming in that the Ukrainian forces might have actually been able to reclaim that airfield. That's what we're hearing. We're going to try. Yes, Mr. Soloha, Vladimir, you were saying, yes, that they've reclaimed that airfield. That's what you were saying.
Yeah, there was a fierce fight and then reclaimed that airfield. But also there are some losses. A small island in the Black Sea between Crimea and Odessa was taken over by Russians, and all of the 14 border guard servicemen that were stationed on that island, they were killed. So the situation is very different in different parts. But from the reports that we're getting, that the Ukrainian army are still standing still, are still fighting back.
Where you are things calmer? And where are people going? You've said that a large number of people from Kyiv have come to this particular city. It's difficult to find accommodation, and they're still moving on, perhaps westward. Where are they hoping to go? Are the borders open for you to go across into other countries?
Just yesterday, the government introduced restriction on all of the men aged between 18 and 65 to leave Ukraine. And the president has called a nationwide drive into the army. So men aged 18 to 65 cannot leave Ukraine. Women, children, the borders are still open. They can leave. But most of the people are going to the western part of Ukraine, which is the safest area right now. And the city I am in right now, it's on the path to western Ukraine. So a lot of people are driving through the city. A lot of people are trying to stay here overnight, refuel, and keep going. And this is already happening. This is continuing for more than 24 hours now. This flight of people out of Kyiv.
I mean, when you say that men between the age of 18 and 65 have been called in to serve, of course, you have conscription in Ukraine. Does that mean that someone like you will now have to go and register?
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it means. If I get a notification from my local recruitment army recruitment office, I will have to go in, check in, and I've heard stories that people did that and they were immediately on the spot, were sent to the east, were sent to training camps, were sent to the army stations, army positions, and to be ready for combat.
That's quite a revelation here. So people like you would have to sort of join the draft. That's very interesting, reminiscent of what we've heard in the past during the World Wars, viewers. Volodymyr, what about the availability of essentials across Ukraine right now? Water, food, medicine, etc.
So far, we haven't seen any shortages either in food or water or gas, for that matter. A lot of people are trying to put gas into their cars. There has also been no reports of electricity shortages or Wi-Fi cuts. But this is something which is on the backs of everyone, all the people's minds. And I think that starting from yesterday and continuing into today, people are stocking up on groceries, people are stocking up on food, and definitely preparing possible blackout.
Volodymyr, thank you very much for standing with us here at Times Now and doing your job in a composed manner. Thank you very much. We appreciate it and hope to hear from you soon.
Thank you for being interested in this topic. And again, Times Now is the only Indian network here on the ground covering this story from different angles.
Thank you so much. Wonderful, wonderful, and best of luck, and I hope your family and you are safe. Viewers, as Volodymyr telling us very honestly, situation dire, and one can expect, of course, more news coming through from Ukraine as we go on. Thank you, Volodymyr. Thank you for joining us. Be safe, and let's hear from you regularly so we know that you're safe. In a sense, check in with us. Bye for now. Viewers, this is the situation. Complete 360 view over the last 1.5 hours from Ukraine on the ground. We have General Malik with us, Sushant Sareen with us. We're also going to try and connect with a Ukrainian MP, who I believe will be joining us very shortly. I also want to, viewers, draw your attention to the visuals on your screens and visuals that are going to come up behind me. Now, this is what's been happening overnight. So the Russians really making strides. Ukraine puts up a fight. This is Sumy, and we just showed you live visuals from Sumy. This is what it looks like at night. You can see this glow of the blast penumbra, so to speak, over the horizon. You can see a church steeple framed against it. Down Vinnytsia, Hasty evacuations taking place, people going into air raid shelters, the basements. These are Indian students in Vinnytsia, viewers. So dire situation there. This is Kyiv. This is what happened overnight in Kyiv. We are being told, of course, that the Ukrainian army repulsed missiles that were falling on Kyiv to take out strategic locations, important locations, but we don't know how successful that effort has been, given the fact that we've also seen destruction of buildings, residential buildings. Ukraine has claimed that they have taken several Russian military men hostage. Here are some of them, and some of them, of course, we can't understand Russian, but confessing their role in the war against Ukraine. Here is again Kyiv, more visuals of Kyiv, viewers, demolished buildings overnight, power blowouts, and Kyiv MP who we spoke with, Mr. Yurash, one of the youngest MPs in Ukraine, who we spoke with last night, going to his recruitment center and coming back with a gun, because as you heard Volodymyr telling us, all men between the age of 18 and 65 have been called in for a draft. I want to go straight across to Swati now. Swati, over to you.
Well, Rahul, what we've accessed now are these pictures that have been put out by the Ukrainian armed forces, and they are claiming that these are pictures of Russian men, military equipment and armored vehicles that they have been able to capture or seize. This is one such armored vehicle of the Russian forces that the Ukrainian armed forces are claiming that they have seized. It's in their custody. Not just this, they've also released pictures of some Russian armed forces personnel. Here are those pictures on your screens, who have been captured by the Ukrainian armed forces. They're calling them enemy, they're calling them military criminals. However, these individuals are, as of now, prisoners of war, surrounded by the Ukrainian armed forces. These pictures have been put out by the Ukrainian armed force personnel, claiming that these are Russian military men who have been captured by them. They're also claiming that they've been able to stop the Russian movement at a lot of sites where the face-off, where the conflict is underway right now. What's also very interesting is that the Ukrainian president, in a latest statement, has once again questioned the stand that has been taken by the Western allies, questioning the fact that they are observing whatever is happening in Ukraine from a safe distance. He says sanctions are not enough and they are not going to stop Russia. He's also said that sooner or later Russia will have to talk with us.
Playing out that conversation we just had with Volodymyr, our contributor in Ukraine on the ground, viewers, who has been giving us updates like no one else as he's moving through the country, seeing the devastation around him and, of course, the desolation around him. We're going to play that out shortly. But let me also tell you, updates are coming in. This is big breaking news. Abhinav Sahai, our National Affairs editor, tipping me off on this one, saying that Russian forces could reach Kyiv later on Friday. This is what the Ukraine defense officials are saying. This is a statement that has been made to one of the agencies. I'll get you the exact name of the agency. A senior Ukrainian defense official warned that Russian forces could enter areas just outside the capital Kyiv later on Friday, after officials said the city and other locations had been struck by Russian missiles in the early hours of the morning. Deputy Defense Minister Hanna Maliar added that Ukrainian army units were defending positions on 4 fronts despite being outnumbered. That's why a draft has been announced, and young, able-bodied men between the ages of 18 and 65 have been asked. Now look at these scenes of devastation, viewers. Missile strikes. This is Kyiv, Ukraine. This is the capital city of Russia, of Ukraine. This is what it's looking like. People stunned by the devastation. Of course, most of it now emptied out. People have left. This is Odessa. Heavy smoke in the strikes. Horlivka, buildings damaged. Everywhere you pan your camera, we are being told there's devastation. Chernobyl, nuclear plant captured. We're being told Kharkiv shelter in metro stations. Thousands and thousands of people in the metro stations taking shelter there. Kharkiv, again, viewers, Melitopol, everywhere Russians have made some sort of a bombing raid. Kyiv checkpoint completely demolished, gone. Odessa, Ukraine. Russian tanks according to reports, Russian tanks right there in the city center. Donetsk, Ukraine, the breakaway province, again, damaged buildings. This is another shot from Chernobyl, Ukraine, with Russian tanks on the ground occupying the city. Kharkiv again. So, you know, viewers, this has really been the scenario unfolding overnight. And now we are being told that Kyiv will perhaps fall by tomorrow. That's the Ukrainian assessment. Let's also have a look at how the international community has been responding, and we're going to play out sound bites too. But this is what has been happening. Sanctions are being announced. Limits on international trade with Russia. The United States has done that. It is decided now to block exports of technology and sanctions on Russian banks. Several measures being taken here. Assets of 4 Russian banks have been blocked. Assets of Russian bank VTB frozen. This is United Kingdom. Viewers, also properties of Russian oligarchs close to Putin have been seized. Their banks and their money, etc., has been taken. 8 Russian officials have been banned. Aeroflot banned from flying to the United Kingdom. So a lot of unilateral sanctions. Assets of 100 new businesses have been frozen or are to be frozen. Export controls on semiconductors, that's Japan. Now, semiconductors are very, very important to keep computers running, etc. Viewers, in a time such as this, financial institutions' assets have been frozen. And Russia is not happy about that. They've already warned Japan from trying to do all of this, saying that you will pay, we will make you pay. That's the European Union. Sanctions on 27 individuals supposedly close to Putin. Sanctions on 351 members of Duma who backed Russia. Duma, of course, being the Russian parliament. Sanctions on 8 members of Russian Federation Security Council, that's Australia now, also walking the sanctions talk. Their assets to be in Australia are to be frozen also. Travel bans on 8 Russian entities have been imposed. So widespread sanctions across the world, from Japan, east to west, north to south, against Putin for the invasion of Ukraine. Whether it'll amount to anything, we'll ask our experts right now. A quick look at some of the reactions that have been coming internationally. Can we put those out?
So India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago. I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO.
We continue to be extremely concerned at the terrible violence that we have seen inflicted on the people of Ukraine by Russia, unwarranted, unprovoked. Today, Australia will be imposing further sanctions on oligarchs whose economic weight is of strategic significance to Moscow, and over 300 members of the Russian Duma, their parliament, who voted to authorise the use of Russian troops in Ukraine to illegally invade Ukraine. We are also working with the United States to align with their further sanctions overnight on key Belarusian individuals and entities complicit in the aggression. So we are extending those sanctions to Belarus. These sanctions are being prepared in close coordination with our allies and partners. And this is being done to demonstrate very forcefully we continue to be extremely concerned at the terrible violence that we have seen.
Viewers, more breaking news coming in. The Ukrainian External Affairs Minister Dmytro Kuleba has come out and tweeted saying horrific Russian rocket strikes on Kyiv. I've been showing you the devastation that those rocket strikes have been causing. He says the last time our capital experienced anything like this was in 1941 when it was attacked by Nazi Germany. Ukraine defeated that evil and will defeat this one. Stop Putin, isolate Russia, sever all ties, kick Russia out of everywhere. So this is the scene of devastation that Kyivians are witnessing on their national television, viewers. Kyiv, lockdown, Kyiv, a city under siege, Kyiv, devastated by these attacks. So this is what their horizon looked like last night, lit up by tracer fire, lit up by rocket attacks, people living in fear. Air raid sirens, which we will play out for you, sound regularly across the city. I want to now go across to some of our guests who are joining us for a quick look at what they are making of the situation as it is evolving in fact, Kyiv, as well as, of course, in the wider region of Ukraine. Sushant Sareen, thank you for bearing with us while I gave viewers and you a 360-degree of what really is transpiring. We are being told that Kyiv could fall by tomorrow. The limited aim of Russia here, is it really only the subjugation of Ukraine and then a pullout, the installation of a friendly government and then a pullout, or are they here for the long term and perhaps even looking beyond?
Well, I don't think that's a limited aim. I think that's a pretty expensive aim.
I think they are quite confident, or they appear confident that they'll be able to pull it off. Regardless of all the sanctions and all the opprobrium that is being heaped on them. They seem to be pretty confident. As far as the war is concerned, who can guess how the war will proceed? As of now, it seems that the Ukrainians are fighting, with their backs to the wall, and they're pretty much alone in this fight, which they should have anticipated and expected. Frankly, I think the West didn't exactly tell them that they will be fighting on their side, but the West kind of nudged them on Russians rather than seek some kind of a diplomatic solution. And when push has come to shove, and the Ukrainians turn back and they see nobody standing with them. So I don't know how much potential the Ukrainian army has to be able to resist the Russian onslaught. But it's very clear that the Russian aim, I'm not entirely convinced that the Russians will absorb and annex the entire of Ukraine. They might do some parts of it, if at all. But my assessment, and I could be completely wrong on this, and there are people who understand the region much better than I do, Ambassador Puri is here, I sense that what the Russians are likely to do is they will go in, they will do a kind of a cleansing and quote-unquote cleansing of the current system out there. They will install a system of their own, which is loyal more to Russia than it is to Ukraine, which looks to Russia for support than anywhere else. And once they've installed that puppet regime, which they have a good experience of doing in Eastern Europe over almost 45, 50 years, it didn't work out very well for them ultimately, but they nevertheless did it. Once they've done that, they can withdraw and try and take the high moral ground. They're already trying to take the high moral ground by, this propaganda blitz of denazifying, which is kind of ironic considering that the Ukrainian president is apparently a Jew, to talk about denazifying Ukraine and, all that other crap which comes in these kind of propaganda wars. But I would sense that that is what the objective is. And the larger strategic objective is, of course, that some of these areas where the Russians see a clear and present danger to their security with the expansion of NATO, they have drawn a red line out there, and any push towards bringing those countries into the within the ambit of NATO will lead to the kind of action which we have seen now, which means that there are countries like Georgia, which means Belarus. Belarus is pretty much part of the invasion of Ukraine. So I don't think they are going anywhere anytime soon. And the Russians seem to have settled Belarus for now. But Ukraine was a bit of a standout. Georgia is too small to be able to resist, and Georgia would be smart to not trust anybody else and to use diplomacy to ensure that it keeps on the right side of both the West as well as Russia. But that seems to be the objective for now. And that, to my mind, is a pretty expansive objective, not a limited one.
Objective. Stay with me. Captain Jim Fannell, former Director of Intelligence and Information Operations for the U.S. Pacific Fleet with us. Captain, many sanctions being imposed on Russia. Will they have an effect? This don't seem to be deterring Putin. He's not going back anytime in a hurry.
No, we have a saying sometimes in America with the people that hunt, that you're shooting behind the duck. And I think in this case, these sanctions that were announced yesterday by President Biden are weak and ineffective. If you look at them in detail, it outlines 8 general licenses that continue to be allowed for Russia, and the biggest one of those is energy. So all the energy that Russia will continue to sell to the world will not be affected by these sanctions. So I don't think this is going to stop or impact the ground operation at any time in the future.
Captain, stay on with me. I want to bring in Manavjit Singh Puri, former Indian ambassador. Manavjit Singh Puri, it's very interesting because India is being put under increasing pressure now to take a hard line against Russia. What's the fallout of that? If we do, what would happen?
Rahul, are you addressing me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Look, my name is Manjeet Puri, but let me say, you started off very well in asking this wonderful question. Is it gobble or is it extension of hegemony and regime change? And I think Mr. Sushant Sareen answered it as well as possible. Now about the role of India. Look, we have friendly relations with Russia. So in that sense, when our Prime Minister speaks, there is a certain amount of hearing that takes place. When he calls for de-escalation, the President of Russia tells him his compulsions, goes about speaking on various subjects and tries to portray his thing across. So there is a kind of moral put across there. But beyond that, the fact of the matter is this is great power rivalry, and one of the great powers feels extremely threatened. Indeed, on the entire subject of, what could happen to this geography, Ukraine, if you go by what President Putin said some time back, that, Ukraine shouldn't exist, the answer would be gobble. But, the history of this part of Ukraine or this part of Europe is such that all of it was not always part of the Russian Empire. There has been a lot of chop and change, etc. So the eastern part certainly has Russian-speaking people, and I would doubt if the Russians would simply walk out of that and leave it even in a friendly regime. But the western part is a different. So there will be lots of things that we'll have to wait and watch. But I would just leave one sort of thought for your viewers also. And, you've been reporting very extensively on what's happening in Kyiv. You reported about the foreign minister and the defense minister talking in terms of, defense. I'm not sure this is the time for heroics. The fact is a very determined Russia is there and they are going to get in there. I'm not so sure if heroics is going to help. It could only result in tremendous bloodbath. And you can see...
Let's go across to Ukrainian MP Sofia, who joins us. She was there with us yesterday. Sofia, the Ukrainian president has come out and expressed disappointment, saying that the world is continuing to observe from afar. What's your assessment?
Unfortunately, as those Western leaders are not right now under the bomb shelling in Ukraine, they cannot perceive to the high perspective what is going on and how dangerous it is. and how dangerous it is not to stop the aggressor. We should remember that in 1939, there was a Munich agreement when just the people wanted, the leaders of West, they wanted to pacify the aggressor. And then the Second World War started. Unfortunately, if not to stop Moscow Federation today, we might get the Third World War. And a very important thing, I've heard that the previous guest was talking about the geopolitical interest. I think finally all the countries of the world should take the main geopolitical interest, respect to human rights, protection of human rights, protection of territorial integrity and sovereignty of democratic countries, and together being united to stop any aggressor that is infringing international law, international security. Because one aggressor, furthermore, such a big one, huge one, and uncontrolled one as a Moscow Federation, they can bring war to all the countries of the world. And I know that India is one of the countries that knows the price for peace. In India, there was born a concept of a non-violent resistance, the concept of peace for all in the world. And I know that Indian people really understand what is going on in Ukraine. And furthermore, in this point, I would like to thank every one of you journalists who are covering the situation in Ukraine. And I would like to thank every Indian citizen who are writing even privately to me on different social media supporting. That is very important. But I think that there could have been more sanctions, and they could have been earlier, because being deeply disturbed for such a long time, this is the reason why the Moscow aggressor had become so violent and has attacked from all the sides to Ukraine. They just Putin don't feel the resistance. Putin does not feel the real reaction of the civilized world. I know that I sound totally undiplomatic, but together with the help for Ukraine to fight on territory of Ukraine, I think we should start some kind of program for Moscow Federation to start her own problems on Moscow territory. And I know that there were a lot of discussions about position of China, but recently on Security Council of the United Nations, the Chinese Minister for International Relations said that the respect to sovereignty and integrity of Ukraine is undeniable, and altogether we should stand for that. I think even China now is ready to withstand the Moscow position and Moscow aggression. Unfortunately, we understand that Ukrainians have to fight on our own for Ukrainian territory. But we need all the possible support, all the possible sanctions, and all the possible weapon that we can get. And I would like to ask the Indian society and Indian authorities. We know that you are the country that have one of the highest possible levels of the pharmacy, of the medicine. If you cannot help us in a military way, you definitely can help us with the medicine. We already have a lot of wounded. We unfortunately will have much more wounded soldiers and civilians. And we ask for medical aid. We ask for humanitarian support. We ask for the future rehabilitation of our soldiers. And that already will be a big aid for Ukraine.
We are told that certain Indian officials are on their way, in fact, to Ukraine. That is what we have been told, that specifically those from our Ministry of External Affairs are traveling to Ukraine. So I'm sure that there is a line that's opening up there, Ms. Vadina. I just wanted to ask you this, because you seem to be today a lot more distressed than you were yesterday. Quite clearly, situation is turning more dire, and we have seen the visuals that have come out now of Kyiv, of the attack on not just military installations, but people's homes, apartment complexes, etc. Where are you? Are you safe? There has also been a warning that has been put out by Facebook asking people like you who speak out against Russia to observe more silence on FB. Are you aware of this, and what about your personal security?
I hope that I'm safe, but I'm together with many other civilians. So we do not have the special shelter for the members of the parliament, at least for our opposition party. We are together with the volunteers of the territorial defense forces, and we also got a weapon all together with the soldiers to protect the territory, to protect Kyiv. If about these death lists that were spread in the social media, I have to emphasize that they are true. We are all under the sanctions in Moscow Federation. Me and my colleagues are persona non grata in Moscow. And we know that we are on extermination list the moment the Moscow Federation takes over control. But you know, during these 8 years of war, the lesson that we learned, that we should not have fear, that we should not step back, because any step back and we might be killed. Every step forward and we can protect and get our independent country. And I would like to emphasize that regardless of Moscow propaganda, regardless of hard situation in Ukraine, our army is taking over control, and a lot of Moscow invaders are already dead. A lot of Moscow technique is already destroyed. And I think in the next few days, we will just become much more operative, much more concentrated, and every Moscow soldier that is going to come to every territory will have no chance to survive. All Ukrainian nation is going to protect our country.
Have you been called up at all at this moment in time to take any steps to participate in the defense of Ukraine? Do you have a weapon on you? How are you protecting yourself?
I do have a weapon with me. All the members of parliament got it yesterday. We cannot be officially in the army or in territorial integrity because we are members of parliament. We have other obligations, but we are ready.
Sofia Fedina, you have a weapon next to you. What weapon is it? Can you show it to us? And do you know how to use it? I don't know if you're given military training.
I was not given a military training officially. It's an automat. And but as a volunteer, for 8 years I've been a volunteer for Ukrainian army, and my soldiers I took care of. They taught me how to shoot and how to behave with weapon. And right now nearby we have much more instructors, and we'll get more precise. Every occupant, every enemy will find its death here.
And you must have relatives, maybe male relatives between the age of 18 and 65 who've been called up to serve. Are they doing so? And do you have ammunition and other sort of provisions to help you use these weapons and defend yourself?
Everyone from territorial defense forces, every volunteer who signed the contract, I should tell that thousands and thousands of Ukrainians signed contract yesterday. Immediately they got weapon, immediately they got ammunition, and immediately they started to train. I know that training in the time of war, immediate training is the most effective. So we're getting ready.
So you've been given a weapon, ammunition, bulletproof vests and helmets. Is that what you've been given?
No.
No.
The members of parliament have not been given bulletproof vests or casques. Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
I think that at the moment Moscow occupant is going to come to Kyiv on foot, we will get the ammunition.
Right. Well, this is obviously now a situation that is moving very quickly. We've just got information that the Interior Ministry has put out a statement, Sofia Fedina, that they're expecting the Russians to breach certain defenses and come through into Kyiv if they're not held off then by tomorrow. That's what we're being told. So I don't know.
They will be held off.
They will be held off.
There is no chance. You should have seen the eyes of people who yesterday decided to protect Kyiv. These people are ready to do everything for every occupant to find hell here. The people are fantastic. I have never seen so many people who were signing contracts so immediately. I have never seen so many people who are giving their blood to the hospitals. Yesterday, I was also donating blood in the hospital, and there was a line for several kilometers. People are ready. People are united. And there is no chance that Moscow will win. And therefore, we need really much support, really much solidarity on international level. We should stop the country who terrorizes others, because any other country can become next. I'm
Ms.
so
Fedina,
sorry,
my last
but
question.
I have to go to the meeting right now. Okay, last question. Yeah.
Last question. Do you know of the areas in Kyiv that have been struck? Are they close to the center, or are they on the outskirts?
No. They are on the outskirts, and they are on the left bank of Dnieper River. All the official part of Kyiv is under protection, and everything is okay.
Thank you very much,
Sorry,
Sofia
have to
Fedina.
go. Bye.
Yes, I understand. Thank you very much for speaking to Times Now. Best of luck. Stay safe. That was Ukrainian MP Sofia Fedina showing us that she's got actually a military weapon that has been given to her by the authorities for her protection, and of course, when it comes to it, to fight back. Viewers, the situation there, of course, remains dire, and let's check in with our reporter on the ground, our contributor. Let's check in with the latest on that. He was very positive. He was driving a car and he was sounding extremely buoyant. And what do we have? We have him holding a gun and he's determined to fight. Mr. Yurash, thank you for joining this broadcast, speaking to Times Now again. We see you with this gun in your hand, a remarkable gesture of solidarity with Ukrainian troops and, of course, an attempt to boost the morale. Have you seen action? Had you managed to fire the gun?
So to explain to you the situation, basically Ukraine is right now giving everybody who wants to fight, everybody who wants to resist the Russian invasion, the ability to do so. That's why we have a mass operation trying to mobilize and bring everybody into the force and give them weapons to, again, to show in their towns, in different regional centers around Ukraine, because Ukraine for Europe is not a small country and it's quite well populated for Europe as well. So everybody in Ukraine who wants to fight will have a chance to. That gun you've seen, AK-47 that I'm holding there, is basically the weapons that me and most of the MPs went to get at the police stations around Kyiv. And basically our idea here is very simple. If this is our country and we want to defend it, we need to do it ourselves. So that's why yesterday I was in the downtown Kyiv, basically. To be honest with you, the fighting in Kyiv, we have shelling in different parts of town. We had a Russian plane downed in Kyiv, and we have Russian troops moving into Kyiv from different directions.
Viewers, this is the skyline of Sumy as we continue our conversation with Mr. Yurash. Here is the skyline of Sumy. Now, what we are being told by the authorities in charge of this Ukrainian city of Sumy is that Sumy is under siege. It's under siege. Dmytro Zivitsky, head of the Sumy Regional State Administration, is telling us today the situation in the Sumy region is very difficult. Together with Sumy, the fight continues on Herasim, Kondratiev Street, where our 27th Artillery Brigade is. At the moment, fight is going on, territorial defense, so it's obviously now coming down to man-to-man combat. For the moment, Konotop is besieged, the town of Okhritka, fought back twice the enemy's assaults. Unfortunately, populated areas of Sumy region are under siege. And you can see these are live pictures. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, 20 past 9, viewers, in Sumy right now across Ukraine. And it's completely deserted. It looks like a ghost town. This is a fixed view camera. Right now, obviously, we don't have audio coming and we don't have people on the ground because this is where the thick of the fighting is happening. Unfortunately, populated areas are under siege. Military vehicles from Sumy are moving towards Kyiv. A lot of equipment has passed through and is heading directly to the west. So clearly, viewers, clearly, many cities now within Russian grasp. And once again, viewers, let's go out to some of our contributors and panelists. I want to bring in Major General Sanjay Soy now. General Soy, thank you for being with us. I think we've lost him. Very quickly, back to you, Sushant Sareen. How quickly do you think Ukraine is going to fall? I know that this is a conversation that is perhaps a little premature, and someone sitting in Delhi will find it a bit difficult to answer that question. But given the fact that Kyiv is now under siege, it's the nerve center, and you already have a member of parliament been given a gun in a last-ditch attempt to try and shore up morale and boost, of course, force strength, auxiliary force strength. What's your assessment? One day, said the Interior Ministry, but what is your assessment of it? Could it be quicker?
Rahul, it could be quicker. It could take a couple of days more. But I think the real challenge will probably come when the Russian forces move further west. At that point of time, we will have to see what is the kind of resistance which Ukraine offers, both at the conventional level as well as at the sub-conventional level. And by that, I mean street-to-street fighting, guerrilla warfare, and what have you. And whether the Ukrainians are equipped to do that also, whether they are ready to take the kind of damage and the kind of casualties which come in that kind of a warfare, especially when you are fighting against the Russians, who can be pretty ruthless and virtually flatten a place from where resistance comes. So we'll have to wait and see. And frankly, on matters of war and peace, it's very difficult to speculate how things will work out. Nobody expected Kabul to fall in one day. People were saying they will be able to resist for 3 years. Then it was till the end of the year. Some of us said that it'll happen within a month. And frankly, nobody really knew when the collapse would take place. So I'm not going to get into that. Just one point I wanted to make and take off from where Ambassador Puri had left off. You know, there is this whole pressure on India that we need to start taking a position. We need to, really pick up cudgels on behalf of Ukraine. I understand what is going through Ukraine and all of that. No quibbles on that.
Yeah.
But, as the captain was saying, if you look at the kind of sanctions which have been imposed by the West, where, they have left these wriggle room for themselves, where there will not be enough pain caused to Russia, because causing that kind of pain to Russia would also mean causing pain to themselves, then to expect that India will now pick up, the slack and India will take the lead. Why should we? Let's face it. How much skin do we have in the game? The guys who have the skin in the game, let us first see how far they're willing to go.
You're right.
How
Mr.
much
Sareen, they
punishment they are
bungled
willing
it.
to take.
Now they want others to do the heavy lifting. I'm sorry, there's no other way of putting this, but national interest first here. We have a lot to lose. I'll also tell you, viewers, that the Americans have been quite chary about giving us top-line military equipment that the Russians have given us. So there is that too. And as I think Sushant Sareen or others like Brahma Chalani have told us, Biden has never come out and told China in express terms, move out of Eastern Ladakh. That's not happened. The Indians have been fighting this. We as a country have been fighting China. We are perhaps one of the only border countries apart from at one time Soviet Russia that has actually had a war with China. No one else has, viewers, fought a war against China at such close proximity. And let me tell you, viewers, we were short. We were shortchanged. And even now, when there are border incursions, no one really speaks up for us. Let's be honest about that. And I want to go back to Manjeev Singh Puri. This time I've got your name right, Mr. Puri. I apologize. Ambassador Puri, very, very quickly on this. Heavy lifting. Now everyone is looking at India. Now everyone is looking further afield. Heavy lifting. What made Biden go out there and change focus completely and jump on Russia when he could have actually spared himself a little bit for China? Nothing has been said about the Chinese.
Sorry, Rahul, I want to make a small point about domestic United States and the perceptions there. Sitting in India, for a long time, and rightly so, we are very convinced that the big danger to the global order as we know it today is China. But in the United States, domestically, both at the level of the public and at the level of the establishment, it's Russia which is the principal contestant. And I'm willing to go so far to say that while China may be equated with a three-letter word bad, they don't go beyond that. This is the nature of United States polity. Now, this is why many of the things which they do, we feel shortchanged on all of this. Now, this is, I'm afraid, the way things are. This is the way the world order was carved out after the World War II. And the fact that the Chinese are going to become the largest player, and if the United States really has to maintain its supremacy in the world order, then they need to start turning to them, is something that needs to sink in. So this is, I think, the fundamental point in answer to what you were mentioning.
Thanks indeed. Thanks indeed. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, the headlines, big news coming out of Ukraine, viewers. We're going to take a short break right now. We'll be right back with the latest. Stay with here on Times Now. We're bringing you the latest from the ground in Ukraine like no other channel. Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first, because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation, right information that helps them make the right choices, hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in 2 boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती.
It's 1300 hours, viewers. It's 1 o'clock and the rolling coverage of the Ukraine invasion continues on Times Now. Kyiv takeover soon. Multiple blasts in Kyiv as Russian troops on tanks continue to march towards the capital. Senior minister fears Russians may enter Kyiv by late Friday, that is today. Most other Ukrainian cities too under attack in the three-way invasion. Ukraine fights for its sovereignty. Ukraine fights for its sovereignty. President Zelensky pleads for assistance, calls for anti-war coalition. Kyiv claims to have captured Russian soldiers and retaken a key airport from Russian control. The site of nuclear accident at Chernobyl is under Russian control and staff held hostage. Ukrainian MP tells Times Now she hopes Russia doesn't blow it up, causing a major catastrophe. Ukrainian President Zelensky fears assassination bid, says he is target number 1 of alleged Russian plot to eliminate political leaders. British intelligence says it had warned of Russia preparing a kill list. Several Indian students stuck in Ukraine cry out for help, describe how they are living in fear, waiting for evacuation. US, UK, Japan slap additional sanctions on Russia to maximize damage. Russian financial institutions in US targeted. Biden vows more action. Pressure in India from Western partners in Ukraine to take a strong stand against Russian invasion of Ukraine. PM Modi calls for cessation of violence as India weighs its options. Global outpouring of anger, viewers, against Russian invasion from New York to Germany to Istanbul, Turkey. Massive protests seeking Russia's isolation. Viewers, our first headline, the fight for Kyiv is underway. And at 1300 hours, we are being told by Interior Ministry officials in Ukraine that they expect their capital to fall later today. Why? Why, viewers? Because the advance is happening from Kyiv. A bridge destroyed to stop the advance, but that's not going to hold it up for very long. Remember, the Russians move with an engineer corps and they will be able to cross the Dnieper River. Ukrainian combat forces are meeting and trying to thwart the Russian advance. These are the major points of conflagration. Very important, viewers. Here is where the Russians are also advancing from. So it is from the east and also from the north that they're trying to trap Kyiv in a pincer, viewers. Here again, we are told that there is heavy fighting going on. Russian forces have been forced to retreat. That's the claim that the Ukrainian officials are putting out there, but we are being told otherwise. And of course, Grondo, Russians forced to retreat here, according to the Ukrainians. We don't know about this, viewers. What we are being told, and we're going to show you pictures now very, very soon of what has happened to Kyiv overnight. So just over the last 12 hours since we ended the broadcast yesterday night, viewers, scenes of devastation in Kyiv. This is the current skyline of Kyiv live right now. What are we seeing? Hardly any traffic on the roads. The center of the city completely deserted. We've been speaking to Ukrainian MPs who've been telling us that the city on the outskirts has been heavily shelled. Even residential quarters have been hit. Here is Sumy, a city to the east. It's under siege, viewers. Almost man-to-man combat in the streets of the districts which are further out there, as you can see in the time. It's 9:34 in the morning in Sumy. Also, viewers, this is another view of Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital. This is Obolon area of Kyiv. That's the center, that's the Maidan, which is the heart of the city, the center of the city. This is an outlying district. You can see even on this highway, which was chock-a-block with cars yesterday, just a few cars going up and down, and most of them are going across the river to the West to move towards countries, viewers, which are opening their borders, allowing for Ukrainians to flee their country. And we're talking about Poland, a little bit to the south, Moldova, and other countries that are opening their borders. Even Hungary is doing so. Now I want to show you scenes of devastation. Pavanji, if you can just pull out those pictures, that's right. This is what we are seeing in Kyiv right now on the outlying districts, according to an MP, Ukrainian MP who we spoke with, Sofia Fadina. She said that, look at this. This is a residential quarter, viewers, struck by Russian missiles. Now, overnight, we've been hearing sirens, and we're going to play out that audio. Can we play out that audio as we speak? Because sirens are ringing out all the time. If you can come closer, here again, rescue officials trying to find people who might be trapped in this particular building. You can see completely devastated. This is the toll that the Russian bombing is taking on the ground. A large number of houses, smoke still bellowing out of these houses, they're still burning. People going in to rescue others who might be trapped, fish out the dead. Remember, these attacks take place, viewers, at night. One just hopes that a large number of Kyiv residents have actually exited before this tragedy struck, but we are getting information about casualties. We don't have exact numbers. We will, of course, update you on those. Information coming out very, very slowly from Ukraine, as one can expect. Let's now also give you a quick view of what happened overnight. And this is, again, a view of early morning today when air raid sirens went off. You can hear those sirens, viewers. They're quite loud. They're ominous. This is again the Maidan area. Again, early morning today, deserted, completely deserted, and the air raid sirens going out constantly. Indian students who are trapped in Kyiv were telling Times Now, and let's go back to the visuals. They were telling Times Now viewers that the sirens go off every 10, 15 minutes, and they have to rush to bunkers. Sometimes they just stay there. Pictures of, in fact, Indians in the shelters we will pull out and put. But I want to go straight across to our correspondent on the ground, Volodymyr, who has been holding forth from Ukraine for all of us, giving an idea. And I also want to show you what's been happening across Ukraine. This is Donetsk. This is Chernobyl under Russian occupation. This is where there is a nuclear plant, and the Ukrainian authorities are telling us that it's being held hostage. This is Kharkiv. People cowering in shelters, underground shelters, viewers, which haven't been used since Second World War. That is what we are being told. Melitopol, again, you're seeing Kyiv, another checkpoint, demolished, blown up, fire still raging. This is again Chernobyl, viewers. Russian tanks on the streets, the takeover complete. Let's go to more visuals. Let's have a look at more visuals in this loop. Very interesting, viewers. The manner in which the Russians seem to have gone about trying to take over all of Ukraine. Let's go across to Volodymyr. Volodymyr, what's the latest? What can you tell us? Let's come across straight to him. Now, Volodymyr, thank you very much for speaking to us. I know these are desperate times. What's happening around you?
Yes, indeed, these are desperate times, but just for clarity purposes, I'm not in Kyiv. Yesterday night, I was trying to leave Kyiv. I got on the train to go to a western city of Lviv, which is supposed to be the safest place in Ukraine right now. Obviously, because of all of the chaos and all of the hundreds of thousands of people that were trying to leave at the same time, there were no direct trains. I had to take a layover here in central Ukraine. So I'm currently in a city here in central Ukraine. And again, for safety reasons, I don't want to disclose the name of the city. But my journey started at around 9 p.m. yesterday. I got on the train in Kyiv. I came here, I spent the night here, I slept barely 4 hours, and now I'm again on the train station, hoping to get on a different train and go to the west, go to Lviv. And right, you were describing earlier these deserted areas in Kyiv. From what I was seeing yesterday, what I was witnessing, these hundreds of thousands of people fleeing Kyiv at the same time, these terrible traffic jams on the highway. We were discussing also big lines on the gas stations. I'm here in this city, which is like somehow 200 kilometers away from Kyiv. And I was just, when driving here to the train station, I saw big lines on the gas stations again. So all of these people that are coming from Kyiv, they're still coming. They're stopping here to get gas, and they keep going. When I was trying to get a hotel here yesterday, all of the hotels here in this city of some 400,000 population, all the hotels were fully booked. It was pure luck that I got a last room at a last hotel here in this city.
Vladimir, heartrending story coming from you, of course. I hope your family is okay. We know that you were on the move yesterday and it was difficult to get in touch with you. But very quickly, if you can still hear me, Vladimir, can you describe what is actually happening across Ukraine? We're getting a lot of mixed reports. We are being told that the Russians have made inroads into Ukraine, are holding some towns. Chernobyl has fallen. There is news coming from the east, which is also quite dire.
Yeah, the situation is very, very dire. The situation is very chaotic, and it's developing, is changing with every hour. Yes, the Russians were hoping to get into Ukraine very quickly within 24 hours, seize the capital of Ukraine, and their goal is basically decapitation of Ukraine's government and installing their loyal pro-Russian government. This hasn't happened. Ukrainian army has put up some fierce fight, despite the fact that the numbers and the technology and the military equipment is insurmountable, incomparable what the Russians have and what Ukrainians have. Still, they have put like this fight. Unfortunately, and this is very scary. Ukrainian government confirmed that Russians have seized a Chernobyl nuclear power plant, and again, whatever happens there is now totally the responsibility of Russia. There are fights happening all around Ukraine. Some of Ukrainian cities indeed have fallen into the Russian hands on the southern part, on the northern part, where they were moving from two different directions. And obviously their main goal is Kyiv. You can see the pictures right now, which I believe is from Kyiv, from a residential building which was bombed, which was shelled. And this is definitely very, very surreal, a very frightening and horrific situation happening in Europe in 2022.
I want to ask you a little bit about the government now. What's been the response by the Ukrainian army and the government? First, the army, are they taking a lot of setbacks? And the government, is it really in control?
The government is in control. I'll start with the government. The government is in control. The president is making regular address to the nation. He claims he is still in the government quarters in Kyiv, which is heavily protected. You cannot get into the area where the top country leadership is right now, and that's obviously very explainable. And earlier today, or in the middle of the night, President Zelensky made another statement. He revealed to the Ukrainians that Ukrainian intelligence understands that Russia's goal number one is killing President Zelensky. Despite that fact, both the Minister of Defense, the President, they are in Kyiv, and they are very much in control of the situation which is happening. And now going to the Ukrainian army, as we discussed, of course, Ukrainian army is much smaller and much poorer, if you will, equipped than the Russian army. Despite all the weaponry that Ukraine received from its Western allies in the last several weeks, this is still not enough. Ukrainian army is taking some of the casualties, but at the same time, Ukrainian army is having some successes. Just yesterday, there was a fierce fight for the airfield, just some 35 kilometers.
Yes, 35 kilometers, I think, outside of Kyiv, and reports coming in that the Ukrainian forces might have actually been able to reclaim that airfield. That's what we're hearing. We're going to try. Yes, Mr. Solohab, Vladimir, you were saying, yes, that they've reclaimed that airfield. That's what you were saying.
Yeah, there was a fierce fight and then reclaimed that airfield. But also there are some losses. A small island in the Black Sea between Crimea and Odessa was taken over by Russians. and all of the 14 border guard servicemen that were stationed on that island, they were killed. So the situation is very different in different parts. But from the reports that we're getting, that the Ukrainian army are still standing still, are still fighting back.
Where you are things calmer? And where are people going? You've said that a large number of people from Kyiv have come to this particular city. It's difficult to find accommodation, and they're still moving on, perhaps westward. Where are they hoping to go? Are the borders open for you to go across into other countries?
Just yesterday, the government introduced restriction on all of the men aged between 18 and 65 to leave Ukraine. And the president has called a nationwide drive into the army. So men aged 18 to 65 cannot leave Ukraine. Women, children, the borders are still open. They can leave. But most of the people are going to the western part of Ukraine, which is the safest area right now. And the city I am in right now, it's on the path to western Ukraine. So a lot of people are driving through the city. A lot of people were trying to stay here overnight, refuel, and keep going. And this is already This is continuing for more than 24 hours now. This flight of people out of Kyiv.
I mean, when you say that men between the age of 18 and 65 have been called in to serve, of course, you have conscription in Ukraine. Does that mean that someone like you will now have to go and register?
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it means. If I get a notification from my local recruitment army recruitment office, I will have to go in, check in, and I've heard stories that people did that and they were immediately on the spot, were sent to the east, were sent to training camps, were sent to the army stations, army positions, and to be ready for combat.
That's quite a revelation here. So people like you would have to sort of join the draft. That's very interesting, reminiscent of what we've heard in the past during the World Wars, viewers. Volodymyr, what about the availability of essentials across Ukraine right now? Water, food, medicine, etc.
So far, we haven't seen any shortages either in food or water or gas, for that matter. A lot of people are trying to put gas into their cars. There has also been no reports of electricity shortages or Wi-Fi cuts. But this is something which is on the backs of everyone, all the people's minds. And I think that starting from yesterday and continuing into today, people are stocking up on groceries, people are stocking up on food, and definitely preparing possible blackout.
Volodymyr, thank you very much for standing with us here at Times Now and doing your job in a composed manner. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, and hope to hear from you soon.
Thank you for being interested in this topic. And again, Times Now is the only Indian network here on the ground covering this story from different angles.
Thank you so much. Wonderful, wonderful, and best of luck, and I hope your family and you are safe. Viewers, as Volodymyr telling us very honestly, situation dire, and one can expect, of course, more news coming through from Ukraine as we go on. Thank you, Volodymyr. Thank you for joining us. Be safe, and let's hear from you regularly so we know that you're safe. In a sense, check in with us. Check in with us, yes, check in with us, because it's very, very important as the situation is constantly changing on the ground. Viewers, look at what they're up against, the Ukrainians. Russian advance now taking place in different parts. That's Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk, which was completely decimated yesterday. So that's more on the western to southwestern part of Ukraine. Russian troops now ringing Kyiv. You also have Odessa, which is, people are saying, and there are different views on this. If you believe the Ukrainians, there's still a fight going on for Odessa. If you believe what is coming out from Russian authorities and other global agencies, we are being told that Odessa has fallen. There is Donetsk and Mariupol, which of course are again cities in the balance. And on the other front, so that's the east really of Ukraine, viewers. And again, these are two cities that are actually on the water, really, the Black Sea. On the other side, viewers, of course, you have more fronts that are opening. And this is from where? Kharkiv and the other areas where the advance is taking place on Kyiv. So that's what we are being told. That's where the Russians are the closest to Kyiv. And you can see the Russian troops on both sides. Here it is, very clearly visible. That's the one Russian troop deployment moving in towards Kyiv. And the other side, viewers, is another attack. So it's like a pincer where from both sides, the Russians are advancing in on Kyiv, and that's why all sorts of alarms are being raised and constantly sounded over Kyiv as missiles rain in. Now, big breaking news coming in, and let me tell you that the Ukrainian parliament has put out a tweet, very disturbing tweet, saying that following the Chernobyl occupation, now this is very important, viewers, for you to pay attention to what I'm saying. What is being said is that there have been spikes in radiation level. Yes, radiation level. I'm not saying this. This is Ukrainian parliament tweeting. And the tweet, viewers, of the Ukrainian parliament is right here in front of my hand. So we're going to show you pictures of Chernobyl where, of course, the Russian tanks are on the ground. And this is the tweet. What does this tweet say? Now currently impossible to establish the reason for the change in the radiation background in the exclusion zone because of the occupation and military fight in this territory. So there is an apprehension that the pictures on your screen, of course, are of Chernobyl under Russian domination, that there are some sort of strange spikes going on. Now, whether this is fear-mongering on the part of the Ukrainian authorities, we don't know, but certainly there are these apprehensions that are being raised on Twitter by a handle that belongs to the Ukrainian parliament. Also, viewers, photos of Russian soldiers now outside Kyiv. So this is the first visual evidence that we're going to show you of Russian soldiers now on the outskirts of Kyiv. So till now, viewers, we were being told that the Russian advance is being halted, etc. Now, this looks like an overnight shot. That's Asia News International having acquired these photographs, perhaps from Reuters. And you can see Russian soldiers now very clearly. So that's the first visual confirmation of the Russian advance on Kyiv. They are on the outskirts, making inroads quickly. The Interior Ministry of Ukraine telling us that perhaps by later today, that's how quickly Kyiv could fall. Very, very interesting news. Also, importantly, viewers, the next big breaking, the International Court of Justice coming out and making some very strident observations. So the ICC coming out and saying, we may probe possible war crimes. ICC reminds aggressors in Ukraine. Now, the aggressors are a mixed bag. There are, of course, the soldiers of the breakaway republic, of the two breakaway republics, and of course, advancing Russian soldiers, and perhaps even Ukrainian soldiers, viewers, who might be hitting back at their Russian adversaries or even adversaries in the separatist zone. So we don't quite know who this statement is aimed at specifically, but this is a general commentary, perhaps reminding everyone that there is something called the ICC Geneva Conventions and that they must be followed. More breaking news coming in right now as we move forward in this broadcast. I'm also being told, viewers, that we have the latest coming up on the issue of Russian soldiers who have been captured. Now, this makes for dramatic pictures. POWs, here it is, again, courtesy the armed forces of Ukraine. So Ukraine putting out a lot of videos such as these trying to establish and dominate the narrative, suggesting that, look, we are winning against the Russians are crumpled, they're surrendering, and the focus of the camera, of course, on the wounds and how the Ukrainian soldiers are taking care of their Russian aggressors, etc. So a lot is happening. Let's play out this Nat on these pictures so we can hear what is being said.
Не рад. Мне так вот открыто говорят.
Россиянам никто не рад.
Россиянам никто не рад.
Друзья, уезжайте отсюда, вам здесь не рады.
Кто конкретно? Кому? Кто должен уезжать? В камеру смотри. Кто должен уезжать? Говори.
Друзья мои.
Кто твои друзья? Откуда ты приехал?
Из Нижнего Новгорода.
Сейчас, подожди,
Where did you come from, my friend? Tell us about your antecedents. So clearly on camera, they're trying to establish the fact that they have Russian POWs in their custody. So clearly, viewers, there is a war being waged here. This is not some fun activity, and it's not one way. There is obviously a fight back that is happening, and we've heard so many Ukrainian MPs tell us this. We're going to take a very short break. When I'm back, just before we go, viewers, leaving you with these pictures of the skyline, the live skyline of Kyiv, deserted Kyiv, Kyiv which is under siege, Sumy that is under siege, another Ukrainian city under siege, and Kharkov deserted. That's what it's looking like across Ukraine. We'll take a short break. We're right back. Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in 2 boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी 2 कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
the situation is turning dire in Ukraine as Kyiv is under siege, and many people are saying it's set to fall by later today or perhaps tomorrow. Protests are breaking out from New York, Istanbul, Poland, Seattle, all across down to South America, Santiago. There, Russia also seeing protests against their own government's invasion of Ukraine. These people are extremely brave, viewers, extremely brave to be out there protesting against Putin. He's not a person who tolerates dissent very well. Chorus for peace also breaking out, viewers, in other parts like Lithuania, which is to the north, and Budapest, which is Hungary, the capital of Hungary, the twin cities of Buda and Pest, and of course here in America, in Washington, D.C., outside the White House. Again, global community uniting again. You can see squares of many, many cities like Germany. This is, of course, Berlin. And that's the great gate that was built, and it's a majorly famous landmark in the heart of Berlin. Protests all over. Let's listen to some of these protesters. What exactly are they saying, in what language, and what expression they are choosing to condemn Putin?
I have a lot of friends, my ex-colleagues in Ukraine. And today I called some of them. I get their feedback. I understand that they are sitting in the basement of their houses. They are trying to escape somewhere out of Kyiv, and they hear the sounds of explosions. It is just awful.
We have sanctions, and we want to make sure Putin doesn't come to Macy's in New York to do his Christmas shopping, and so that will stop him. Okay. We realize that that's not effective. We knew that in 2014. Why did we not do something more? Because we have cowards. And as I've said to many people, Putin doesn't want devastation either. If we had 50,000 troops in Ukraine, Putin would not even allow a mouse to cross the border.
Inima mea sângerează astăzi pentru că mulți prieteni din Ucraina sunt acolo ascunși în beciuri. Mulți care au plecat de război, orașele au fost bombardate și astăzi, în solidaritate pentru Ucraina, sunt aici.
Yeah, our families are in Kyiv right now, in Ukraine, and I know that our fighters and like our brothers and sisters, they are fighting for Ukraine right now, and they really need world support, because I know that some countries are hesitating to help Ukraine, not help Ukraine, but this is a really serious thing, and Ukrainian people need world support right now.
It's absolutely terrible what Putin doing, because he's doing it from the face of Russians, but Russians are absolutely not agree with it. We are against the war. Ukrainians are our friends. We don't want war at all.
I've just been following this really closely. I'm really devastated by the news of the invasion. It's really awful for Ukraine. But also just for ordinary Russian people. I think it's crazy, just absolutely crazy what Vladimir Putin is doing.
Venimos aquí para pedir paz, para que ponen algunas sanciones contra Putin. Rusia, Ucrania, todos los países queremos paz, queremos vivir en paz, no queremos ver muertos. Estamos viviendo en un siglo donde no merecemos la guerra. Nós ajudamos pelas nossas famílias, pelo nosso país. E isso que Putin fazer, esta é uma covardia. atrás da costas. Uma inveja que pessoas conseguiram viver sozinhas 30 anos, sem soviéticos, sem russos.
The emotions are overwhelming even now. I believe everybody. But we are here to show the whole world that we need to unite. And there is no more any red lines to cross for Russia, for everybody, because nobody expected that. And if we don't stop them, it would be even worse.
For me, this day is a kind of disaster. You know, this is the first day when I feel shame that I am Russian.
Porque toda la vida, todos los años de la historia fuimos hermanos de sangre.
Я сама из Крыма, я 7 лет не была в Крыму, поэтому для меня это ужасная ситуация. Я сегодняшний весь день, это просто, я с трудом сдерживаю слезы, потому что это очень больно и страшно, то, что происходит. Когда в твой дом приходят люди с оружием, и это больше не твой дом. Поэтому сейчас я думаю, что это самое важное, что мы можем сделать, это выходить на протесты и заявлять о том, что у нас есть права, что мы люди, что у нас есть достоинство. И хочу всем просить поддержки, всей Европы, мира и людей тут в Литве, не оставаться равнодушными, потому что мы никогда не знаем. Я никогда, живя в Украине, не думала, что такое произойдет, что придут войска и будут стрелять, братья, россияне, и сейчас вот мы с братьями-белорусами стоим здесь, потому что, черт знает, что творится.
Lui intéresse, c'est l'intégrité d'Ukraine qui lui intéresse. Il a bien dit ça dans son discours lundi, que la décommunisation d'Ukraine va coûter l'Ukraine très cher. Et ça, on voit ce que nous coûte aujourd'hui.
Well, more breaking news coming in, and this should be good news for a large number of Indians viewers. Evacuations have begun out of Ukraine. So the Indian government is working through governments in Romania and Hungary on the borders of Ukraine. So these are countries that ring Ukraine more towards the north and the west. And what we are being told is that Indians near border towns first will be evacuated, and then other Indians who are traveling to exit points which have been communicated to them will be next. So if you're in Kyiv, if you're an Indian in Kyiv, you will probably be required to make your way to one of those exit points. And the situation, as we've been bringing to you, is dire. Srinjoy Chaudhary with more details on this. Srinjoy, what can you tell us? Evacuation begins.
Yes, Rahul, the first point is that there are any officials inside Ukraine, on the borders of Poland, on the borders of Romania. And what they are doing is, inside Ukraine, they are waiting for Indians to move towards them. That's what I'm hearing. And at this point, there are 4 countries who have been told and are now willing to accept Indian citizens, students and others. They are as follows: Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and Romania. All 4 countries are ready and waiting for Indian citizens. There are currently 15,000 Indian citizens still in Ukraine. 4,000 odd have been moved out already. Now, as far as these 15,000 are concerned, Rahul, those in the west have the best opportunity. They can just go across because that's a quieter zone. There is no fighting in the area. Once they go across, if they wish, then further lots can go through. There are a whole lot in Kyiv, including those who have been placed in areas by the ambassador's office themselves. Now, these people will also be escorted to the west. The idea is to get all of them out as soon as possible. The worry is in the east. That's where some of these medical colleges are. That's where some of the fighting is going on. So there is a hope that if they can find themselves a way to get towards Kyiv, or somewhere in central Ukraine, then they can be helped to move towards the west. Kharkov is a place where there are a lot of Indians, and that's to the east of Kyiv. And these Indian students particularly will have to find their way across to Kyiv and from there to the west. That is the path that has been designated by the Indian embassy, Rahul, and hopefully this process is going to begin very shortly. Perhaps we will hear by 2:30 from the Indian government about exactly how this process has gone.
Well, of course, Srinjoy, that is a very valuable advice that we're getting now from the authorities, and that's an important input in this story that, look, if you are in the central areas of Ukraine, if you're in Kyiv, you've got to start making your way. Of course, fraught with implications because, viewers, it's difficult right now to move. We've been speaking to our correspondent on the ground, and he's been telling us that it is difficult right now to move because of constant air raid sirens that are going on. So I don't know how this will work, because we've been speaking to a large number of Indian students who are in Kyiv. Very quickly, coming to you, Srinjoy, how are these students expected to move now to these border evacuation points?
Well, Rahul, it's not just the central part of Ukraine or even the east. There are students in places like Odessa, which is in the south. Now, there is still public transport. There are, in the west, all that is still working. It hasn't broken down as yet. So there is still an opportunity. There are cars. There are people who are moving, driving towards the west in cars. So those...
That could be fraught. That could be very fraught, an exercise to undertake right now, given the fact that the Russians have begun to choke, in fact, to choke, viewers, these cities. Kharkov, for example, looks like a ghost town. Here it is, Kharkov, where Srinjoy Chaudhary is telling us there are a large number of Indians snowed under. You can see it's heavily snowing there. All the rooftops covered with snow. The ground is covered with snow. It's a ghost town. And of course, you can see Kyiv, hardly any cars on the roads, unlike yesterday. So, and it is, at this moment, the local time is about 11 minutes past 10 in the morning. So, not very bright news coming from Kyiv. Everyone is hunkered down, either in basements of big apartment blocks or their institutions, government shelters, etc., or just the metro stations. So this is a situation that is fraught. We've been speaking, of course, to Indian students. This is what they had to tell us earlier.
So near at 4 a.m., siren started buzzing. So there were 3 sirens. First one to get ready, second one to get on the down floor, and third one to just leave to the bunkers wherever you know. So during morning at 4 o'clock, we leave for bunkers, but we don't know any safe places. So we went to our university basement at 4 o'clock, and they told us that not to roam on roads. Our dean came and then she told that you are safe, you can leave to hostel. So we came back, but now again.
I'm Vismaya from Trivandrum, Kerala. And I'm Solia from Malappuram, Marayur. I'm Amaya from Kannur, Kerala. And we all are Saparushia State Medical University students, and we are all first course. And right now we are facing a big crisis here. We all are waiting for our help from our Indian embassy right now.
Now we are safe, but it's only temporary, and we are facing food shortage, and we don't have money with us. ATMs are blocked.
We don't know what is going to happen every next second. We don't know.
We all are in panic, and also our parents are in panic.
And our authorities said that there will be there will be no electricity any moment from now.
Blockage of water supply and connection loss.
Yeah, we are facing shortage of food and shortage, and our signal will be gone, and so we can't connect with our parents. So they will be also worried, and we are also very.
Well, the situation is dire depending on where you are in Ukraine for Indian students. I want to go across to our guests who've been waiting very patiently, and I'm thanking them for this because we've really had a lot of news that has been coming in. Alexei Muraviev, Associate Professor of National Security and Strategic Studies at the Curtin University from Perth, Australia. Major General Shashi Asthana, Defense Analyst, and Dr. John Harrison, Homeland Security Expert and Professor at the Rabdan Academy in Abu Dhabi. Let me begin with you first, Mr. Muraviev. how do you see the situation now unfolding from as far afield as Australia? Australia's taken an extremely hard and tough stand against Russia, against Putin personally. Will it be effective?
Look, I mean, if you're referring to the imposition of sanctions, I don't think they will work. They didn't work back in 2014. They didn't work further after that. I mean, I think there is a false anticipation that somehow trying to hurt the Russian economy, and we need to recognize the size of the Russian economy and the level of the resilience of the Russian economy, the resource base, the skill base, as well as determination of the nation and its leadership, then trying to hurt Russian political and economically, thinking that somehow it will alter the behavior of the Kremlin. Again, I think there is a severe underestimation and miscalculation about what Russia can actually, how Russia can be affected in one way or another. In terms of the latest developments, I mean, even observing the developments from my part of the world, I can certainly say I was really staggered with the rapid, with the scale of and the pace of the rapid advance of the Russian military. I did not expect that they would be able to break through Ukrainian the defensive perimeter so quickly. I didn't expect that they would be able to seize the initiative with such a swift stroke. Within 24 hours, they managed to achieve considerable advances by effectively neutralizing a significant portion of the Ukrainian air defense capability, neutralizing Ukraine's ability to use offensive or defensive air power, neutralizing Ukraine's navy, seizing a number of strategic towns, and effectively reaching the outskirts of Kyiv. So even from my end, it looks something that I don't think anyone could ever kind of predicted in the initial scenarios, and nor the lack of organized resistance coming from the Ukrainian military.
Very, very interesting, that assessment there from our guest who is contributing and waiting patiently in Australia. Dr. John Harrison, Homeland Security expert and professor at the Rabdan Academy, Abu Dhabi. Do you believe that perhaps the West has not been able to factor in Putin's plans? Has there been a massive, massive underestimation of Putin's capacities?
I don't think it's a capacity issue. I think it's a commitment issue. That there was clear that the Russians were going to go in at some point. For weeks, that this has been telegraphed by many Western governments. But it doesn't seem to be publicly very clear what exactly Putin wants. Initially, obviously, I don't think anybody believes it, but initially he said it was just going to be a limited incursion. Okay? That seems to no longer be the case. Certainly, it looks very much like he's going to try to decapitate the government and then be able to replace it with one to his liking. But then that sets up a problem that he will now have a long-term commitment into Ukraine. He's going to have to stay with a significant number of forces to be able to prop up a government that will certainly have very little support from the population. It also seems as if there may be a sort of concerted effort here by the Ukrainians to realize that resistance, while very important, may not be in the long-term advantage to the country. What needs to happen is that the government has to be able to maintain some sort of resistance. And that seems to be more easily done when you have equipped soldiers, but not necessarily. We've already seen that the government has issued weapons, called up individuals, certainly to try to create that nexus where, should the government fall, that there will be a resistance in place to be able to challenge the Russian occupation for as long as it lasts. And I think that may be the strategic reality that we're facing in Ukraine right now, and that certainly the West has seen, and I think has been helping plan for some time.
Okay, so if it's not an underestimation of Putin's will, it's just an underestimation of the manner in which the world could have come together in solidarity, then Major General Shashi Asthana, there will be expectations of India, and we've been hearing different points of view. Now, I just wanted to ask you, if India were to break away from its obvious at this moment hesitation at condemning Russia, what would be the implications? Could you break them down?
Firstly, as far as the condemnation of Russia is concerned, I don't think India should take a position, because India also has a sovereign right not to take position in the circumstances in which they are there. Because what Russia has done has also been done by the West in Iraq. So this is not the first time it has happened that the sovereignty of some country has been breached. As far as Ukraine is concerned, it's a big power contestation which has pushed Ukraine to disaster because of its strategic location, as well as the bent of their leader towards West. And certainly the Russians have done what they have done. So therefore, there is a criticism from both sides. As far as West is concerned, after, I think, 1991 agreement, they have pushed 14 countries and included them into NATO after saying that not an inch eastwards. And as far as Russia is concerned, despite promising the sovereignty and territorial integrity in Budapest Agreement, they have breached it themselves. So therefore, both sides have played, I would say, they have let Ukraine down to some extent. Now coming on to one of the panelists was saying that this plan was not conceivable. No, I think it was very well conceivable. It's already there. I've already put it out in no uncertain terms. Let me break it down for you because you are seeing and showing the effects of what is happening. Let me put the plan into place. The political aim is to change the regime and put a pro-Russian regime. The strategic aim is to break the will of Ukrainian leadership. The military aim is to consolidate the center of gravity happens to be Kyiv. The leaders' will cannot be broken and the military's will cannot be broken unless you reach Kyiv. So Kyiv happens to be the center of gravity of the operation. Now, how they have gone about is their posturing was done in a manner that they are on the north, shortest route to the Kyiv. They were in the south so that the movements can take place from the south and blockade can take place and no help can come to Ukraine. Even if NATO wants to intervene, it's too late for NATO to intervene. They cannot because their mobilization time doesn't suit them. So therefore, what they have done is initially they have removed and plastered all the defense installations, their air defense systems and their airfields. So our superiority. Having got the air power superiority, which to a great extent has been achieved to some extent, but thereafter their main task, military aim is to destroy maximum military infrastructure as much as they can, so that subsequently, even after the regime change, the Ukraine can never be used as a launching pad for operating against Russia. So this is how the plan is emerged.
Very important assessment there from Major General Saab. Thank you very much, sir. Let's very quickly bring you some more breaking news. The Ukrainian president has issued a statement as the world warns Ukraine is suggesting that there is large-scale killing of civilians going on in Ukraine by the Russians. So viewers, another big claim being made by the Ukrainian president here. Let's play it out.
О 4-й годині російські сили продовжили завдавати ракетних ударів по території України. Вони кажуть, що цивільні об'єкти для них не мішень. Це брехня. Насправді вони не розрізняють, у яких районах діяти. По російським ударам, як і вчора, однаково знаходяться військові та цивільні. Мета цієї атаки – тиск. Тиск на вас, громадяни України, тиск на все наше суспільство. Наші хлопці і дівчата, усі захисники України, не дали ворогу реалізувати оперативний замисел вторгнення у перший день. Українці демонструють справжній героїзм. У більшості напрямків ворога зупинили, йдуть бої. Тому атака Росії продовжується із розрахунку, що наші сили будуть втомлені. Але ми не втомлені. Цим ранком ми захищаємо нашу державу наодинці. Як і вчора, найпотужніші сили світу спостерігають здалеку. Чи переконали Росію вчорашні санкції? Ми чуємо у своєму небі і бачимо на своїй землі, що цього недостатньо. Чужі війська все ще намагаються активізуватись на нашій території. Росії все одно доведеться рано чи пізно говорити з нами, говорити про те, як закінчити бойові дії і зупинити це вторгнення. Чим швидше розмова почнеться, тим меншими будут втраты самой России. Всем гражданам Российской Федерации, которые выходят на протесты, хочу сказать, мы вас видим. Это значит, что вы нас услышали. Это значит, вы нам начинаете верить. Боритесь за нас, боритесь против войны.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance? You ask me whether he should lead. I think can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है।
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're watching Times Now, the non-stop rolling coverage of what's unfolding in Ukraine. My editor-in-chief Rahul Shivshankar is with us. My name is Pranesh Kumar Roy. Let's get you started with the headlines. Multiple blasts in Kyiv as Russian troops on tanks continue to march towards capital. Senior minister fears Russians may enter Kyiv by later today. Ukraine fights for its sovereignty. President Zelensky pleads for assistance, calls for anti-war coalition. Kyiv claims to have captured Russian soldiers and retaken a key airport from Russian control. Social media posts claim an increase in radiation levels after rocket attack on Chernobyl by Russia. Ukrainian MP tells Times Now she hopes Russia does not blow it up, causing major catastrophe. Ukrainian President Zelensky fears assassination bid, says he is the target number one of alleged Russian plot to eliminate political leaders. Ukrainian MPs take up arms as Russia just kilometers away from capital Kyiv. Lawmakers say will fight to death to defend the motherland. Russian-backed rebel groups enter 6 to 8 kilometers inside the Donetsk region, which was formerly occupied by Ukraine troops. People's Militia Group claims Ukrainian soldiers surrendering. Several Indian students stuck in Ukraine cry out for help, describe how they are living in fear, waiting for evacuation. Many students take shelter in a medical university bunker. Times Now tracks the latest. Pressure on India from Western partners and Ukraine to take a strong stand against Russian invasion of Kyiv. Prime Minister Modi calls for cessation of violence as India weighs its options. US, UK, Japan slap additional sanctions, but Moscow warns. Biden says we will hit back. And look at the global outpouring of anger against Russian invasion from New York to Germany to Istanbul. Massive protests seeking Russia's isolation.
It's 2 o'clock, viewers. It's 2 o'clock this afternoon, and you're with me and Pranesh, and we're going to take you through the latest evolving situation on the ground. Now, remember, viewers, what's been happening? Kyiv is completely encircled, and that's the reason why, Pranesh, we have been continuing with this hashtag, Putin encircles Kyiv. The latest is making for very bad reading, isn't it?
Absolutely, and the worst fears perhaps could come true for Ukrainian MPs, because some of them who've spoken to Times Now are suggesting that by later today, in about 6 to 7 hours from now, Russian troops who are advancing by the minute towards capital Kyiv will be in a position to completely dominate the situation.
Let's just give viewers a 360 really of what's been happening. Now, viewers, right behind me is how the Ukrainian spirit is taking a pounding, but it's still not crushed. If you speak to a large number of their MPs, they say that we're very resolute, we're going to fight back. But Vinnytsia, where Indians are stuck, quite a few of them, Indian students specifically, witnessing heavy shelling, Indian students in bunkers there. Also, of course, Ukraine putting up a fight. This is Sumy. Sumy is completely encircled, we are being told, by Sumy authorities. These are Ukrainian authorities, and just look at the skyline, aglow. In the day, it's completely deserted. Not even a crow is flying. Russians taken prisoners. That's the tweeted videos of Russian POWs by the Ukrainian military, obviously being put out to suggest that the Ukrainians haven't given up, but they are on the back foot, viewers. Let me tell you that, and we'll establish that in just a few moments. Here's Kyiv. Look at the Kyiv skyline. It's glowing red. This is about 8 hours back overnight. This is what the Russians have been doing, and when we show you pictures of the devastation on the ground, you'll be shocked, because residential quarters completely decimated on the outlying districts of Kyiv as the Russians enclose from two directions. Bridges have been blown up by the Ukrainians, Pranesh, to try and stall the advance, but that's not working, is it?
And contrary to the claims made by the Russian, there are many reports now, multiple accounts pouring in that suggest that even civilian areas have been targeted, and there are large-scale casualties of civilians, not just Ukrainian soldiers.
Exactly. The Ukrainian president just came out and said a short while back that human rights violations are taking place as the Russians are killing innocents. That's Kyiv again, other parts of Kyiv. Now, what is happening on the ground, viewers? We're giving you a big assessment. So these are the areas that are beginning to fall to Russia. And we're talking about Stanicia, Chernobyl, and Luhansk. So where are all of them on a map? And you can see there is not just one area. This is the north. This is the south by the Black Sea, and that is Luhansk, one of the breakaway provinces, Pranesh, isn't it? That's one of those provinces that is broken away.
Rahul, we've broken this down into three segments. Yes. These are three areas that have already fallen to Russian forces, and these are areas now, at least 7 of them on the map, that are under siege. And according to analysts and accounts on social media, as also reports coming in from multiple sources, by the end of today, by the end of the day, these areas will be Russian controlled. What are these areas? Kyiv, there, the capital.
Let's very quickly go through some of these significant places, because this is Melitopol, and when we show you pictures from Melitopol, viewers, completely devastated, absolutely devastated. Odessa, again, port, very important strategically for the Ukrainians. Under siege right now. And there is Mariupol, another port city by this end of the Black Sea. You can see that. Another city very crucial strategically for the Ukrainians, because allows for trade, etc., material, and all of that to enter the country from areas that are not Soviet controlled. Now, this is Belarusia, which is actually a Soviet, you could say, a client state, and that, of course, is the entire Soviet border, so a long border with Russia, rather, not the Soviet Union. Sorry, though Putin is beginning to behave a lot more like the Soviet dictators of the past, the authoritarian leaders of the past, but still, he, of course, takes a great view of Russian history and considers himself the successor to one of the great Tsars of Russia, Peter the Great. He thinks that he wants to follow in his footsteps, but that's a different conversation for a different time. So Russia encircles client states, and then, of course, there are other neighboring countries. This is Moldova, here Poland, etc., which have opened their borders. Now viewers, this is Kyiv, and we're getting more visuals.
And Rahul, these 4 areas where are
yes.
places where fierce combat is going on. The first pictures now coming in, huge fireballs rising over the Kyiv airport. Vasily Kyiv air base bombed by Russian forces. First pictures coming through.
And look at this, there are cars that are on the highway there, viewers, cars that are driving, and you can see, as I was telling you, a lot of people are running away from Kyiv, more to the western side, hoping to get out. But look at this, Vasily Kyiv air base struck. Now, this is exactly what we've been telling you. Kyiv is under siege. There has been a fight that has been going on. We are being told that this particular air base, which is about 25 to 30 kilometers from Kyiv, was taken back by the Ukrainians. So clearly, the Russians are not giving up on this. They are continuing to pitch for it, because once they can land here safely and a corridor is created, Pranesh, it becomes easy for the physical occupation of Kyiv. They'll just land their helicopter gunships with large number of soldiers, and they'll enter Kyiv, and there will be, of course, street fighting on the ground.
And just to focus on this picture, this is very brave of this man who's driving this car actually to be going towards that side where you see smokes billowing out from, because all the other vehicles are coming in the other direction.
Yes, and these are dramatic pictures now from Kyiv. And viewers, I just want to quickly show you what's happened to Kyiv overnight. So there will be devastation. We'll split the pictures here on this screen, and we're going to show you how overnight certain residential quarters in the outlying districts of Kyiv completely decimated. Let's pull out those visuals. Can we put them out, Director Saab, very quickly on the screen so that our viewers get a sense?
We have images. We have images that we've put together of the dance of death and destruction across Ukraine, and obviously
this is Kyiv.
Kyiv has taken the major pounding.
This is a skyline at night, and you can see some of these big missiles that are coming into the city and pounding some of the areas. Now let's take out the pictures of the morning after, the aftermath, where buildings, whole facades have been blown to smithereens. Director Saab, let's put those out very quickly. Meanwhile, viewers, let me tell you that Russian troops are advancing. Let's go across to Volodymyr right now. Volodymyr joins us live. Volodymyr, what can you tell us? What's happening on the ground?
Well, as you know, just last time I was talking to you guys, I was here in a central Ukrainian city trying to get on the train to Lviv, to the western Ukraine. Our train has been delayed several times, and it just now arrived on the platform, and I just got on this train. There are a lot of people on this train. I'll try to show you if you can see like the picture over there. And basically, all of these people were hoping to get on this train, which goes westward to Lviv, which is relative safety, in which hundreds and thousands of Ukrainians are trying to get to right now. And finally, my train arrived, and I'm getting on my final leg to Lviv.
But you said that the train has been delayed. Has it now begun to roll out of the station, or is it still delayed? And why could it be delayed?
No, it was delayed with arriving, so there was no train in the station because it was coming from a different town. So there were, around 100, if not more, people waiting for this train. Now we're still on the station. Hopefully, we'll get moving soon.
Is it possible for you to show us around and speak to other people, perhaps on the train, who might share some stories with you and where they've come from, Volodymyr, at all?
Yeah, I'll try getting in the car and finding actually my seats. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people who don't have tickets here and don't have their seats. Hopefully my seat is still not taken. You see like a lot of people on this train. Let me just try. Sorry, there's a congestion. Sorry, do you speak English?
Yes.
Do you speak English?
Yes.
Can you tell us, we're like on live television right now, can you tell us where are you going and why are you going, where are you going right now?
Why? Because it's probably the safest city.
And where are you going from?
Yes.
From Odessa. Why did you feel that Odessa wasn't safe?
Well, Odessa can be attacked from the sea, or there was some explosions. I don't know.
Well, if as you just heard, this young man is traveling from the southern seaport of Odessa, again trying to flee to the relative safety in Lviv.
Well, we were just showing a map right now, Volodymyr, when you called into the station, and the map suggests that Odessa is encircled by Russian troops, and it's, of course, a port city, vital strategic installation, and of vital importance as it's a lifeline to Ukraine. I hope you find your seat, though. But Volodymyr, there are reports...
Yeah, we actually just started moving, so
wonderful. That's good news.
So relieved. Everybody's so relieved that you can see through the windows. The train has started moving.
That's very good news, and I'm sure you're relieved. moving westwards to Lviv. Now, yesterday, viewers, we had students, Indian students, talking from Lviv, and hopefully you'll be able to move closer to the border with Poland, if I'm not mistaken, if my geography serves me right. I'm not an expert on Ukraine, but it might be closer to the Polish border. Very quickly, Vladimir, many other cities now ring-fenced by Russian troops, and there is an onslaught now which has begun and intensified over Kyiv. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, the situation is deteriorating with every passing hour. Just a couple of hours ago, there was actually fighting in Kyiv, in the area where my gym is. So I usually go there to gym, to exercise, and the Russian troops, which were disguised in Ukrainian uniform, tried to infiltrate the city. And from the reports that we understand, ordinary citizens or civilians, together with the Ukrainian army, were fighting them off. This is just unbelievable.
Oh my God, so you're saying that the Russians have exchanged their military uniforms and have turned into sort of de facto Ukrainian soldiers by wearing Ukrainian uniforms to sneak into parts of Kyiv, and now are engaging not only the Ukrainian formal combatants, but also soldiers. We were speaking a short while after we spoke to you last to a Ukrainian MP, and she had a gun with her, in fact, because everyone's been obviously given a gun in Kyiv to protect themselves. Now, that must be quite a radical departure.
Yes, it is. And the government announced earlier today that they even sent out the list of the places where civilians can get weaponry. They say, if you're willing and ready to fight, if you're willing and ready to take weapons into your hands, take your passport. Here's the list of addresses. You can go there right now and you can get weapons and you can start and fight off the Russian aggression.
Well, Sofia Fadina, in fact, showed me her weapon. It was an AK-47, and we also spoke to another MP, and he showed us his weapon. In fact, he put it out on social media. He's one of the youngest MPs in Ukraine. So clearly, you're happy to be out on this train where you said that your gym itself, the area around the gym that you use in Kyiv now, is under the shadow. Now, I wanted to ask you, as you move westwards, what's the guarantee that these areas are going to be safe?
Of course, we don't have guarantees. Only hope that if we move closer to the west, if we move closer to the border with Poland, which is a NATO country, that Russians will not dare shelling that part of the country. But of course, no guarantees. Only hopes, for hundreds and thousands, if not millions of Ukrainians, that they can find relative safety in Western Ukraine.
Very quickly, where's the leadership right now? We've seen already that your president has exchanged his suit, tie and shirt for a sweatshirt, in fact, and he looks as if he is also hunkered down somewhere in an undisclosed location, claiming that he's on a kill list.
Yes, that was a very chilling message from Ukraine's president, which he made late last night. He said that according to Ukrainian intelligence, Russia's #1 objective is killing him. He said that he is not moving out of Kyiv. He's not fleeing the country. He's hunkered down in the government quarters, which is right now very heavily guarded and only very...
Vladimir, thank you very much for speaking to us here. I know that we don't want to intrude on the privacy of other passengers either on this particular train. Thank you very much. We'll check in with you later. Have a safe journey to Lviv, and we will connect with you. Thank you very much. We've also got reports now coming in from the Russian side of the fence, viewers. This is the Russian view, but I just want to first show you certain pictures of Russian soldiers and their deployment on the ground. So we're going to pull out those pictures for you in the next 30 seconds.
But before that, Rahul, I'm sorry to interrupt. More details on the evacuation ops, because India's priority is evacuating Indians, and MEA officials to take Indian nationals from border to the Bucharest airport. 2 Air India flights are leaving for Bucharest already, and they will fly out with the Indians who are now currently traveling to the west, like Solohab was
and that's
telling
something
us.
that is a very interesting observation, because Bucharest, of course, is on the Hungarian side of the border, I think, if I'm not mistaken, if my geography studied last time when we were in class 5 serves me right. But viewers, it's very, very important to understand this, because Indians are actually trapped in Kyiv. And you have just heard our correspondent saying that Kyiv is under siege. How do they move from Kyiv, which is the center of the country, up to these borders? That's going to be a monumental challenge. But I want to show you, viewers, the Russian deployment. Now, these are Russian
armored vehicles.
Right outside Kyiv, where the fighting is now intensifying. And that's the reason why the Kyiv interior minister, the Ukrainian interior minister who's based in Kyiv, told us that the city might fall. The capital city of Ukraine, its largest city, might actually fall in the next 24 hours. And you can see on the way the devastation that has been wreaked upon the surrounding areas. Russian tanks parked there, probably priming for the final push into Kyiv. Let's pull out more visuals, in fact, of other convoys of Russians, and of course, still photographs of where Russian soldiers are out of their armored vehicles waiting for further orders. Now, again, viewers, these are Russian tanks and armored vehicles. Here again, viewers, is a sign of devastation. This is what the Russians have done to the outskirts of Kyiv. Very many residential buildings reduced to rubble. Let's move further in. Here again, this is Donetsk. This is an area which has already fallen to Russia. I want to very quickly now go across to a report that has been filed by Russia Today. Now, this will give you the Russian position. Right now, the Ukrainian MPs are telling us nothing is happening, we're safe, we're fighting back. But Russian TV tells us something different.
Well, the shelling here in Donbass continues relentlessly. It's been, very alarming 24 hours as civilian casualties are mounting here in Donetsk People's Republic. Now, just recently we received news from the mayor of the town of Gorlovka, about an hour's drive away from here, that 2 women, 2 teachers were killed as the result of shelling in a school in the town of Gorlovka. And this is adding to another 2 civilian deaths that happened on Thursday. So it's 4 deaths in the last 24 hours in Gorlovka alone. And of course, according to the mayor of the town, 12 more people had been injured as the result of multiple shellings that occurred in the last 24 hours. Now, the town of Gorlovka is no stranger to shelling. It's located right on the front line of the conflict here in Donbass, and for the last 8 years it saw multiple deaths, both children, the elderly, and the military alike. People are still hoping for peace there. They're hoping this liberation operation, as they call it here, will soon end, and they will be able to finally live in peace. Meanwhile, fighting continues along all of the front lines here in Donbass. Here on the outskirts of Donetsk, people have been forced into bomb shelters, those who decided not to evacuate. And of course, a lot of civilian infrastructure was targeted here in Donetsk, and that resulted in destruction of civilian infrastructure like water pumping plants and electricity. So people are without these basic necessities at the moment.
Viewers, several now visuals, and if you could just talk us through some of these, Pranesh, of the Russian deployment now outside of Kyiv and other areas in Ukraine.
This is Daimar, where combat is currently on. Earlier we were playing pictures from Kyiv. This is Kyiv, where you see large-scale destruction. Chernobyl, Russians have been halted. This is a claim that has been countered by...
And this is the gateway really to Kyiv, Chernobyl. So it's one of the 2 gateways that the Russians are using. Now, the Ukrainians claim that we've halted them, but that may not be true.
And I have more breaking inputs coming in as we speak. We were speaking about Russia's counter-strike to the diplomatic sanctions. First word coming in. Russia has banned British aircraft from flying to its territory. This is news breaking first on Times Now. Russian troops disguised as civilians are in Kyiv, like you were referring to. Rahul, insight from Kyiv on Russian stealth attacks also with us. Ukrainian national giving eyewitnesses account. We will pull that out in just a while. But Russia has closed airspace for British aircraft, has banned British aircraft from flying to its territory. We don't know what this will snowball into.
Okay, you know what? We should take that.
There's been reports and videos circulating across social media allegedly depicting a possible rocket strike against a Russian airbase here in Rostov region of Russia. This is all unconfirmed. We're still waiting for a comment from the Russian government, but that's actually not the only strike that's happened on, or the only alleged or confirmed strike on Russian territory. There has been a number of others. Actually, just last night there have been at the very least 14 artillery strikes on Rostov region, where we are located right now in this region. But although this town is quite far away from where those strikes actually took place, they're mainly confined to around border areas, and that's not the only place that this has been happening. After the Russian offensive began yesterday, there were a number of strikes in different Russian regions that border Donbass and Ukraine, specifically the region of Belgorod, where Ukrainian artillery strikes apparently hit there and damaged several civilian buildings. There were several others in the Bryansk region, in which unfortunately 2 people were injured. Another in Kursk region, where that was actually quite quick at the border. The Federal Security Services of Russia were able to disable the firing position quite quickly after that happened. But the situation is hard to judge here, because after those strikes that I just mentioned there happened pretty much immediately after the Russian offensive was launched, and we tried to get to the border. We did eventually get there several hours after it happened, but it was quiet there. So we thought maybe it could have had something to do with the successes of the Russian military there. But like I said, over just last night, there has been the artillery strikes have resumed, specifically in Rostov region. So that's an important thing to note, and this has actually caused a lot of it's caused the government to take a lot of measures now. I mean, they've closed down the airspace down in the southern region of Russia where we're located right now. Flights have been entirely canceled throughout 12 airports in Rostov region until March 2nd at a minimum. That can be extended, but we don't know if it will be so far. Another measure the regional authorities have taken is to, and not just in Rostov, but also in the other regions I mentioned, is to close down schools located near the border because of threat of artillery shelling. Now, all this stuff combined, I mean, this has caused the Russian government to open a criminal investigation into some of the potential biggest perpetrators of what the Russian government is calling crimes and acts of genocide. Actually, these are they're opening an investigation into specifically people connected to neo-fascist armed organizations like the Azov Battalion and Right Sector. Let's take a listen to what the head of the investigative committee had to say earlier.
We've named the perpetrators of all the crimes that were committed in Donetsk and Lugansk. Shelling, destruction, murder, and so on. Genocide. We have enough evidence. The killing of people on the basis of nationality.
Now, it's also important to note that an evacuee situation has been going on for almost a week now. That was when an evacuation was declared from the Donetsk People's Republic and Lugansk People's Republic for basically civilians, women, children, the elderly, and men who are not of military age to basically flee to the Russian Federation. The regional authorities of the regions on the border with the Donbas region have set up temporary housing facilities for these people. Specifically in Rostov, there are over 100 of them where people have been coming en masse. Already over 100,000 have entered the Russian Federation, and they've come to these temporary housing facilities to receive food, water that are set to hold them for a longer stay until this conflict is over. And we have to also realize that there are over 3,000 children that are in Rostov Oblast, Rostov region right now that are from the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republic that have been evacuated, that many of which have been connected, have been assigned to these schools that have been shut down near the border. So that presents another problem for the authorities here, where to move them next to make sure that they can continue their education. I mean, it's just a really harsh situation for the civilians that have been forced to leave their homes with little more than just the shirts on their back and whatever they could carry, worrying about their loved ones that are still left in Donbass, either fighting in the military against the Ukrainian armed forces, or simply because they just didn't have the strength, maybe because of an illness or something, to make it to the Russian Federation.
That was the latest coming in from Russia. I'm joined by Lodomir Eriv. He is a Ukrainian member of parliament. Mr. Eriv, thank you for speaking to Times Now. Very kind of you. What's the latest, sir? I'm going to allow you to do most of the talking. What can you tell us?
Excuse me, could you please repeat, as well as the sound a bit sounds bad?
Yes, Mr. Eriv, could you tell us where you are currently and what are the scenes around you? What's happening on the ground?
Right. Right now we have some very low quantity of troops, of the special units of Russia coming to Kyiv, but step by step they are eliminated by Ukrainian Army and National Guard. And this is the situation. Of course, is very difficult. People are mostly spend the time in shelters, and some sounds of explosions over there. But well, Putin didn't encircle Kyiv actually, so we are fighting, and the bridges that could be on the way of Putin troops from Belarus to Kyiv were exploded by Ukrainian forces. So this is now a very important moment to defend Kyiv, and a lot of people in Kyiv now organize the self-defense, and invaders will find the hell here.
Right. While you're calling out the Russian aggression, let's get in a word. The Russian perspective on Times Now. Sergei Strokhan is a Russian journalist joining us on Times Now. Mr. Strokhan, thank you for your time. What is the word on the ground in Moscow? Where will this end?
Well, as we found ourselves in the midst of the information war, hope you will understand that the picture which is described by Russian media contradicts the news which are circulated by Ukrainian media. So I suggest not to take sides and try to go to analysis, you see, if it is possible, because we are overloaded with emotions. Well, in any war, you know, one party may win, one party may lose. There are the tactical gains, but what is clear is now that a Russian army is speeding up its strategic offensive, and I can hardly imagine how Ukrainian army would be able to withstand it. So, as I see it, this is the matter of time. But there's no doubt that there's no chance for Ukraine to win this war militarily. Second thing is that Ukrainian colleagues said that they're distributing arms. But I want to emphasize that this war is not the war against Ukrainian people. So I don't think that these arms would be needed for people, because Russian army is not stepping inside big cities. I want to emphasize that. All the hostilities are taking place out of big cities. That's why all that hysteria that we have to raise to arms, all people have to raise to arms, you know, it's irrelevant, because this is not the war against Ukrainian people. We consider ourselves, Russians and Ukrainians, as brothers. And this military operation was not about fighting with Ukrainian people, but that was about Ukrainian political regime, which was trying to create existential threat to Russia's security. And we don't use the word war. We use the word dismantling of Ukrainian military might to make this hostile tiger toothless. Once Ukraine agrees to become neutral, not to use its territory as a springboard for attacks against Russia, the whole war would be over. And again, I don't think that a single bomb, you see, from Russia's planes, you see, or I don't know, some other weapons would be used against peaceful civilians.
But Mr. Strachan, while you are saying civilian areas are not being targeted, I am sure Lodomir Eriv, who is a member of parliament, Ukrainian MP, would say that that's not the case. Mr. Eriv.
Let me explain you. That's very important.
Let's get a response. Let's get a response from the Ukrainian MP, then I'm coming to you.
Well, when I'm listening that this is a gentle action against Ukraine, I would like to remind that not Ukraine attacked Russia, never. But Russia, since 2014, occupied Crimea, and by Russian proxies, with Russian proxies and Russian army occupied a part of Donbass, killing people and killing children now. And today, in the suburban of Kyiv, there were one heavy machinery cross over the car with people inside. So Russia is a murder state. Russia is a new fascist state in the world. And we are clearly understand what's going on here. And please, if when we listen such a channel like a Russian television, which organizing, making the self-shelling by Russian forces of occupied territories to blame Ukrainian army, we understand that Russia will be lying over the world. And this is war. People accept not against regime. I'm in opposition. I'm not a part of the government. But we are together in unity against Russian invaders and against Russian invasion. We are doing like all people who voted for different...
Okay, Mr. Arif, just stay with us. Allow me to break some news that is coming in as Russia marches. Ukraine is putting up resistance, and look at the cost of this conflict. Bloodshed, destruction, devastation on the ground. This is Ukraine's hit back, counter-strike. Russian soldiers have been captured at multiple places, and Russian soldiers also gunned down, as these pictures suggest, playing out on Times Now. Mr. Eriv.
Can I respond, please?
Very good, but at least when the very bad back voice from the channel, unfortunately. But what you see now on TV screen, yes, this is Ukrainian army. Ukrainian army resists, and a lot of cities on the east, on the south and north, which were invaded by Russian occupants, were being freed by Ukrainian forces, and people resisting everywhere it's possible. For example, the last story when Russian army column stood the night not far from one village, they took all fuel from their heavy machineries. People took all fuel from their machineries. And this is not actually not a war against the regime. You can ask people on the street what do they think about it. So,
okay, let's get a view. Let's get a view from Mr. Strachan, who has been listening to you intently and patiently. Mr. Strachan, the charge is that you're killing innocents.
Let us be practical, and I want one single case. Please ask, as an anchorman, please ask Ukrainian colleague to cite exactly when Ukrainian children or Ukrainian civilians were killed by Russian forces. I need the place, the day, and timing. Please ask them to say.
Mr. Arif, do you have the data? Do you have the data to respond to that?
Please.
Okay, I'll give you a few seconds. I'll give you a few seconds. Stay with us while you compile the data to respond to Mr. Strachan. More breaking inputs coming in. The Cabinet Committee on Security will be meeting at 12 noon tomorrow. The Cabinet is also scheduled to have a meeting tomorrow. Big development. After chairing an emergency meeting, a high-level meeting last evening, Prime Minister Modi will be chairing this CCS tomorrow at 12 p.m. Amit Kumar joining us with the latest. Yes, Amit.
जी हाँ, कल 12 बजे सीसीएस की बैठक है। जो पिछली रात सीसीएस की बैठक हुई थी उसमें कई तरह के फैसले लिए गए कि कैसे भारतीयों को निकालना है। जो सबसे पहली प्राथमिकता ये है कि जो भारतीय वहाँ फंसे हैं उनको सेफ पैसेज के साथ बाहर करना है। तो कल जो सीसीएस की बैठक है, कल दिन में 12 बजे सीसीएस की बैठक होने वाली है, जिसमें अभी तक जो डिप्लोमेटिक लेवल पर और जो तमाम चीज़ें हुई है कि कहा यह जा रहा है कि 2 विशेष विमान भेजे जा रहे हैं रोमानिया और यूक्रेन बॉर्डर से। जो कई संख्या में जो भारतीय हैं उनको वहाँ पर लाया गया है और इसके बाद उन्हें प्लेन के जरिए रोमानिया से वापस लाया जाएगा। तो जो भी डेवलपमेंट पिछले आज दिन भर में जो डिप्लोमेटिक लेवल पर वहां हो रहा है, भारतीयों को वापस लाने के लिए क्या क्या कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं, उन सारी चीज़ों की जानकारी दी जाएगी और अगले जो यूक्रेन को लेकर भारत का क्या रुख होना है और किस तरह से अगले स्टेप उठाना, इन तमाम चीज़ों की चर्चा कल की सीसीएस की बैठक में होगी।
Amit, for that quick update, let's go back. Let's go back to Vladimir Eriv, the Ukrainian MP, and Sergei Strachan, who's the Russian journalist. Mr. Eriv, do you have the data? Because Mr. Strachan is daring you to name the places that have been attacked and cite civilian casualties, if any.
Well, the civilian casualties now in Ukraine is just only after the attack of Russian weapon to Ukraine, Russian rockets, shelling, Russian aviation bombing here, and this caused the casualties. Exactly the only Russia is responsible for all this utter madness, what's going on in Ukraine for a moment. Look at this person who is now shedding. He looks like that yelling now from Moscow. He is looking like Joseph Goebbels, spreading his lie over the world. Please don't trust, and because you see clearly that the occupants are in Ukraine, Russian occupants in Ukraine, no Ukrainian soldiers entered through the Russian territory. And this is a pure fact. We didn't, and people didn't wait them. But the Russian propaganda will try to convince the world with every bullshit possible. But these things, you have to believe only the facts. That Ukrainian...
Where are the facts? Give us the facts.
Children
where Ukrainian citizens...
Okay, respond to that, Mr.
Strachan. From Russia bombing and from Russian invasion.
What you're saying is being termed as propaganda.
You see, I'm not going to use propaganda cliche. If we are at a reputable channel, let us talk about real facts.
You've made your point, let him respond.
Purely lying.
I see no point in talking to Ukrainian colleague because I'm not in a position just to chant propaganda cliche about Russia war mongering. I was asking straightforward question.
What are you talking about?
I was asking straightforward question. The name of the city or the village and the name of civilians who were killed. You see, and I had something about Russia's attacks.
And you will not.
Please, bye.
You will not take
No, Mr. Strokan, don't cut the line. Don't cut the line, Mr. Strokan.
No time, no. It's getting useless. Yeah.
No, you have your say. Mr. Arif, let him have his say. Please, Mr. Strokan, you're on air, sir. You're live.
No, but for me enough. This is enough, you see, for me. I'm not in a position to, because the guest is not prepared to talk, you see. He is driven by emotions, but I understand that he is overwhelmed with emotions, but no facts. You see,
if we
look at such a language that Russia,
why don't you give us the facts?
Russia is a warmonger, Putin is a dictator. You see, this is for propaganda. We are analysts here, you see. So if we are analysts, we have to be analysts. I understand, you see. But if we are not analysts, if we are just like shout at the kitchen, that's a totally different story, you see. So I see no point in talking anymore. Sorry.
No, Mr. Strokan, I'm just requesting you, sir, you give us the facts. If you have the facts, you give us the facts. You tell us what's going on.
Okay. I'm not saying that I have full facts, but as I know, severe fighting is going on. There are some reports that Ukrainian army probably is having some tactical wins, but strategically, of course, Russia's offensive is gaining momentum in different directions. And I think that I'm not a military expert, but I spoke to military experts, and they say that, it's just matter probably of days, you see, for Ukrainian army to surrender. Of course, there would be pockets of resistance. There would be more killings. Probably there would be even some, we can't rule out that some Russian soldiers would be killed or captured, but this would not entirely change the picture at the ground. Ukraine has a zero chance to win this war, and Ukraine will have to surrender. This is the question of time only. That's what I can say. Yeah.
You're saying this is a matter of time, but what is the Russian objective, Mr. Strokan? If you could elaborate on that. What is it that you want to achieve?
Again, this is not war against Ukrainian people. Russian, it's in its offensive, it's avoiding major cities. You see, all the hostilities are taking place outside major cities, outside. Not a single bomb was shelled on Ukrainian cities, not a single bomb from Russian army. That's a very important moment. So all the airstrikes, you see, they are conducted on military infrastructure, not on buildings where civilians are living. That's why I was very particular about the facts, and I was asking what particular buildings, the name of the town or village, where Russian you see helicopters or Russian jets attacked, and what are the names of those people?
Okay, Mr. Strokan, allow me to come in. You are dismissing the claims made by the Ukrainian MP. But here's the latest coming in from the United Nations. Just bear with me, sir. This is the latest UN response to the Russian strike. UN is calling it Russian invasion quite clearly. The UN chief, and I'm quoting now, invasion against UN Charter. How do you see that?
You see, you have to be a specialist in the international law, because international law is totally conflicting and contradictory. Of course, some can interpret Russia's actions as violation of Charter. But you see, you're well aware. You see, you look at Kashmir, for example, that all that UN Charter is very evasive and full of contradictions, because one point contradicts another point. You see, so let us not split hairs and to talk about the law. You see, this is a separate subject for the pundits in international law. You were asking me straightforward question whether Russia is launching war against Ukrainian people. I am saying you no, and I didn't get a single example, single fact which is saying that this war is against Ukrainian people, against children, civilians, people whom we consider to be brothers. That's all. I don't have time anymore. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Strokan, I just request you for five more minutes, sir. Please bear
with us.
Let's get, please, sir, please. Millions are watching you. Millions are watching you, Mr. Strokan. Let's get a response from the Ukrainian MP. Mr. Arif, do you have the data? Because Russia says this has got nothing to do with Ukrainian people.
Well, you know that it's absolutely the same words Hitler's invaders said in 1939, 1938, 1939 to start the war in Europe, the Second World War. So all our population, all Ukrainian citizens are completely against the Russian aggression. Even the Orthodox Church leader who is connected to Moscow yesterday called Putin to stop this utter madness and Russian aggression against Ukraine. And when they are wishful to seize the power in Ukraine, to make a coup, I do think they will be very surprised that Ukrainians are not willing to give them any single chance.
Okay, Mr. Arif, I thank you for joining us here on Times Now. Jonathan Gilbert is now joining us from the Romanian capital of Bucharest. Let's go straight to Jonathan. In fact, before that, reactions coming in.
The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine. Without provocation, without justification, without necessity, this is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy.
New Zealand joins our international partners in the condemnation of this attack and have immediately taken a range of measures against the Russian government. By choosing to pursue this entirely avoidable path, an unthinkable number of innocent lives could be lost because of Russia's decision. New Zealand calls on Russia to do what is right and immediately cease military operations in Ukraine and permanently withdraw to avoid a catastrophic and pointless loss of innocent life. The invasion poses a significant threat to peace and security in the region and will trigger a humanitarian and refugee crisis, with reports already of large numbers of people in Kyiv making their way towards the western border. As a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, Russia has displayed a flagrant disregard for international law and abdicated their responsibility to uphold global peace and security. They now must face the consequences of those decisions.
Okay, I've been told that the latest coming in from Kyiv is not very good news. Bomb sirens going off once again in the Ukrainian capital. We have the latest. Let's try and put it on the big screen here and try and boost the nats on those pictures so that you get a sense of what's going on. This is the latest coming in from the Ukrainian capital. Okay, more reactions are coming in. Let's play them out.
We continue to be extremely concerned at the terrible violence that we have seen inflicted on the people of Ukraine by Russia, unwarranted, unprovoked. Today, Australia will be imposing further sanctions on oligarchs whose economic weight is of strategic significance to Moscow, and over 300 members of the Russian Duma, their parliament, who voted to authorise the use of Russian troops in Ukraine to illegally invade Ukraine. We are also working with the United States to align with their further sanctions overnight on key Belarusian individuals and entities complicit in the aggression. So we are extending those sanctions to Belarus. These sanctions are being prepared in close coordination with our allies and partners. And this is being done to demonstrate very forcefully that we are all working together to shut Russia out as a result of their violence and their unlawful actions, which are unprovoked.
国際社会の懸命の努力にもかかわらず行われた今回のロシア軍によるウクライナへの侵攻は力による一方的な現状変更の試みであり、ウクライナの主権と領土の一体性を侵害する明白な国際法違反です。国際秩序の根幹を揺るがす行為として断じて許容できず、厳しく非難します。G7 をはじめとする国際社会と緊密に連携し、ロシアに対して軍の即時撤収、国際法の遵守を強く求めます。この事態を受け、第一にG7 をはじめとする国際社会と緊密に連携し、制裁措置を強化いたします。
Let's look at the 5 defining images. In the last 2 days, several pictures have been pouring out. But let's just tell you of what is happening on the ground. As we speak, we are being told that bomb sirens have gone off once again in the Ukrainian capital. This is the latest from Obolon, where Russia's march towards Kyiv is underway, and according to estimates, in about 3 to 4 hours from now, they will be controlling Obolon, not very far from Kyiv. Let's look at the next image. This is Kharkiv, the place that was pounded with Russian cruise missiles yesterday. Families seeking shelter in subways, bunkers, after the devastation they had to face because of the Russian strikes. Obviously, the Russian perspective, if something else, they are saying this is a fight against the Ukrainian regime. We are not targeting innocent Ukrainian civilians. Let's look at what's happening at the Chernobyl nuclear plant. Military-wise, not very strategic, but of importance, because this is a direct point if you are advancing to Kyiv from Belarus. Russian paratroopers have now taken control after reports suggested of increase in radiation levels, and this is Volyn, Ukrainians signing up to fight for the nation after the call was given to take up arms against Russian aggression by the Ukrainian president. Let's boost the net up on these pictures, Vagents. Government of India is organizing evacuation flights for Indians in Ukraine, and the cost will be borne by the government. So that's some good news for Indians stranded in Ukraine. Times now obviously tracking the latest as we go along. This is the biggest non-stop, exhaustive rolling coverage, viewers. Stay with us.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first, because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation, right information that helps them make the right choices, hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation, where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not for
Welcome back. You're watching the non-stop rolling coverage of what's unfolding in Ukraine. Let's turn to these 5 images we put together that sums up what's going on. This is Obolon, where Russia's march towards Kyiv is going on even as we speak, and according to estimates of experts and of people who are observing the situation very, very closely, they suggest that in the next 3 to 4 hours, Obolon will be completely under Russian control. Image number 2 is of Kharkiv, and just look at the distraught faces here. People forced to seek shelter in subways and bunkers, and makeshift bunkers at that, because their homes, apartments, buildings, what have you, completely ravaged, destroyed by the Russian cruise missiles in the attack overnight. The Chernobyl nuclear plant, now after reports that suggest an increase in radiation levels, we are hearing that the Russian paratroopers have taken control. And like I said, it is not of any great strategic value, but nonetheless, Russia now controlling this important site, the site of the worst nuclear disaster in 1986. Next is Kherson. Ukrainian army, their forces are trying their best to stop the Russian advance, but there are reports to suggest that the resistance that is being put up by the Ukrainian forces may not actually last long. Volyn is a place where Ukrainians are now lining up in large numbers to pick up arms so that they can help the Ukrainian forces in this fight against defending their motherland. More breaking inputs coming in. In fact, Jonathan Gilbert, India continues evacuation efforts. 2 Air India flights leaving for Bucharest to get Indians. And Jonathan Gilbert is now tracking the latest in the Romanian capital. Jonathan, what is it looking like? What can you tell us?
Well, obviously, Romania is in many respects a very different country to Ukraine. It's a member of NATO, it's a member of the EU, and thus not at threat per se from Vladimir Putin's armies. Nonetheless, they share enormous extended border and many centuries of history. And I think the significance of Romania in this context is that already we're starting to see many hundreds of refugees pouring over the border, I'm told, from fleeing the tanks and the weaponry of Russia and Vladimir Putin. And in fact, some weeks ago, the predicted number of refugees were put in the 6 figures, in sort of hundreds of thousands possibly. So quite clearly, that is a very significant possibility over the next few days.
You tell us, how many people have you spoken to after you've got there? How many Indians have you spotted? What are they saying?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there are many significant population centers, obviously, quite close to the Romanian border. I mean, certainly, as the crow flies, Lviv, if I'm pronouncing that right, Kyiv, obviously. We've seen pictures already of massive convoys of cars queuing up to get out of both those cities. I think Lviv particularly is the one where they're most likely to be fleeing here to the Romanian border. I'm going to head up there in the next couple of hours, and I'll be able to tell you with more precision when I've seen it with my own eyes. But they're certainly bracing themselves for quite a significant influx of refugees here in Romania.
Okay, Jonathan, we'll keep coming back to you for more as we go along. Keep sending our dispatches, reports from time to time. All the best. More breaking inputs, viewers, coming in as we speak. Back-to-back explosions heard in Ukraine. Artillery shelling is now going on. This video that we've accessed and is playing out on Times Now, you can hear the thud in the background. And this has largely been the situation on the ground for the last 24 to 36 hours. Yesterday, the scenes were devastating in Kyiv, and now the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv, is now under siege. And like I said, at the cost of repeating myself, by popular estimates, by 8 p.m. India time, Russian forces could take complete control of the Ukrainian capital. For more on this, Maruf Raza joining us. Maruf, what's your assessment? How are you reading this?
Well, I think your assessment and your announcement is pretty much based on the inputs that are coming in from all over. You see, I want to highlight a few points. I was watching your show an hour ago when you had this exchange between the Russian journalists or analysts with the Ukrainian MP. You see, war and conflicts always have multiple stories that are told from various angles. People on the political side are not familiar with what is being narrated by the victims of the conflict, but quite clearly, as long as Russian troops keep out of the cities, they can avoid as much as possible collateral damage. But I find it a bit difficult to believe that no collateral damage or civilian damage has happened up to now, because don't lie, and we've been getting evidence of that. But having said that, please understand that this conflict has, I would say, three elements to it. One is Mr. Putin's desire or ambition or agenda, and that is essentially to take control of the governmental apparatus in Ukraine, put his own person there, and then make sure that Russia's interests, geopolitical interests, are served by having a regime in Ukraine that has been asking for. Now, it shows the United States and its friends in very poor light. Sanctions have never stopped armies which are on the road, and they are not going to stop the Russian army. But I think the Russian army knows that they have a window up till the end of this week to do what they have set out to do. Any more involvement of matters military there could lead to what we call fighting in built-up areas, and that hasn't served either the United States well in the past in Iraq and Afghanistan, nor Russia in Afghanistan again. But then Ukraine is not Afghanistan. Ukraine is Europe, and the Europeans don't have the stomach to fight like the Afghans do. The second thing is Russia is actually unrolled its template after having done trial runs or smaller runs in Georgia in 2008 and in Crimea in 2014. In both cases, sanctions and all these announcements after a while it out, and it became business as usual. And finally, most importantly, this is going to put America diplomatically in a very tight spot. Is it going to go and do any more to defend Europe, which is America's #1 priority? Is America going to be able to live up to the promises that it has been making to Taiwan and its other friends and allies in Asia? And is this the start of a new Cold War, ideological war, and a new chapter in history with the beginning of the decline of the American in geopolitics? This is what I think Putin has been aiming for, to pay back to the US and its friends in the same coin that they used to see the decline of the Soviet Union.
Okay, Maruf, stay with us. Pictures coming in from Ovolon. Ovolon is not very far from Kyiv, 10 to 12 kilometers. This is what I'm picking up from Google Maps. Correct me, viewers, if I'm wrong here. But just look at these pictures and let's go to it full frame. Pictures from Ovolon playing out on Times Now. Russian armored vehicles now on the streets, and just spare a thoughts for the ordinary Ukrainian citizen residing in this area, what they must be going through, what they must be feeling as the Russian forces are marching on. You see this, what looks like a bridge is being crossed over by the Russian forces. There are at least 7 armored vehicles. I don't know the make of this tank. Maybe our experts can fill me on this. But this is scary. And like we have been saying, Obolon is now within reach. In fact, this is Obolon, and 10 to 12 kilometers away from Kyiv. The forces, the Russian forces, are now marching by the minute, moving towards the Ukrainian capital. Maruf. This is scary.
Yeah, well, the fact of the matter is that, Russia is working to a plan. And this was known perhaps to many intelligence agencies and those who know how the Russians operate. When it was announced more than a month ago that an invasion by Russia is imminent, either at that time the US should have got its diplomatic act together quicker. And I've read a piece today in Times of India by a European commentator said that the West was too slow to react. So, while you were encouraging Ukraine to stand up and fight for itself, Ukraine had become one strategic game between Russia and the United States. And why did people make more aggressive attempts to get Mr. Putin to back off?
Audio line with you, Maruf. I'm sorry for that glitch, viewers. This can sometimes happen in live broadcast. But Suresh Goel, former diplomat, also joining us. Mr. Goel, what's your assessment, sir?
Well, if we look at the overall situation now in Ukraine, the fact is that Ukraine actually played up to NATO and the USA under a very mistaken kind of an impression that the NATO membership is a given for it. And till the NATO membership comes, in case Russia challenges it and Russia invades it, NATO countries will come to its support. None of that was going to happen. I do not know why Ukraine came to believe both of these premises, which have proven to be false. The fact is that neither the membership nor the defense by NATO for Ukraine was possible. Membership of NATO to Ukraine has to be by consensus. It's not by majority. And there are countries in NATO who would have objected to Ukraine becoming the member. NATO knew it very well, Ukraine knew it very well. Similarly, even though my own assessment is that NATO could have come to support Ukraine militarily on the assessment that an attack on Ukraine would lead to a threat to NATO countries, NATO was not going to take the chance simply because that would plunge the entire Europe into a war, and then it would be very, very close to developing into a world war. So Ukraine actually played into the hands. Both Putin, right from the beginning, had been saying that for them, a membership to NATO for Ukraine is a strict no-no. If you look at the history, 1991 itself, when Ukraine declared independence as Soviet Union was getting disintegrated, Soviet Union, and I was dealing with the Soviet Union at that time from the ministry, had clearly announced, clearly indicated that firstly, Soviet Union now getting disintegrated and the Eastern Bloc coming to a nil now, coming to a zilch, there is no justification for NATO to continue. The Western Bloc...
Let me just step in here. This is a monumental moment right now, what we are witnessing. As I've been telling you, viewers, the Ukrainian Interior Ministry earlier in the morning had said that by late afternoon, the Russians would be in Kyiv. Now, Obolon is actually in Kyiv. I'm going to put it out on the map for you, and it's on the western side of the Dnieper River. So it's on the west bank of the Dnieper River, which also cuts through the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv. So these pictures now, viewers, are not so much from Obolon, Ukraine, but from Obolon, Kyiv. And we're going to make that change right now. But look at this visual, viewers. This tells you the story of a capitulation in about 2 days. In fact, if you were to count the hours, it would be 1.5 days. And with Kyiv imminent, the fall of Kyiv now imminent, you can expect the Russians to tighten their grip over Ukraine. When I get it out on the map, viewers, I'll show you. But I want to bring in Maruf. Maruf, this campaign is moving at lightning speed. I don't know where the resistance is going to be met with. As far as the Ukrainian forces are concerned, we know that a certain Ukrainian MP who was with us, and I don't want to now divulge her name because she says she was on a kill list, had an AK-47 with her, right with her. When we were talking to her, she pulled it out. She said, I've been given this AK-47. If they come for me, I'm going to fire. I've trained on it. Now, what are we seeing, viewers? We are seeing, and Maruf, I need your input on this because this is a significant turning point in this entire campaign that Putin is running in Ukraine. Maruf.
Well, Rahul, I hate to sound quite different from the narrative that seems to be largely playing out. But, all these civilians holding AK-47, this is good for photo ops, this is more cosmetic. A regular soldier is not just armed with a weapon in his hand. He is trained, his mindset is created in such a way.
Well, Maruf, we are having a few problems with your signal. I don't quite know what the issue is. It's breaking and it's dipping. So we're going to try and improve that. But that's a very important point. I think what Maruf was trying to tell us here, viewers, is that regular fighting soldiers defending and holding a city, and those who have been conscripted voluntarily or been asked or drafted into the military, two very different kettle of fish, so to speak. Now, what do we see here, viewers? We're seeing
over a period of time. That's the map we're going to pull out and we're going to put it out there. We're going to try and take you across to the map which is coming up on our screens very, very quickly, viewers, because this map tells us, let's go straight across to that map. Let's go straight across. Here it is, viewers. This is the map. Let's go straight up. Here is Obolon. Obolon is right there. This is one of the localities in Kyiv. So Kyiv metropolitan area extends all across. That's the Kyiv city line. You can see that's the border, and it comes all the way down and it encircles. And all of this now, as I said, on the western side of the bank of the Dnieper River, and that's the Dnieper River, and that's on the western side of this. And what we can tell you, let's go across now to the LED, which is also talking about this, and we're going to be able to see it much more clearly. Now, here it is. This is the city line. So the city line extends all the way. It goes all the way across, goes over, and then turns around. But we are talking about Obolon, which is this particular area, and we are now very much in the heart, or just across from the heart of Kyiv. And viewers, this is a monumental turning point in this entire battle for Ukraine. Pranesh.
Absolutely. Russian forces approaching from multiple directions, so leaving the western side, which is towards where people are advancing from Kyiv and rushing to safety. You have the Russian coming in from the north.
It's just as you can see by car, viewers, Obolon
10 kilometers
is here.
From the city center.
It's just 10 kilometers from the city center. So you just take this road and you're in the city center. That's where the government buildings are. That's where the formal power of Ukraine sits and runs this country. So just about 10 kilometers. This is going to be covered very quickly, and it will be obviously the turning point in this battle. Now, it could very well be that this area is very well defended. We don't know, viewers. We can't tell you that. If it is very well defended, it might take still longer for anyone to get across. But I want to go across to former diplomat, to Mr. Goyal. Mr. Goyal joins us. Mr. Goyal, what we are seeing now is Russia's formal entry into the city of Kyiv, and we are now seeing Russian boots on the ground. Quick comment on this.
Well, it's a capitulation of Kyiv and Ukraine much faster than what anybody would have thought. Frankly speaking, as Russian forces began to attack Ukraine, and particularly Kyiv and Kharkiv, etc., knowing the size of the Ukraine forces, I would have expected the Ukraine defense to be stronger than what actually it has come out to be. Clearly, Ukraine either did not expect Russians to come in so fast, or they were depending actually on defense support from NATO. So either way, it has been a very, very fast capitulation, almost like a surrender. And I think with Ukraine actually now totally under control of, because my assessment is that Kyiv having gone to Russia, the rest of Ukraine is just basically a few more hours. Therefore, Ukraine having completely gone to Russia, that should mark the start of the political play as to what Russia has in mind for the future of Ukraine. Ukraine as it is, a different president, who, etc., etc. So let us see.
The big breaking news coming in also, of course, is that the Ukrainian army is confirming what we've just told you, viewers, that Russian forces are approaching Kyiv from the northeast and the east now, which tells you that this particular battle for control over Ukraine, the whole of Ukraine, not just the separatist regions, is now entering its final leg and could be over by the evening today, depending on the resistance, of course.
And while the forces are marching, news coming in from Kyiv, Rahul, gunfire is being heard near the government quarter. Like you were saying, this is the seat of the power, seat of the Ukrainian government in Kyiv, and Russian tanks, armored vehicles, more than 10 in numbers, at least by this account, advancing towards the main city, and it's just a matter of time. That was also the Russian perspective.
Russian soldiers, again, you see the Ukrainian military is trying desperately to put a brave face up, and naturally they would want to, viewers, trying to suggest that they have been able to inflict casualties on the Russians. Now, I want to find out if we have with us Maruf in on this. Maruf is there. Okay, Maruf is there. Let me bring you in. Maruf, you were making a couple of points. We are in Kyiv now.
Yeah, Rahul, actually, compliments to you for the excellent coverage. You know, it's as good as one would get it from any other global channel about what's evolving there. The only thing that we need to understand is that we need to get a realistic assessment of what is going to be happening now. The distinguished Mr. Goel has made some excellent points, and I'm completely on board with him with the points that he's made. What we need to understand is, firstly, what has come to me as a bit of a surprise, though I knew the Russians were going to do what in World War II was called the Blitzkrieg, that the Germans had done under great military commanders like Guderian and Rommel, is that they're going to go hell for leather, and they are not going to delay anywhere to consolidate their position. You know, mechanized forces, by their very nature, are trained to operate for about 72 hours without stopping. I know it because I've trained with similar platforms in the Indian Army. And in 72 hours, they are self-equipped, they are self-sustaining, and they are heavily armed, and nothing but the will of God can stop them. So Putin has used that to his advantage. The second thing is that in Ukraine, what has come as a surprise to me is that the lack of resistance, by what we are being told that everyone has been supplied an AK-47 and all that. By holding an AK-47, you don't suddenly learn how to fight. You know, fighting and military activity, as Samuel Huntington said, is the concept of management of violence. So military managers of violence are able to bring to bear a number of attributes on a battlefield scenario, which, though highly motivated, a civilian posse or large group of people cannot. The third thing is that if the Ukrainians decide to still hit the street and fight, we are going to see what in military terms you call fibua, that is fighting in built-up areas. And believe me, this can be very nasty. This can cause a lot of damage, a lot of lives. And at the end of the day, the forces that have some amount of military cover with them, that is tanks, armored personnel carriers, etc., they can use that to their dramatic advantage. Fourthly, what they're going to do is they're going to go for significant targets within the city. The media offices, the presidential palace, the governmental buildings. Once you control Ukraine, most of it is downwards after that for the Ukrainian people. When Kyiv comes under control and Russian flags are put up or new titular government is announced, etc., because then the willingness to resist the Russians in other cities will begin to peter off. And finally, and most importantly, the current president of Ukraine needs to now take a call that is he going to face the plight of the Georgian president? Is he going to abandon Ukraine after all his assertions? Or is he going to fall in line with the Russian view? My guess is he will not be sworn in as the new president.
Well, let me tell you, we've seen him in different avatars now. So yesterday we saw him, the man in charge, the man in control, holding an important meeting of Ukrainian MPs, sitting at the head of a table in his suit, in a pinstripe suit, blue shirt, and of course a yellowish tie. And today, and even as we speak, viewers, we can hear the air raid sirens now over Kyiv. So they're obviously expecting not just an attack from the ground, but also now from the air. We showed you a short while back that there you can hear it. And this is the skyline of Kyiv right now, viewers. Slightly earlier today, but you can see you can hear the air raid sirens. These are haunting sounds. You hear them in World War II movies, and when you hear it again and again, it has this way of getting under your skin. Now, this is, of course, the skyline today of Kyiv. Hardly any cars on the road. 1 or 2 emergency vehicles, that's about it. And you can constantly hear these air raid sirens. We're going to try and connect with Indian students in Kyiv who've also been hearing these air raid sirens that have been constantly coming in inexorable bursts every 5, 7, 10 minutes. This is a building, of course, that was blown to smithereens earlier. It's a residential complex, a playground reduced to nothing, almost just rubble. But
this is not Kharkiv, Rahul, interestingly. This is Kyiv.
This is Kyiv, exactly.
And according to international accounts pouring in from verified Twitter accounts, one account here says that gunfire in central Kyiv, close to the Obolon district, Russian forces have officially arrived in the country's capital, Ukraine, and these pictures with Russian armored vehicles are a proof of that.
Absolutely.
They are marching as we speak.
In fact, our hashtag that we have been promoting and facing some flack for, which was Putin encircles Kyiv, has turned out to be prophetic, and I think we should change the hashtag to Putin conquers Kyiv, because it's only a matter of time before the Russian flag is flying from the government buildings. These are the overnight sights from Kyiv. This was what the skyline looked like. And I want to go back to Maruf, because Maruf, of course, has served in the army, and he knows the psychological importance of a flag of a different country flying over your administrative buildings, which is the final sign of conquest. Now, Maruf, just talk us through, cut through the fog of war, of course, and just talk us through symbolism, the symbolism of a flag of another country flying over yours, especially an invading country.
Well, Rahul, actually that is the final symbol. And when that hits the media screens, those photographs become available, it would convey to the world that Putin, for the moment, has achieved his objectives. And the importance of a flag also shows that you have established control over the area where the flag is flying. And as far as soldiers are concerned, I don't think they're going to rest purely on putting an odd flag here and there. They have, they have looked at this whole possibility in Russia for years. The world was aware that Russia did something similar in Georgia. They did something at a smaller scale in Crimea. And now they've gone and done it in Ukraine. And I'm pretty certain that NATO will not come into Ukraine's aid. So the Ukrainian people have been taken for a ride by the West, and the Ukrainian people are now having to cope with having been misled. Because you see, if NATO was serious about protecting Ukraine, it could have even made certain signals to Ukraine and in the public that yes, we are putting Ukraine on the final list of approvals for NATO membership. And yes, that could have escalated the conflict also, because Putin's point was, I'm already in Crimea.
You've drawn such a beautiful picture, and I want to come back to what you were saying, Maruf. This is about 5 minutes ago. You talked about Rommel, and of course, Rommel, sort of mixing metaphors now, met his Waterloo at the Battle of Al-Aladdin. Many people said before this campaign began that let Putin go in. He's going to meet his Waterloo in Ukraine. He's going to turn out like Hitler, who overextended himself all over the place, or like the Russians when they went into Afghanistan, etc., and they came out broke, flat broke after a war, which contributed really to the collapse of the Soviet Union. But that doesn't seem to be happening. I'm just going to take a quick digression here before I come back to you, Maruf, and pick up on this thread that we've introduced. Rumors now, and these are rumors, viewers. I'm not putting my name to this. Just rumors of unidentified people storming the parliament building in Kyiv. That's what I'm getting from an Indian army officer, actually. Whether this is true or not, I'm not going to name that person. Whether this is true or not, I can't say. But there are also pictures here of Russian tanks now coming through, as you can see, the outskirts of Kyiv. So this is a full on-ground offensive. First, they were softened up through the air. And we have seen, of course, Ukrainian MPs speaking with us, living in fear, brandishing Kalashnikovs, trying to put up a brave face, Pranesh. And now, of course, we are seeing these tank columns
And the
getting
picture
into
that you
Obalon.
just opened on your phone looks like the T-90, the third generation battle tanks. Maruf can tell us more about it. Maruf, we were talking about the Iskander missiles yesterday. T-90 now on the ground, operational. Very much.
Well, you know, T-90s are Russia's frontline tanks. We've started getting some of them in India also. But believe me, they're as good as any in the world. The advantage that T-90s offer is that the weapon systems they can fire are multiple. Tanks, tank ammunition, which is at least of 6 types. Then you have missiles that can be fired from their barrels itself, giving the missiles huge accuracy, anti-aircraft guns, and what they call MMGs, medium machine guns, which have a range of anything up to 2 kilometers. And these can be all devastating. But I think they are not going to use that unless fired upon, because it can have massive collateral damage. The T-90s are also very, very heavily armed and armored. So anti-tank weapons platforms that have been supplied to Ukraine would have to be very accurate and have to get a lucky hit to be able to knock them off. They are followed very closely by armored personnel carriers, which are called the ICVs, infantry combat vehicles, the BMP-2s, that again carry missiles and automatic weapons on top of them, plus they also sometimes carry guns in the BMP-1. And of course, the Russians have a wide variety of armored vehicles, which people may commonly mistake
Maruf,
as tanks.
more breaking news coming in. You might be interested in hearing this, because you were referring to this, the President, Mr. Zelensky of Ukraine. Now, he's just put out a tweet saying, discussed with Ninisto, countering the aggressor, informed about our defense, insidious shelling of Kyiv, grateful to, and he's put the flag of, I think this is, I don't know which country this is, it's a flag with a blue cross on it, so I don't quite know which one it is, for allocating $50 million in aid. It's an effective contribution to the anti-war coalition. We keep working, we need to increase sanctions and Ukrainian defense support. So quite clearly, these are the last gasps, Finland. So he was thanking Finland, last gasps really of a president who might actually be losing control. In the meantime, we're also getting news that French President Emmanuel Macron has spoken with Putin. And let me just tell you what they talked about. This is an official release. During a telephonic conversation held at the initiative of the French side, Vladimir Putin and the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, had a serious and frank exchange of views on the situation of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin gave an exhaustive explanation of the reason and for the circumstances in which the decision to start a special military operation was made. The parties agreed to stay in contact. Now, Maruf, I just want to ask you this. You were talking about President Zelensky. Obviously, the Russians now will assert total dominance over Ukraine. What is your objective? What is this man Putin all about? Because we know that he's an admirer of Peter the Great Russian Tsar. And he believes that Russia must reach the zenith of its powers that it reached under Peter the Great. Now I want you to explain and put that into context.
Well, Rahul, you know, Mr. Putin has many dimensions to him. Clearly, the world fears him as a totalitarian leader in Russia, and so do the Russians. He has his own heroes, and it's not just Russian czars, but also more recent, some on-hands leaders in the military in Russia. He's very keen to restore Russia's place in the world. I think there was a strategic mistake by the West in the post-Cold War era, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, to snigger at them and to belittle them in every conference, in every public international gathering, as though, oh, you know, you are a failed nation. And that is the reason also that Putin has been driven to put Russia back on the map as a country that the world must engage with, on perhaps even in Russia's terms. We must understand we were too smitten for a while by a unipolar world led by the US. Then you had a bipolar world led by US and perhaps China as a counter to the US economically, and Russia was forgotten. Now Russia wants...
Let me, Maruf, also draw your attention. Now it's noon local time in Kyiv, and these are live pictures of the Kyiv city center. It's called the Maidan. It is the site of a massive anti-government protest in 2014 or thereabouts. And look at this. There are just about 1 or 2 cars every 5 or 6 minutes that are going through this city center. Yesterday, this place was chock-a-block. There was even public transport, big buses, Pranesh. And that is Obolon. By the way, this is Obolon. And what you see on the main highway in Obolon are about 10 cars right now. This is Obolon. This is Obolon, Kyiv. Viewers, so this is where the Russians are right now. This is that bridge that crosses the Dnieper into the center, which is this part of Kyiv. So here it is juxtaposed, and it's 12:07, 7 minutes past noon.
And while you were talking, I counted only 6 cars, because this is the city center part of the city, and this road, which actually is going southwards here, so that our viewers get a reference of what I'm talking about, is actually moving. These are people moving out of Kyiv, perhaps to
and I really don't know what these vehicles are. There are some dark vehicles, slightly longer vehicles. I don't know what these are. Are they armored cars? I can't say, but certainly, viewers, there is very little happening. This is clearly a residential compound, and the pictures that we saw earlier of the Russian vehicles in Obolon frame these buildings in the background. So I don't quite know which side those pictures were taken from. This looks like some sort of a installation of some kind, an office block, or maybe even a college or a school, one can't say, but it's certainly a large facility, and there are some cars. Let's have a look on our screens now of the Russian advancement. Now, this is how it's been playing out. Odessa, of course, viewers, as we all know, Odessa is in the south. It's on the Black Sea. It's a port, and this was the first really to fall. Now you have military vehicles near Kyiv.
That's the T-90 I was talking
about. And that's the T-90 packed next to a carousel in the city center. So Odessa city center, also under Russian domination. Clear picture there. A military vehicle near Kyiv. This is on the road, perhaps to Obolon, and or maybe it's another side, we don't know. Missile strikes overnight. Overnight missile strikes on Kyiv. This is how Kyiv was softened up. A large number of people started leaving. And of course, Melitopol Air Base. That's the Melitopol Air Base, viewers. If you can just come across here and show us, these really are the pictures of missiles crashing in and explosions taking place. So all of this, viewers, coming together in spectacular fashion for the Russians. And I want to go back to Maruf. Maruf, just paint an overall picture really of the strategic objectives really of Putin going forward. Is he going to stay? Is he going to leave it to a puppet regime? Is he going to extend the borders from here and perhaps eye a couple of other countries? What is he going to do?
See, Rahul, I would rule out him looking at going beyond Ukraine into some of the other countries, because that becomes an attack on some of the NATO countries. And that puts all of NATO against him, which is something that he had expressed concern about, saying that when I'm in Crimea and you put Ukraine a part of NATO, then if NATO tries to take Crimea back, am I going to be expected to fight all of NATO? So quite clearly, both with NATO and with Mr. Putin, fighting NATO or fighting between NATO and Russian troops for the moment is a no-no. Secondly, what is he going to do? He's going to take over the communication centers, which we call in the military, cities are referred to as communication centers, and he is going to establish city patrols, a whole lot of activity that will take place to basically put the Russian stamp on various institutions that make up city life there. I don't think they're going to unnecessarily beyond the point when their military objectives are achieved, disrupt civilian life.
I'm sorry to cut you short there. Coming back to you, more breaking inputs coming in. First pictures coming in from not very far from what looks like this is
Kyiv, exactly. And look at these. These are Kyivan citizens. They are in metro stations, hunkered down in bunkers. And this is, of course, a metro station, beautifully designed metro station. Those are the trains, and there are a large number of people, viewers, there taking refuge in these metro stations because air raid sirens constantly go off every few minutes. This was an Associated Press video. So let's go across to the Russian foreign minister. We are being told that he is addressing a press conference. Let's go straight across.
Russia is justifying the military strikes. Russia says Kyiv threatening to
Let's
get
go straight across.
Реализации и денацификации, потому что постоянные факельные шествия, постоянные воспевания нацистов, культивирование нацистских привычек в рамках так называемых добровольческих батальонов. Это все протекает при полном попустительстве и молчании, в том числе со стороны средств массовой информации. Ну и, конечно же, не могу не сказать, вот сейчас один корреспондент CNN что-то там делает на бывшей линии соприкосновения, ездит по Украине. Но и все эти 8 лет никто из западных компаний, включая представленные здесь уважаемые средства массовой информации, не обеспечивал постоянное освещение событий на линии соприкосновений. Тогда как на линии соприкосновения со стороны ополченцев круглые сутки, круглый год работали наши журналисты и показывали правду. Как разрушают гражданский сектор, как убивают женщин и детей, как стреляют по объектам, которые в любой ситуации должны быть защищены, иначе это военное преступление. Ну, примерно так же, как авиация НАТО бомбила Белград, сознательно целясь по пассажирским поездам на мостах, сознательно обстреливая телевизионный центр. Так что здесь есть на что равняться украинскому режиму. Но
trains on the bridges, they knowingly aimed the television stations. So Ukraine regime could use this as example. But what would be the result of all that is happening now? We will see, depending on the circumstances. As President Putin said, he reaffirmed one more time that we are interested in seeing Ukrainian people independent. We want them to have the government that would represent all the people in all their versatility. And we don't want to have a situation when it is run from abroad, externally, and this management, this control wants to encourage neo-Nazism, genocide of Russians, and they want to use Ukraine as a tool of containing Russia.
Пожалуйста, BBC, Steve Rosenberg.
BBC, Steve Rosenberg.
Thank you. Спасибо. Господин министр, давайте отбросим эфемизм.
Mr. Lavrov, let's put euphemisms away.
Это не специальная военная
It's not a special military operation, isn't it? That's a Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Viewers, we're going to cut back to that in just a few moments, but we're joined by Andrei, who is in a bunker. He is a reporter contributing to Times Now, India's #1 news channel. Andrei, what can you tell us? What's happening around you, sir?
Well, around me are my colleagues who had to go to the border something like 15 minutes ago, and this is for the second time today. And first we spent more than 2 hours in the bomb shelter. We know that there are air strikes against Kyiv, and that some subversive groups by Russian aggressors have infiltrated Kyiv. So far, it is still not clear where and what their chief aim is, but the situation is rather tense and nervous.
I just wanted to ask you, you mentioned that some infiltrators. Who are these infiltrators who've entered Kyiv?
Yes.
Who are
we know
these people?
For sure that some of them have. we know for sure that some of them have seized 2 Ukrainian military vehicles, and they were clad in Ukrainian military uniform. They headed towards the center of the city, but were eventually stopped and shot by Ukrainian defenders.
Can you just turn your camera around so we can see what the scene is around you? You're in a bunker, is it?
Well, we prefer to call it a bomb shelter, but yes, it's a bunker.
It's a bunker. Can you show us what it looks like, sir? And could you speak to some people if it's possible?
The building where we are working was built in mid-50s of the last century, and of course it had a bomb shelter, as people then were afraid of nuclear war. But I would say that most of the people who are now together with me here had never expected that they will have to use this bomb shelter for practical purposes.
Can you, Andrei, can you move your camera around and show us the bomb shelter, what it looks like? Yes, we can see. Yes, we can see. Yes, it is a bomb shelter. Now, this bomb shelter is exactly where, sir? Where exactly is the bomb shelter? Is it in the center of the city? Is it on the outskirts? Where is it exactly?
It is on our main street, Khreshchatyk. This is the main thoroughfare where we used to hold our festivities, and it was the favorite place of taking your children there and spending time.
Well, we're hearing some sounds which sound like big thuds behind you. I don't know if this is shelling or what it is, but we can hear some thuds. Nonetheless, so you say this is right in the center of Kyiv. We are being told that the Russians are in Oblon now. They are close to Kyiv, on the other side of the Dnieper River.
No, this is on the same side of the Dnieper, and Obolon is something like 6 to 8 kilometers from where I am at the moment.
That's what we were told. That is what we were told. Kyiv, Ukraine. More pictures, viewers, as we talk to Andrei Kulyov, who's with us. Here you can see these pictures of the Russian advance, and they're in Kyiv now. Sir, it's snowing a little bit in this particular area. Oblon is about 7 or 8 kilometers, as we told you, from the city center where Andrei is. Now, how many people are there with you in the bunker, sir?
At the moment, something like 40 people, because...
40 people. Many have left. Have many left the city? And why have you chosen to stay behind, sir?
Well, because I'm a journalist and my colleagues here, because I'm a journalist and my colleagues here are also sound producers and sound directors and studio managers. We have to stay. We have to inform the public and the outside world, including India, what is really happening in this country.
What about your families, Mr. Andrei? If you could tell us about your families, where are they? Are they safe?
Well, my kid and I have a daughter, a son-in-law, and 3 grandchildren. They went something like 40 kilometers away from Kyiv. But this is not a safe place because the village that they are staying now is right in the middle of 2 major battles that are now going on. One for a strategically important airport and another for a river which the Russian wants to cross to get closer to Kyiv. So they hear the thuds, they hear the shots and bombs all the time.
Now, what is the estimate of the Ukrainian media? I'm sure you are in touch with your colleagues there from different publications, media houses, what have you. What are they saying? Is it just a matter of time before Russia takes total control of Kyiv?
No, well, different people have different views. We think that Russia won't be able to take the total control of Kyiv. But again, this depends on what you mean by saying total control. They will not be able to subjugate all the people, and the resistance will continue. As far as filling Kyiv with the occupational force, yes, this may happen. But eventually, I think they will have to withdraw.
With the people there in that makeshift bunker, Mr. Andrei, I can tell you the latest coming in from Kyiv. Ukraine, it seems, is ready for talks and negotiations. They are saying we are ready to talk about neutral status. Are you hearing anything on that front?
Well, that's not a major news for us because our president has said yesterday that we are prepared to talk about neutral status. However, as far as I know, there's been no response or no definitive response from the Russian side. My impression is that they will continue no matter what.
Andrei, are you surprised that Ukraine's center, Kyiv, the capital, has fallen so quickly? Are you surprised by this? Because the Russians are now in Obolon.
Listen, it has not fallen. And I don't even add it has not fallen yet. As long as there's resistance, Kyiv does not fall.
What kind of resistance, sir, is being offered right now? Because if the Russians are in Obolon, which is about 6 to 7 kilometers from where you are, which is the city center, what kind of resistance are the Russian troops meeting right now, sir?
They are meeting resistance from regular forces, and they are meeting resistance from the voluntary territorial defense units as well. And those who have seized the Ukrainian military trucks have been already stopped and shot, as I said. But well,
Andrei, can you slightly rotate your camera, because you are coming in a vertical frame when we need you in a horizontal frame. Just rotate your camera from left to right. Yeah, just rotate it. It's easy to do. Just rotate your camera, sir. Yeah. Is it possible for you to rotate?
You want it like this?
That's right. Perfect. Perfect. You got that right. Thank you so much.
Not horizontal. They act in many groups, many places of the city. But again, the Ukrainians are showing a rather quick reaction, quick deployment, and after all, this is war. In some places you win, in some places you lose. What eventually matters is who has the upper hand in the end.
Well, European Union, we've just got some breaking news. AFP, Agence France Presse is reporting that the EU is urgently preparing more sanctions against Russia. This is what the Council President Michel has just said. And also, we're getting information right now that the Russian Defense Ministry and others are holding press conferences and press briefings, and the Russians are saying we want an independent Ukraine, not a Ukraine that is run from abroad or from Russia. So the Russians are saying that we want an independent Ukraine. We are not here to occupy Ukraine. We are only here to save Ukraine from itself. What do you make, Andrei, of what the Russians are saying? They're saying that, look, you are in danger from yourself, from your leadership, which is a Nazi leadership.
This is a very commonplace ruse by the Russians, and just pay your attention that they say, we want an independent Ukraine. They do not think that Ukrainians want an independent Ukraine. And this is what matters for us. Our country has to be what we want it to be, not someone else, either in the East or in the West.
So, Mr. Andrei, how many people? You said there are about 40 people. How long do you intend to stay put there in this makeshift bunker?
We will be here until there's the removal of the air alarm, and we'll go back to our job places. I'm here with a colleague with whom we spent an hour on air before the alarm sounded, and there are many more people, both of senior and junior rank here, who are waiting to go back to their jobs and tell the people what is really happening.
When did you move in, Mr. Kulikov, into this bunker? When did you come here? And can you share some reports with us, sir? Some of your reports with us here at Times Now.
When I came to my job place at 7:25 our time in the morning, I was immediately directed by the guards to go to the bomb shelter. We spent something like 2.5 hours there. Then we went outside, and I and my colleague went to our broadcasting studio, and we spent an hour there. Then again, alarm. What I can share is tense fighting going on something like 20-30 kilometers from Kyiv to the northwest. Also reports from Sumy region, which is something like 200 kilometers to the east, that all the major cities of this region are surrounded by Russian troops, and some fighting is happening elsewhere. Also, the Ukrainian second biggest city, Kharkiv, was shelled something like 90 minutes ago. And the rockets hit the rather popular local market, or at least they fell next to it.
Are you now waiting for Ukrainian forces to come and rescue you from this makeshift bunker?
Ukrainian forces? No. We are waiting for the announcement that there's no longer airstrike alarm. As soon as we hear it, we go back to our broadcasting studio and resume our broadcast.
Sir, are you a television broadcaster or are you a radio broadcaster?
I am a radio broadcaster with a huge experience in television as well.
Right. This is very interesting because, viewers, we're speaking to a very, very senior journalist in Ukraine, in the heart of Kyiv. And the Russians are about 8 to 9 kilometers from where he is. Viewers, millions of Indians are watching you, Andrei, tonight as you speak to us. Of course, it's around 1 o'clock, maybe your time. It's around 4 o'clock India time. It's about 3.5-hour difference. And you have been here for about 4 hours. Now, what I can glean from what you're telling us is that you believe that everything is going to be normal and the Russians will not be able to take over Kyiv, its administrative buildings, and will perhaps be halted. Now, can you tell us the force deployment details around Kyiv, around the city center, which will prevent the Russians from coming in?
It's the resolve of the people. I listened to one British military observer this morning. He was talking to BBC Berkshire. And he was asked, what are Ukrainians hoping for under the condition that Russians are outnumbering and outgunning us? And his response was that Ukrainians have on their side the fact that they are defending their country. This is a very important factor. Plus, we do believe that our armed forces are now much stronger than they used to be back in 2014, when Russia launched an undeclared war on Ukraine.
Well, when you emerge from the bunker, sir, we're going to do a joint broadcast with you, of course, and that we'll be looking forward to. We have with us viewers in India here, veteran journalist, Mr. Kulyakov. He is somebody who is taking shelter in a bomb shelter. This is a dramatic interview that we're having with Mr. Kulyakov. Now, Mr. Kulyakov, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question, Mr. Andrei. If you could tell us about this makeshift bunker bunker. Can it withstand a strike of a cruise missile? If it comes to that?
I would hate to check this out, but it was constructed back in mid-50s, last century, when there was a threat of nuclear war. So I believe that it can withstand the strike of cruise missile, but who knows?
Well, I hope it doesn't come to that, of course. And if the Russians are already in Obolon, which is about 8 or 9 kilometers away from you, and that hasn't happened, I think it's safe to assume that the fighting will remain and not escalate into a Armageddon kind of situation.
And apart from the resolve, I think the Ukrainian people will need, while resolve is great, and you know the world salutes Ukrainian resolve. Do the people around you have firearms on them? Have you been given some kind of weapons by the authorities, government?
We have been offered weapons by the authority, but not everyone went to take these weapons. But I know people who did do this. I'm thinking now about whether I should go and take the weapon. We'll see, depending on the situation and depending on how much use I may be with the weapons in my hand and how much use I am already given as a journalist.
Well, as a journalist, sir, you have the biggest weapon, which is a pen. And with your pen, you can bring down an empire, and it has happened in the past, as we all know. Since we are all journalists, we know how to use words more lethally than even weapons. So I salute your resolve, and every Indian listening to you will be very taken by your patriotism and your never say die attitude, and that's what we love in fellow human beings. Now, obviously, the situation is, and I want to ask you this, what's your analysis of what your own government is going to do? Because if Kyiv is surrounded, do you expect President Zelensky to stay on, or do you expect him to abdicate and run away, or give up hope or surrender? What do you expect him to do?
I do not rule out an opportunity, a possibility that eventually he may choose to step down. This depends on how much damage and how much casualties to the civilian population will be inflicted by Russians. Of course, if they continue to shell our living quarters, our residential houses, then the thought about preserving human lives may prevail. So far as we see, the Ukrainian forces are putting up staunch resistance, and I think that we still have some time to try to rescue the situation.
Staunch resistance, of course, but we've also seen that the president himself is no longer dressed in a suit and a tie. The last time he spoke, he was in a sweatshirt, and he also seems to be in a facility, perhaps like yours, in a sort of a bomb shelter or a bunker, call it what you want to. Now, his regime, how popular is it really in Ukraine, sir?
It has always had the support of the majority of population. By the way, I'm not a follower of Mr. Zelensky, but I must admit that most of the people do support him. And after the aggravation of the tension, even more people started to pay him his due for the resolute actions that he undertook. We'll see. But at the moment, most of the people in Ukraine support him. Even those who were even some of those who were strongly opposed to him even 10 days ago.
There has been a lot of talk over the last few days that Putin wants regime change, and he's already said, his foreign minister has come out and said that, look,
we want an independent Ukraine.
Yes, we want an independent Ukraine, and we want Ukrainians to rule themselves, but obviously he's not going to have taken the trouble of invading Ukraine only to leave it to an independent president who will defy Russia. So he will want somebody that he can control as the president of Ukraine, and he will control him like a puppet from Moscow. Who would that person be, sir?
There's a choice. They have quite a choice. Not one of those who who they may stake on has enough popularity, but if they put up a show of unity between the opposition, then they will probably get something like 15 to 20% of population behind them. So they have, the Russians have a choice.
Mr. Andre, allow me to tell you some piece of information, sir. Breaking first here with us. This is Russia's first response to Ukraine's offer. Russia says negotiations only if Ukraine lays down arms. Do you see that happening? How soon, maybe? Mr. Andre, this is the first response from the Russian authorities. Negotiations only if Ukraine lays down arms, going by the statements that we've heard from the Ukrainian president and the other authorities in Ukraine. It is unlikely that the Ukraine may surrender or put down its arms, but Ukraine has given out its willingness to
look
talk.
At these visuals, the visuals of fast-moving vehicles now going straight into Kyiv. This is, of course, on the Obolon sector, and we can hear thuds. There is a lot of shelling that is going on. And viewers, we can also tell you that right now most citizens in Kyiv are either in bunkers or and let's just very quickly talk you through the pictures once again. I think we lost Andre there, Pranesh, and I think we lost him because of signal issues in these bunkers. It's not easy to constantly hold a signal. So here it is, viewers. This is how over the last 24 hours things have changed on the ground. Russian tanks begin to roll in. This is Odessa under Russian control. Then, of course, there was Chernobyl that was under Russian control. Military vehicles near Kyiv. This is on the outskirts of the city. Now we know that overnight Kyiv was shelled to smithereens. There was resistance by Ukrainian forces. They said they shot down some Russian cruise missiles. That has to be verified. And of course, you have the Melitopol air base, which has also been taken and reduced to some sort of a occupied enclave. Exactly. Let's go across to Colonel Dinny and Ashok Sajjan, our former diplomat. Colonel Dinny, first to you. What we've seen, of course, is that the Russian advance into Kyiv has been very, very quick, unexpectedly quick. In about 36 hours, they are now on the doorstep, really, of the center, the city center of Kyiv. We were just speaking with Andrei Kulyakov. Andrei Kulyakov is a veteran journalist who is speaking to us from, in fact, a bunker. And we can hear in the background the sirens that are constantly going on, the air raid sirens. Are you surprised at how quickly, in fact, the Russians were able to get into Kyiv?
Yes, Rahul, to an extent that I am, slightly, I expected a slight more resistance from the Ukrainian army and also from the Ukrainian, the voluntary force which they have. So to that extent, yes, definitely the Russian movement inside Kyiv has been faster than expected. But then this is how the warfare Russia has unleashed in Ukraine ever since what we have seen right from the time when they had mobilized along the eastern and the northern borders, and then subsequently moving into Donbas region, and then finally, with the third phase was move of troops inside Ukraine. And now what we see is, for gaining the political objective of this entire special military operations, what Russians call, is to capture or at least control Kyiv so that they can enforce a regime change. So this is what they do. And yes, definitely one expects a little more resistance from the Ukraine. If at all the resistance was there.
Dinesh, stay with us, sir. Dramatic pictures coming in on Times Now. A journalist has managed to capture a Russian cruise missile on camera. These are the first pictures beaming out of Kyiv.
I really do believe that they've already dropped bombs in Kramatorsk. I say I believe it because there's been huge explosions, which I don't think were from Arty. I didn't hear any incoming or anything, but just massive explosions. 3 just near where I am, and it's crazy. I can't believe that Russia has declared war on Ukraine. that as soon as the declaration... Oh, that's a missile! I can't believe this is happening. Like, fighter jets are literally not buzzing the city, but they're in the air above this space, and there hasn't been fighter planes here in years. And I really do believe that they've already dropped bombs in Kramatorsk. Like I say, I believe it because there's been huge explosions, which I don't think were from Arty. I didn't hear any incoming or anything, but just massive explosions. 3 just near where I am, and it's crazy. I can't believe that Russia has declared war on Ukraine. That as soon as the declaration... Oh, that's a missile! I can't believe this is happening. Like, fighter jets are literally not buzzing the city, but they're in the air above.
Donetsk.
This was, of course, a video from Donetsk, viewers, which is in the eastern part, one of the breakaway republics, or regions, rather, of Ukraine. Now, let's go straight across to Daniel Boshkov, who joins us from Moscow. Daniel Boshkov, thank you for being with Times Now. Give us the Russian perspective on what is happening. The Russians now are in Kyiv, just about 8 kilometers from the city center. What's the objective? What are you intending to do, sir?
Thank you for having me at the program today. Well, actually, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Russian government, of course, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. But as far as I see the whole situation evolving, I understand that Russia is going just to clarify its positions on the crisis by saying that it absolutely against Ukraine joining NATO, and that it's absolutely against of NATO expanding to the Russian borders. And Russia, as far as I see, didn't have any other kind of possibilities to do it because, as President Putin said, the negotiation process had been effectively stuck and actually derailed with no possible compromise. And so Russia decided to launch this offense in order to demonstrate a strong signal that it can't continue to stick to the dialogue in this way when nothing happens. And what's going to happen next, as you asked? The Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, has just given his perception of the understanding of situation, and he actually outlined the positions of Russia as being concentrated on providing Ukraine, directly speaking, with new authorities, which are going to be, as he put it, elected by Ukrainian people. And so Russia, as he said, is going to liberate Ukrainian people from Nazi kind of ideology. And President Putin, during 3 of his televised addresses, also highlighted these points, that the final and overall aim of Russia on Ukraine is to stop the spread of Nazi ideology, which, as he believes, is threatening Russian security. And so, as far as I'm concerned, I think that Russia is going to push on its actions on the territory of Ukraine in order to guarantee that its positions are well established, and that the new government, if or when it's going to be elected or in other ways introduced on the territory of Ukraine, is going to be not anti-Russia and more pro-Russia. Well, it's what I can have out of the ongoing crisis.
Mr. Boshkov, you're talking about the aim and objective. I'll come to it in just a bit, but why are you saying that the Ukrainian regime under President Zelensky is behaving like Hitler? Why are you calling it a Nazi regime?
Well, it's not exactly my classification. I've just cited the official positions of Russian government. But if you see what's happening on the ground, Russia believes that Donetsk and Lugansk republics, self-proclaimed republics, were under immediate threat from the Ukrainian army, and some battalions within Ukrainian army are believed to be mostly comprised of the neo-Nazi ideological elements. And as Sergei Lavrov, foreign minister of Russia, has many times portrayed them, that President Zelensky actually has completely lost the control over some of those regiments. And we can remember the incident which happened several days ago on Ukrainian-Russian border, when 5 militiamen or servicemen were killed by Russian border security authorities when they tried to cross the border. And President Zelensky, his administration, and the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine later clarified that those people were not in some way related to official Ukrainian army. So that's why Russia, as I see it, has made another conclusion that some of the regiments within the Ukrainian army are not controlled by the Ukrainian officials. And so Russia, I believe that the final, the last straw which actually spurred Russia to move in this way was the statement by President Zelensky that Ukraine is going to abandon its obligations under the non-nuclear treaty, so that he is going to possess nuclear weapons. And judging by the Russian logic that some militiamen within Ukrainian army...
Allow me to ask you this. Moscow has justified the Russian strike by citing genocide under President Zelensky. What's your take on this?
Russian logic in this particular case, yes, is that Ukraine official army, Ukraine troops were bombarding the people of Donetsk and Lugansk, self-proclaimed People's Republic, and has been doing so for 8 years. And the Minsk process was actually stuck, and so no changes effectively happened. But all the classifications such as genocide and other things, I think that they should be attributed to the United Nations organization and to the bodies within the United Nations. We have human rights department within the UN, which is responsible for such kind of classification. So I think that, of course, today all the parties are involved not only in the combat on the ground, but they are also involved in so-called information war. And so, of course, a lot of stigmatization, a lot of clarification in terms of this is genocide, this is not genocide, are going to happen. And it happens all over the world. For example, the United States blames China for genocide in Xinjiang region, although China does not agree with this term, and so on and so forth. So I think that it's more the job of the United Nations to discuss such issues.
Now let's talk about the aim and objective that you referred to in your opening remarks. Where will this end? Are you suggesting that after Kyiv falls, after Russia takes control of Kyiv, conflict will end?
Well, I think that basically that might be the case, and as President Putin has underscored, and as Sergei Lavrov, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has just said today, that the ultimate aim of the Russian operation on the territory of Ukraine is to denazify and demilitarize the area. And so I don't see any other plausible outcome of this conflict, but to take the control of the main government agencies and to change the regime as it is, because if Russia sees Ukrainian currently ruling regime as Nazi and illegal, by the way, Sergei Lavrov has just said that the president and his administration is illegal in Ukraine. So I don't see any other option try to solve this issue out, but to change the current political system of Ukraine. But how it's going to happen, I cannot speculate on that, whether so the operation stops at Kyiv or it could continue some other places, because Ukraine has also western part which goes beyond Kyiv, and it's mainly inhabited by people who are deemed to be anti-Russian and more pro-Western. So I think that the escalation can follow in the future because the change of the regime.
While we are talking about the Ukrainian resistance, look at these pictures. We have accessed fresh pictures. This is the resolve that the Ukrainian forces, the Ukrainian people are showing on the ground against Russia's aggression, Russian strike. On the left, Russian troops have been captured, some of them also neutralized, and on the other side, the Russian armored vehicles captured by the Ukrainian forces. So, like you were suggesting, it's not going to be easy for Moscow. Will it be?
Well, speaking about the footages, as I said that today a lot of information wars are taking place, and all the pictures and footages should be, of course, seen. The authenticity of them should be double-checked. That's why I cannot comment exactly on these footages. But speaking about your question, I think that, of course, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy for any parts involved in the conflict, not for Russia, not for Ukraine, and not for the other interested parties. For example, the United States, the European Union, of course, they are not also very happy with what's going on the ground. I think that negotiation process should be reintroduced in the nearest future in order to prevent all the casualties and in order to prevent all the death which could take place if this situation continues as it's going now, when the Ukrainian army resists and Russian troops continue their advance deeper into the territory. So I think that the quicker we try to...
Mr. Boshkov, stay with us. Ashok Sajjanar, also former diplomat, joining us. Colonel Denny is with us. Lieutenant General Raj Kadyan also joining the broadcast. Times Now is getting you 360-degree perspective, not just the Ukrainian voices, but also the Russian perspective, what Russia thinks on Times Now. But look at these dramatic pictures. A journalist in Ukraine has managed to capture a Russian cruise missile.
Not buzzing the city, but they're in the air above this space, and there hasn't been fighter planes here in years. And I really do believe that they've already dropped bombs in Kramatorsk. Like I say, I believe it because there's been huge explosions, which I don't think were from Arty. I didn't hear any incoming or anything, but just massive explosions. 3 just near where I am, and it's crazy. I can't believe that Russia has declared war on Ukraine. That as soon as the declaration... Oh, that's a missile! Missile!
That was one of those like...
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Alright, we've got to get inside. I can't believe that.
We're out, dudes.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in 2 boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी 2 कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You're asking whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now and you're watching our rolling coverage here on the invasion of Russia, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, I beg your pardon. And Kyiv is going to fall today is what many experts believe. Russia too is confident of that. We of course are getting you the very latest from on ground. But first up, a quick check of the headlines. Hours after taking Chernobyl, Russian troops march into Ukrainian capital. Russian tanks seen driving through Oblon. Kyiv descends into chaos. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow wants an independent Ukraine, not run from abroad. Outgunned and outnumbered, Ukraine fights three-way battle. Forces capture invaders, mount counterattack. Ukrainian MPs take up arms, citizens queue up to sign up for military and blood donation, say they will fight to death to defend their motherland. Russia resorts to stealth attacks, troops disguised as civilians wage fight in Kyiv. Times Now gets you exclusive eyewitness accounts. Slew of sanctions as financial reprisals hit invader Russia, but doubts over efficacy of financial restraint as deterrent. Ukraine says not enough. Ukrainian President Zelensky rues being left alone in the fight, pleads with the international community to do more. China again calls Russia's territorial concerns legitimate. NATO and UNSC to meet later today to discuss the way forward. And Indian students stranded in Ukraine cry out for help. India calls key cabinet meeting. 4 countries rushed to rescue citizens. Special repatriation flights to also operate. Now we are getting you latest updates coming in from on ground there in Ukraine, and Russia now wants India to intervene. Russia is expecting support from India at the United Nations Security Council. The world has been wanting India to take a stronger stand. Yesterday, we do know that Prime Minister Modi dialed Vladimir Putin, and he insisted that dialogue is the only way forward. But as the UNSC is going to be holding a crucial emergency meeting, Russia too is now piling on pressure on New Delhi to take a stronger stand. So far, India has remained neutral. We haven't sided with either Ukraine or with Russia, just called out on the violence to stop. Lieutenant General Raj Kadyan is with me on this broadcast. Former Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar also with us, and defense expert Colonel Dini. But Ashok Sajjanhar, I want to begin with you. Now, US, Russia are all mounting pressure on India to take a stronger stand, to take sides. How is that going to pan out for New Delhi, and what really are our options?
Yeah, we've been taking a neutral stance so far, and we've been stressing on diplomacy and dialogue to take things forward. I think that is the approach that we are going to take, I think, for a variety of reasons, because, number one, our relations with both Russia and the United States are exceptional. Special privileged strategic partnership with Russia, comprehensive global strategic partnership with the United States. So, we cannot go against either of the two countries and take sides. But I think what we can do, is basically in terms of, insisting that the violence needs to be stopped immediately. And what we can do going forward is, go through talks and dialogue and try to come to some sort of a settlement. Because I think what needs to be recognized here is that if the security of Russia is important, so also is the security of other countries. And I think the security of Ukraine, in my view, and I'm not telling this as far as the Indian approach of the Indian government is concerned, in my view, the security and the territorial integrity of Ukraine has been violated, has been blown up to smithereens. So I think this is not how you protect your own security. I think no one expected this sort of a war to come on. And the manner in which the soldiers and people in Kyiv and in Ukraine have stood up against the...
Absolutely, a strong resistance has been put forth by the Ukrainian side. They've armed every able-bodied person, every civilian who wants to take up arms and fight alongside their military. And for India, the focus is going to be on the evacuation of the at least 15,000 Indian citizens that are still stranded there. We do know that several advisories have been issued, and now we do know that repatriation flights are also going to operate from India to the neighboring countries of Ukraine. Ukraine, where these stranded citizens are making their way to. Jonathan Gilbert, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. He's reporting from Romania, which is another neighboring country, from where there are going to be MEA teams that are going to help people who are stranded in Ukraine and have somehow managed to reach Romania to get back to India. And Jonathan, I'd like to ask you, from which areas of Ukraine are people really coming into Romania? What are the travel arrangements that have been made?
Well, obviously, Romania is in many respects a very different country to Ukraine. It's a member of NATO, it's a member of the EU, and thus not at threat per se from Vladimir Putin's armies. Nonetheless, they share enormous extended border and many centuries of history. And I think the significance of Romania in this context is that already we're starting to see many hundreds of refugees pouring over the border, I'm told, from fleeing the tanks and the weaponry of Russia and Vladimir Putin. And in fact, some weeks ago, the predicted number of refugees were put in the six figures, in sort of hundreds of thousands possibly. So quite clearly, that is a very significant possibility over the next few days.
Absolutely. Now, there are several students that are still stranded. We saw many of them were in the Indian embassy in Kyiv. They're crying out for help and they want to actually come out of Ukraine, reach India safely. Of course, the airspace is closed, which is why those flights cannot operate directly. And that is why the Ministry of External Affairs here in New Delhi has decided that their missions in the neighboring countries of Ukraine are going to be rushed to the border towns of their country and of Ukraine, so that these students can be repatriated to these countries first and then, of course, to India. Let's listen into some of those reactions coming in from these students who now want help from New Delhi.
Sir, we are in Kyiv Medical University, students of all are, and we full night we was in bunkers. This is our hostel, and under this hostel we have bunker. And on the full night we was there. Now, as you see, full all streets are empty. People are going, running here and there, just to control the situation. So we from this morning and from 4 a.m. already missiles are striking in the city. So like this situation is pathetic and all students are in panic. Today in the morning, just 2 kilometers from our hostel, one ballistic missile blow up. Just now we heard that air siren nearby, and then it will be concerned that it will be attacked soon. Just 5 minutes before in our region that they blow up the siren, that everyone should go inside.
So near at 4 a.m. Siren started buzzing. So there were 3 sirens. First one to get ready, second one to get on the down floor, and third one to just leave to the bunkers wherever you know. So during morning at 4 o'clock we leave for bunkers, but we don't know any safe places. So we went to our university basement at 4 o'clock, and they told us that not to roam on roads. Our dean came and then she told that you are safe, you can leave to hostel. So we came back, but now again there's siren buzzing outside. And here is situation, you can see like whole students are standing here waiting for instructions and then they have to leave.
I'm Vismaya from Trivandrum, Kerala. And I'm Solia from Malappuram, Marayur. I'm Amaya from Kannur, Kerala. And we all are Saparusha State Medical University students, and we are all first course. And right now we are facing a big crisis here. We all are waiting for our help from our Indian embassy right now.
Now we are safe, but it's only temporary, and we are facing food shortage, and we don't have money with us. ATMs are blocked.
We don't know what is going to happen every next second. We don't know.
We all are in panic, and also our parents are in panic.
And our authorities said that there will be no electricity any moment from now. blockage of water supply and connection loss.
Yeah, we're facing shortage of food and shortage, and our signal will be gone, and so we can't connect with our parents. So they will be also worried, and we are also worried in this situation. And we have seniors with us to help us and guide us to everything, but still everyone is worried, and we have so many Indians right now here, Keralians, Indians, we have so many people here, and we really hope Indian Embassy will take actions very soon and get us out from here, this crisis very soon, we hope.
About 2,320 students, I think, studying in Ukraine, in Kerala students, and in our college, the Indian students about 800. So only we hope our hope is Indian Embassy.
Yeah, we are waiting for them. We have packed our bags, and
we have packed our documents, important documents, and water
and food, clothes, like everything which is really important for us for a few days.
Future.
Yeah, so we have packed it and we are waiting for them.
Evacuations and
any kind of information from them will be really good.
Yeah, and we are not getting any informations, or only the source we getting is news is from our parents, because they are seeing in Kerala news channels.
We don't get any kind of information from here. Our seniors are like trying to ease us, but there is no kind of information from any authorities from here, and we all hear this kind of sorts of news from Kerala and Kerala media vision.
And we get a news that there will be a bomb blast at between 1 to 2.
Yesterday we heard that news, and we all were
at night
panicked.
Transmitted to Banga.
We all heard that news and we were so panicked. But till now,
and we
kind
have
of safe.
Sleepless nights.
Yeah, we had very sleepless nights, and we couldn't sleep because there was information like this bomb blast, and like the troops have entered Zaporozhye.
Nearest
Zaporozhye. Yeah, we have a nuclear power plant here, and everything was kind of like messed up, so we couldn't sleep. And because of the shortage also, we don't know how much day longer we are going to be here. So because of the shortage in food, water, electricity, everything is gonna take a big part in our problem in our life. Like we don't know for how long we are going to be here.
So we are requesting for Indian Embassy to help us as soon as.
Please help us and take a really big action, and please try to take us or help us from here.
Now, those were the students that are stranded there in Ukraine and want New Delhi to take stronger actions, to take more actions as soon as possible. They're scared. They are wanting help. Their families back home are also, of course, scared for their safety. But India is doing all they can. We do know that a repatriation flight is going to operate. The center is going to bear all costs of that as well. But Ukraine is putting up a tough resistance as far as the Russian invasion is concerned. Every able-bodied person in Ukraine has been called upon by the government to pick up arms and fight alongside the military and put up a brave front. Several parliamentarians in Ukraine as well have now purchased arms and now purchased guns and are carrying them along with them at all times. Let's listen in to some of those Ukrainian MPs about what exactly is transpiring there and how they plan to defend till their last breath.
What is important to understand for probably the international audience, because we've been hearing that for the past 24 hours a lot, is that Russian soldiers are highly demotivated. Because in Ukrainian army, those who go to the front line, those are people who are there voluntarily. We have seen yesterday, and that actually made me cry for the first time during this whole mess. When I saw the lines in the military recruitment offices, people are just willing to join, and they're willing to fight, and they're willing to do their best to defend our country.
Because we just have a picture on our screens of Mr. Yurash, who's a Ukrainian member of parliament. We spoke to him yesterday, and he was such a breath of fresh air, sounding so confident, and he's holding a weapon, and he's on his way. He says, I'm on my way. It's going to be a long night. So more power to, of course, MPs such as you. But I just want to draw your attention to what AFP has put out. This is Agence France Press, which reports obviously on what is going on here. The kill list fear is what it's being called. People in Ukraine can lock down their Facebook pages as a security measure. This is what Facebook is asking Ukrainians to do, following warnings that Russia is creating kill lists after its invasion. Now, where are you, ma'am, at this moment in time? Where are you? I'm seeing you against a wall. It looks like a window that you're sitting against. Where are you today?
I am in Kyiv. So I am staying in Kyiv. I'm not planning to leave, just like the majority of my fellow members of parliament. Some of them are actually fighting directly in that war. But I'm staying in Kyiv, and I'm planning to stay here for as much as possible. We do believe very much in our armed forces. They have, trust me, the Russians were planning to invade Kyiv last night. We are 7:40, almost 8 in the morning in Kyiv. The Russian attacks on Kyiv have been stopped. The Russians didn't manage to take over Sumy, which is an eastern city. The Russians did proceed somewhere on the south, but our armed forces have started taking over the territories. So the Russians' plans of blitzkrieg, of taking over very rapidly and taking over the capital very rapidly, they have basically failed because of the armed forces of Ukraine, because we did manage to stop them, and again because the Russian soldiers, they just surrender. A lot of them just leave their tanks, they leave their equipment, and they start running away. Ukrainian soldiers have captured many Russian soldiers who just give up and they say just arrest us. We don't want to proceed anymore.
Anna Sovsun, I just want to ask you, because we've seen a large number of students, Indian students who we are speaking to, constantly telling us about air raid sirens and the need to rush into basement shelters. How are you looking after yourself, and how are some of your MPs looking after themselves, and where really is the president, because MI6 is reporting that there's a threat to his life?
So yeah, sirens have become a norm very quickly. And just on a personal note, I was just talking to my team, and we were thinking that we survived the first day of the attack, but it actually feels like a week. So it has been, the first explosions we heard, we were all getting very scared. You start trembling, and that is very scary. But the more it proceeds, you kind of get used to that. It sounds very scary. That it's not something you want to get used to, but you understand that, okay, this is happening, we need to do our job. Our job is to communicate, to explain to the international audience what is happening. So we just proceed with our job. And that is what everybody is doing right now in Kyiv. I could see people who don't even know what they can do. There have been lines for people who are willing to donate blood, because that is the only thing they can feel they can do. And that was in Kharkiv yesterday during daytime, when people were hearing reports that Russians are trying to take over Kharkiv. They went to donate blood to help those wounded military and civilian people. So people are trying to get themselves useful as much as possible. We are getting used to going down the shelter. You can see actually right now, people are located in the shelter in Vinnytsia, from what I believe. In Kyiv and in Kharkiv, lots of people went to sleep at night to the metro stations, because those are relatively big stations, and people can just stay there safely. We could see several. I'm originally from Kharkiv, which is on the east of Ukraine, and second biggest city in Ukraine. And we could see there that some of the stations were just full of people who just went there to sleep at night. So people are trying to accommodate to this situation and do their best.
Anna Sovsun, last question to you before I let you go. I know that you have other pressing work to do. Ukraine has said it's lost control of the Chernobyl nuclear site, the site of the 86 disaster, as we all know, and the staff at the Chernobyl plant has been taken hostage. What does this exactly mean, and what are the implications?
That is true. They have taken over Chernobyl nuclear power station, which is about an hour and a half drive north from Kyiv. That is probably the most dangerous victory for the Russians so far. They didn't have that many as they expected. We hope they will not try to blow it up. There is a storage of nuclear waste in Chernobyl, but we hope they will not try to blow it up, because that will not just have consequences for Ukraine. It will definitely have consequences for the neighboring Belarus, from whose territory they are invading now on Kyiv. So they are actually invading from Belarusian side. So in case there are any bad consequences because they try to blow up Chernobyl for Belarus, I believe that will automatically mean they will be kicked out of Belarusian territory, as much as that is possible by this regime that is now, well, basically to a big extent controlled by Putin in Belarus. But they are controlling the station right now. From what I know, there are no major fights going on, so they have just taken it over and keeping it there. And the Ukrainian military is concentrating on attacks, on the tank attacks from the north, and fighting back on that side. And I believe after we succeed in this, they will proceed back to Chernobyl.
Ukrainian parliamentarians, Ukrainian civilians are all putting up a brave front. They're fighting till their last breath to defend their motherland, and that has been the sentiment all through, even as Russia continues to pound major cities in Ukraine. Russia believes the fall of Ukraine, the fall of Kyiv, is going to happen later tonight. We, of course, are keeping our eyes out on the very latest coming in on ground, and our rolling coverage here continues. Do stay on with us. A quick break. Back in just 2 minutes.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy and survival.
समाजवादी सरकार होती तो 1 साल बना के तैयार कर देती।
मैं हिंदू हूँ मगर हिंदुत्ववादी नहीं हूँ।
Elections that set the tone for 2024. Five state elections, one destination. Times Now, your election news headquarters.
The path to Delhi runs through Lucknow.
गलती होने पर ये कहकर ना टाल दे कि लड़कों से गलती हो जाती है।
The biggest build-up.
जिस दिन भगवान हमारे सपनों में ना करके कहते हो कि आपकी सरकार बनेगी।
उनके सपने में भगवान आ रहे होंगे और कह रहे होंगे कि अरे अपनी नाकामयाबियों पर अब तो रो जाओ।
आप अपने दरमियान में तय कर लो कि इन सबसे बड़ा हिंदू कौन है।
The biggest news breaks first. The best analysis exclusively. Ladai for Lucknow on Mandate 2022. Only on Times Now on India's election news headquarters.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now and you're watching our rolling coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Ukrainians are sending out for help. They want the international community to do more. But Russia, a belligerent one at that, continues to defend its actions. They say we want an independent Ukraine, not one that is being run from abroad. We're going to get you the very latest from on ground. But first up, a quick check of the headlines. Hours after Chernobyl was taken, now Russian troops march into Ukrainian capital. Tanks seen driving through Obolon. Kyiv descends into chaos. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow wants an independent Ukraine, not run from abroad. Outgunned and outnumbered, Ukraine fights a three-way invasion. Forces capture invaders, mount a counterattack. Ukrainian MPs take up arms, citizens queue up to sign for military and blood donations, says will fight to death to defend their motherland. Russia resorts to stealth attacks, troops disguised as civilians wage fight in Kyiv. Times Now gets you exclusive eyewitness accounts from on ground. A slew of sanctions as financial reprisals hit invader Russia, but doubts over efficacy of financial restraints as deterrence. Ukraine says it's not enough. President Zelensky, Rus being left alone in the fight, pleads with the international community to do more. China once again calls Russia's territorial concerns legitimate. NATO and UNSC to meet later today. And Indian students stranded in Ukraine cry out for help. India calls key cabinet meetings. Teams for 4 countries rushed to rescue citizens. Special repatriation flights at the cost of the center to operate. It's day 2 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we've seen the second most populous city of Ukraine, which is Kyiv. There have been bombings, missile strikes since this morning. People are now in bunkers and bomb shelters as they are awaiting relief from these bombings, from these missile strikes, and an invasion that they did not want. Ukraine, of course, is fighting back, but many believe that the fall of Ukraine, the fall of Kyiv, is going to happen by later tonight. Sirens are blaring across the city center in Kyiv, warning the citizens of what's to come. Coming in, Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, has dialed Russian President Vladimir Putin. China has been going soft on Russia. They have refused to call this an invasion. They claim that the term was prejudiced, also giving legitimacy to the concerns that Russia has raised. And Pranesh, we did see Prime Minister Modi also dial Vladimir Putin late last night. India, of course, so far has remained neutral. China, one of the only 3 or 4 countries that have actually taken Russia's side over this.
And this is only more pressure on New Delhi now. Beijing opening hotlines to Vladimir Putin, to Moscow, and now New Delhi finds itself in a spot. We've already been doing the tightrope walk over the last 2 weeks on this as the situation unfolds on the ground, Poonam, and now that Xi Jinping has spoken to Vladimir Putin, although we don't quite have the details of what transpired between these 2 leaders, but I can tell you there are more breaking inputs. Day after denouncing Russia, Turkey has now taken a clear stand. Turkey is slamming NATO and European Union over Ukraine. So global developments thick and fast unfolding even as Russian forces are advancing to the heart of the city center in Kyiv.
Absolutely. And yesterday we did see Iran also echo these similar concerns as far as NATO's complicating the situation in Ukraine and Russia is concerned. Now Turkey has also gone on to echo that exact sentiment, siding with Russia, claiming that the concerns, the territorial ones that Russia is raising, are completely legitimate. Now we are getting you minute by minute details of what's exactly happening on ground. Chernobyl yesterday fell to the Russian side. Ukrainian nationals, the army, tried their best to hold on, but unfortunately they could not battle the onslaught that came to the fore from the Russian side.
Right.
This, of course, Pranesh, is the same site where we witnessed a tragedy decades ago. This could only complicate matters more, not just for the country, but have repercussions around the world.
Now, Chernobyl is an important part in this siege, Russian siege towards Kyiv. As we speak, we are being told that the Russian paratroopers, Poonam, Russian paratroopers, viewers, have taken control of the Chernobyl power plant. There are threats and there are reports to suggest so that there has been an increase, a significant increase in the amount of radiation after occupation by Russia. Reports are suggesting that radiation monitoring system has tracked down an increase in radiation levels. Gamma radiation dose rate is rising. That's the report, after which we got a response from Moscow to suggest that Russian paratroopers, one of the best that they have taken control of this important facility. Let's get you an important report coming in. Let's play it out.
We are joined by Andrei, who is in a bunker. He is a reporter contributing to Times Now, India's #1 news channel. Andrei, what can you tell us? What's happening around you, sir?
Well, around me are my colleagues who had to go to the border something like 15 minutes ago, and this is for the second time today. And first we spent more than 2 hours in the bomb shelter. We know that there are air strikes against Kyiv, and that some subversive groups by Russian aggressors have infiltrated Kyiv. So far it is still not clear where and what their chief aim is, but the situation is rather tense and nervous.
I just wanted to ask you, you mentioned that some infiltrators. Who are these infiltrators who've entered Kyiv?
Yes.
Who are these people?
We know for sure that some of them have seized 2 Ukrainian military vehicles, and they were clad in Ukrainian military uniform. They headed towards the center of the city, but were eventually stopped and shot by Ukrainian defenders.
Can you just turn your camera around so we can see what the scene is around you? You're in a bunker, is it?
Well, we prefer to call it a bomb shelter, but yes, it's a bunker.
It's a bunker. Can you show us what it looks like, sir? And could you speak to some people if it's possible?
The building where we are working was built in mid-50s of the last century, and of course it had a bomb shelter, as people then were afraid of nuclear war. But I would say that most of the people who are now together with me here had never expected that they will have to use this bomb shelter for practical purposes.
Can you, Andrei, can you move your camera around and show us the bomb shelter, what it looks like? Yes, we can see. Yes, we can see. Yes, it is a bomb shelter. Now, this bomb shelter is exactly where, sir? Where exactly is the bomb shelter? Is it in the center of the city? Is it on the outskirts? Where is it exactly?
It is on our main street, Khreshchatyk. This is the main thoroughfare where we used to hold our festivities, and it was the favorite place of taking your children there and spending time.
Well, we're hearing some sounds which sound like big thuds. behind you. I don't know if this is shelling or what it is, but we can hear some thuds. Nonetheless, so you say this is right in the center of Kyiv. We are being told that the Russians are in Oblon now. They are close to Kyiv, on the other side of the Dnieper River.
No, this is on the same side of the Dnieper, and Obolon is something like 6 to 8 kilometers from where I am at the moment.
That's what we were told. That is what we were told. Kyiv, Ukraine. More pictures, viewers, as we talk to Andrei Kulyov, who's with us. Here you can see these pictures of the Russian advance, and they're in Kyiv now. Sir, it's snowing a little bit in this particular area. Oblon is about 7 or 8 kilometers, as we told you, from the city center where Andrei is. Now, how many people are there with you in the bunker, sir?
At the moment, something like 40 people, because
40 people. Many have left. Have many left the city? And why have you chosen to stay behind, sir?
Well, because I'm a journalist and my colleagues here. Because I'm a journalist and my colleagues here are also sound producers and sound directors and studio managers. We have to.
Now, Pranesh, the situation is evolving extremely quickly there on ground. We're hearing bomb sirens go off. There is loud noises of bombs, of missiles striking their targets. Our journalist there on ground is also getting us a report for us here on Times Now and our viewers to get us exact details of what exactly is happening and the fear in which these citizens are living there.
This Ukrainian journalist, Poonam, has managed to capture a Russian cruise missile on camera.
I can't believe this is happening. Like, fighter jets are literally not buzzing the city, but they're in the air above this space, and there hasn't been fighter planes here in years. And I really do believe that they've already dropped bombs in Kramatorsk. Like, I say I believe it because there's been huge explosions, which I don't think were from Arty. I didn't hear any incoming or anything, but just massive explosions. 3 just near where I am, and it's crazy. I can't believe that Russia has declared war on Ukraine. That as soon as the declaration... Oh, that's a missile! That's a missile!
That was one of those like...
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Alright, we've got to get inside. I can't believe that.
We're out, dudes.
And Srinjoy Chaudhary is now joining us for more breaking inputs, Poonam.
Right, there's a new advisory coming in for the Ukrainian citizens, for the Ukrainian students there, Indian nationals who are stranded in Ukraine, who are now trying to make their way to the neighboring countries from where they can be repatriated into India. Srinjoy, do take our viewers through what the new advisory says.
Yes, there are 4 countries to the west of Ukraine, and they are more importantly Romania and Poland, and also Slovakia and Hungary. And all these 4 countries are ready to get Indian students. In fact, the first lot of Indian students are moving towards the Polish border with Ukraine, and another lot will be moving towards Romania. What we've heard just now from the Romanian ambassador is that the Romanians have agreed to host all Indians. Several thousand will be coming in for a couple of days before, of course, they move back to India. It's a very difficult logistical moment because there are thousands of students, still 50.
Okay, Srinjoy, stay on with us. More reactions coming in. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov have spoken out. He says, we want an independent Ukraine.
We will see, depending on the circumstances. As President Putin said, he reaffirmed one more time that we are interested in seeing Ukrainian people independent. We want them to have the government that would represent all the people in all their versatility. And we don't want to have a situation when it is run from abroad, externally, and this management, this control wants to encourage neo-Nazis and genocide of Russians, and they want to use Ukraine as a tool of containing Russia.
Now, the Russian invasion is all but complete. They would like to believe that the fall of Kyiv is going to happen tonight. Where does Ukraine stand militarily? Can they actually put up a fight with the kind of weapons that Russia has, even though their spirit wants to continue fighting? Take a look at how Russia and Ukraine fare when it comes to their military equipment.
Despite appeals and warnings from the world, Russian forces launched strike on Kyiv. Dramatic video shows what appears to be a cruise missile slamming into Ivano-Frankivsk airport inside Ukraine. While the conflict has clearly gone out of hand, here's a look at the weapons that the Russian forces may use as far as land combat is concerned. The most potent Russian weapon, the Iskander surface-to-surface missile. The Iskander warheads can be anything from standard high explosive to cluster to bunker busting. Also, the speed at which Iskander operates would make it difficult for Ukrainian air defense systems. The shock and awe artillery attack would see Russian forces depending on their T-90 battle tanks. Some visuals released by the Ukrainian government indicates that they are already in action. The Russians also have a new lethal, self-propelled tracked howitzer called Koalitsia SV. Then there is Uragan 1M, a truck-mounted multiple-launch rocket system that could cause much damage to Ukrainian troops if deployed. As the conflict escalates, the world is praying for peace. Bureau Report, Times Now.
Let me open this up. Major General G.D. Bakshi, who has been with us for the last few days. Captain Alok Bansal also joining us. But General Saab, let me begin by asking you, Russian forces advancing towards the city center in Kyiv, not very far.
Yes, let me quickly recap the progress of operations. Day one, they did suppression of enemy air defenses, what is called SEAD. They hit 70 targets. They hit 11 airfields, 18 radars, and the S-300 Buk surface-to-air missiles batteries. They knocked out the air defense capability of Ukraine the very first day. That same day, they launched an air assault on the Antonov airfield, just 23 kilometers from Kyiv, the capital. They landed their Guards Airborne Division there, and that division quickly, rapidly advanced towards Kyiv, and they are on the northern district of Kyiv. Their tank elements are there. While this is happening, then you have to have an armored link-up, what is called a ground link-up. That ground link-up was launched by the 41st Army of the Russians, deployed precisely for that purpose in Belarus. They are about 240 odd kilometers from Kyiv. They were on day one. Today they should be, tonight or tomorrow morning, they should be, advanced elements should be well around and inside Kyiv. And with that will come the heavy artillery, etc. I don't think the Russians will use their standard methods that they used in World War II and in Chechnya. They used to simply pound the place with their artillery, with their Grad multi-barrel rocket launchers. Now it is the Ural. You know, they are, it can be devastating, but they will do precision strikes because they don't want to cause large civilian casualties. That would go against them internationally, information warfare wise. Now they are advancing from 3 thrust lines very rapidly, 5 thrust lines, 2 on to Kyiv. They've already, they are fighting the battles in Kharkiv, that is the old capital of Ukraine. They are advancing in the Donbass. They started from the line of contact. They have already reached the border with Ukraine of these two provinces. They have attacked out from Crimea. They have attacked the port cities of Mariupol. They have attacked the port city of Odessa. They already have the port city of Sevastopol in Crimea. So with that, they will be able to cut off, once these capture is complete, they will be able to cut off Ukraine's access to the sea. By hitting Kyiv, they are hitting the most vital, critical command and control node. Right? This is where the presidential palaces, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Interior is all here. If they do precise precision munition targets, they can put very pinpointed shock and awe on the Ukrainian leadership, which could hasten their surrender. The whole Ukraine has been let down badly by NATO and the USA, who have refused to put any troops on the ground.
And that's what the Ukrainian president, Mr. Zelensky, has also come out and said, that we want the world to do more. The international community really needs to do more. And before I get you in, Captain Alok Bansal, I just want to get in a word quickly from a journalist who's joining us from on ground there. Lada Rosliki is joining us from Kyiv. Thank you so much for speaking with us. I'm sure it's extremely difficult for you to actually speak to us from being in the middle of that war zone. But can you just take us through very quickly what's exactly happening there right now?
The situation is horrendous. People are afraid. The bombings are ongoing. Kyiv has been hit in a number of places in the city center. We decided to flee the city at night, actually, and just run packs. If you can imagine, we were in traffic to get 80 kilometers. We were in traffic for over 7 hours. And we're just about to be coming into another territory which was just bombed about an hour ago, and we don't know if there's a bridge there or not. We will be driving around it. Sirens were going off in Lviv, so the Russians are really attacking every single map that was predicting this. Particularly good ones were with the Ministry of Defense of the United Kingdom. They're doing it. It's just completely surreal. There's a big question with refugees, because all of these people are fleeing to the western border, including ourselves.
Now, Ms. Leda, stay with us. Alok Bansal, I want to understand from you, what do you make of the mixed diplomatic messaging going on?
See, as far as Russia is concerned, Russia is keen to move fast onto Kyiv. And as I see, by tonight or by tomorrow, I think Kyiv should fall. The reports that are emanating does not depict Ukrainian armed forces in very good light. A lot of soldiers have surrendered. And what I feel is that by tomorrow, in all probabilities, the Kyiv should fall. The Russian aim by going for Kyiv is to go for a regime change. And that's one of the reasons why they have used these thrust lines from north, which emanate from Belarus, besides, of course, the traditional threat from east, which a lot of people were expecting. Because when Russia recognized these two breakaway republics, most people thought that the conflict will remain confined to that part, which Russians have not done. Viktor Yanukovych, who was the former president of Ukraine till 2014, till he was ousted, is living in Russia. It's quite feasible that he may be brought back and installed as the president of Ukraine in Kyiv once the Kyiv falls. Today, President Putin has said that he's willing to talk provided the Ukrainian armed forces lays down arms. All his attempts are towards quick resolution of this conflict. He wants total capitulation of Ukrainian armed forces, and that seems quite likely. And that is the attempt. And I think most of the countries, the Western world, has been opposing it, but they have not taken any military action. And short of military action, I think at this stage,
part has completely ruled out putting boots on ground. And I just want to take that question across to Dr. Ofer Friedman, also, who joins us on this broadcast. He's a senior lecturer at the King's College in London. And Dr. Friedman, I want to ask you, has the West, led by the United States, let down Ukraine? Because there's clearly a lot more that could have been done. The threat of sanctions before the invasion, the imposition of sanctions after the invasion, clearly has not acted as a deterrent.
Well, we have to understand it in the broader context of what is going on in Ukraine. And Russian main objective for that invasion, it's to reshape the regional security arrangement in Europe that they have been trying to change in other means, to diplomatic means, for the last 15 or so years. And the West continually, repeatedly refused to do so. So the West stands on its principles, and the question now is whether the West is ready to defend its principles and try to protect Ukraine in one way or another, or it will just continue to observe.
Sir, I'm coming to you. Allow me to come in here because let's hear from the journalist on ground in Kyiv. Lada is with us. What is the latest as far as evacuation is concerned? We are given to understand that people have deserted the capital city already.
It's horrible. Turn it off. It's horrible. People are traveling. People are driving. Our driver he's starting to really lose his consciousness, and everybody here is on the road. What I have to say though, which is amazing, is that when we pull over or we went to gas station, everybody is so polite and calm, and just really there's this spirit, the Ukrainian spirit that is being put into exile by the Russians, and they're going to go and emigrate to foreign countries rather than live at home and have their children and lives. Families are being torn apart. It's not, this is why we need to have the United Nations peacekeepers. I'm not an expert in numbers, but we were counting in parallel with how many OSCE ones we had in the East. And we would probably need like 20,000.
Stay with us. More inputs coming in. I'm coming back to you. Ukraine military forces seen on the streets of Kyiv. This is a do or die attempt, last ditch, desperate attempt. General Saab, General Bakshi.
Yeah. Look, the simple fact is, take your mind back to 1971 Dhaka. How many Indian troops had entered Dhaka? About just 3,000. How many Pakistani troops were in Dhaka? 30,000. And yet Niazi surrendered. Why did he surrender? Because pinpoint bombing was done to target Niazi and his command and control setup, as also the governor. The governor ducked under the table, signed his resignation from under a table as the roof of the governor's house was coming down, and Niazi burst into sobs. So you have to, in war, you try and break the will of the opposing commander. It's not necessary to have piles of corpses. That's not a good campaign. A good campaign is one where you fire without, actually killing the enemy. You subdue the enemy without fighting, as they say. So that is the psychological warfare operation that is already on. Putin is saying surrender. The foreign minister is saying surrender. They could start dropping surrender leaflets.
Right.
If you see, they are already making appeals to surrender. Look, I know every
all those
Ukrainian
appeals, Major General Bakshi, are coming
like
through, but the will, the spirit of the Ukrainian people is unbroken, because it's not just the military. Everybody, every able-bodied citizen actually has picked up arms to fight for their motherland, and we'll keep coming back to you. I request you to stay on with us. A quick break on this edition. Back in just 2 minutes.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
for decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
The Russian forces are advancing to the city center in Kyiv. Ukrainian forces are on the streets. Times Now is giving you minute-by-minute update. Let's get started with the headlines. Hours after taking Chernobyl, Russian troops march into Ukrainian capital. Russian tanks seen driving through Obolon. Kyiv descends into chaos. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow wants independent Ukraine, not run from abroad. Outgunned and outnumbered, Ukraine fights three-way invasion. Forces capture invaders, mount counter-offensive. Ukrainian MPs take up arms. Citizens queue up to sign for military and blood donation. Say we will fight to death to defend our motherland. Moscow resorts to stealth attacks. Troops disguised as civilians wage fight in Kyiv. Times Now gets exclusive eyewitness accounts. Slew of sanctions as financial reprisals hit invader Russia, but doubts over efficacy of the restraints as deterrence. Ukraine says not enough. President Zelensky, Rus being left alone in the fight, pleads with the international community to do more. Even appeals to Europeans to take up arms to help Ukraine. An Indian student stranded in Ukraine cry out for help. India calls key cabinet meeting. Teams from 4 countries rush to rescue citizens. Special repatriation flights. Center will bear the cost. Russian forces are now marching towards the city center in the heart of Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital. Times Now has accessed these dramatic pictures. Look at this. This is a desperate attempt by the Ukrainian forces perhaps with help from civilians who are willing to help by taking up arms. They are running about on the streets in Ukraine. This is not very far from their parliament building, where the parliament building is located. Ukrainians putting up a brave front, but will this be enough as Russian forces are marching on with their armored vehicles, T-90 tanks, and we'll quickly put out more information here on the big screen, but just focus on these pictures, viewers. These are fresh pictures beaming out of the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, deserted, that we've been telling you for the last several hours, but now we see movement and troops movement at that, as Russian forces are advancing through Obolon, which is about 8 to 10 kilometers from the city center area in Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital. Now we are seeing perhaps a strategy being developed by the Ukrainian forces for last battle. Will this be the final assault, the final counter-strike by Ukrainian forces to stop the Russian invading forces who are marching on? I can see several people in uniform, also civilian vehicles, troops with arms, sophisticated assault weapons. Will this be enough in the face of advancing Russian military that has with it T-90 battle tanks? And let's quickly, through our graphics, show you the cities that are under siege as we speak. It is not just Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, but even other cities like Chernobyl fell early this morning, Luhansk, Stanastia, Ukrainian city. These are the three cities that have already been taken by the Russian forces. Now these are the cities that are under siege: Zaporizhia, Kyiv, and this is a last minute battle going on in the Ukrainian capital. Then you have Kherson, Kharkiv, which is a scene of devastation, artillery fire going on even as we speak. And here you have Mariupol, Odessa, Melitopol, and reports that I am picking up from social media suggest that there have been civilian casualties. Although these reports are unverified, I must underline that for our viewers. Civilian casualties, reports suggest, are being reported in Odessa. A journalist has also been able to capture a Russian cruise missile. Let's play out that report.
I can't believe this is happening. Like, fighter jets are literally not buzzing the city, but they're in the air above this space, and there hasn't been fighter planes here in years. And I really do believe that they've already dropped bombs in Kramatorsk. Like, I say I believe it because there's been huge explosions, which I don't think were from Arty. I didn't hear any incoming or anything, but just massive explosions. 3 just near where I am, and it's crazy. I can't believe that Russia has declared war on Ukraine. That as soon as the declaration...
Oh, that's a missile! Missile! That was one of those like... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Alright, we've got to get inside. I can't believe that.
We're out, dudes. Oh, maybe it's that.
Let's just get on the truck. Are you good? There's cruise missiles or something flying above the city right now. Okay, there's just been...
Dramatic visuals of Ukrainian forces on the ground and of cruise missiles flying around. Spare a thought for the ordinary Ukrainian citizen, viewers. But Times Now has been getting you a 360-degree comprehensive coverage. Only channel to get you view from Ukraine as also a perspective from Russia. Sample this.
Let us be practical, and I want one single case. Please ask, as an anchorman, please ask Ukrainian colleague to cite exactly when Ukrainian children or Ukrainian civilians were killed by Russian forces. I need the place, the day, and timing. Please ask them to say
Mr.
now.
Arif?
Well, the civilian casualties now in Ukraine is just only after the attack of Russian weapon to Ukraine, Russian rockets, shelling, Russian aviation bombing here, and this caused the casualties. Exactly the only Russia is responsible for all this utter madness what's going on in Ukraine for a moment. Look at this person who is now shedding. He looks like that yelling now from Moscow. He is looking like Joseph Goebbels, spreading his lie over the world. Please don't trust, and because you see clearly that the occupants are in Ukraine, Russian occupants in Ukraine, no Ukrainian soldiers entered to the Russian territory. And this is a pure fact. We didn't, and people didn't wait them. But the Russian propaganda will try to convince the world with every bullshit possible. But these things, you have to believe only the facts. That Ukrainian...
Where are the facts? Give us the facts.
Children
where Ukrainian citizens...
Okay, respond to that, Mr.
Stroke. From Russia bombing and from Russian invasion.
What you're saying is being termed as propaganda.
You see, I'm not going to like propaganda cliche. If we are a disputable channel, let us talk about real facts.
You've made your point, let him respond.
Purely lying.
I see no point in talking to Ukrainian colleague because I'm not in a position just to chant propaganda cliche about Russia warmongering. I was asking straightforward question.
What are you talking about?
I was asking straightforward question. The name of the city or the village and the name of civilians who were killed. You see, and I had something about Russia's attack.
And you will not.
Please, bye.
You will not take.
No, Mr. Stroken, don't cut the line. Don't cut the line, Mr. Stroken.
No. It's getting useless. Yeah.
No. You have your say, Mr. Arif. Let him have his say, please, Mr. Stroken. You're on air, sir. You're live.
No, but for me enough. This is enough, you see, for me. I'm not in a position to, because the guest is not prepared to talk, you see. He is driven by emotions, but I understand that he is overwhelmed with emotions, but no facts. You see, if we have such a language that Russia,
why don't you give us the facts?
Russia is a warmonger, Putin is a dictator, you see, this is for propaganda. We are analysts here, you see. So if we are analysts, we have to be analysts, I understand, you see. But if we are not analysts, if we are just like shout at the kitchen, that's a totally different story, you see. So I see no point in talking anymore. Sorry.
No, Mr. Stroken, I'm just requesting you, sir, you give us the facts. If you have the facts, you give us the facts. You tell us what's going on.
Okay. I'm not saying that I have full facts, but as I know, severe fighting is going on. There are some reports that Ukrainian army probably is having some tactical wins, but strategically, of course, Russia's offensive is gaining momentum in different directions. And I think that I'm not a military expert, but I spoke to military experts, and they say that it's just matter probably of days, you see, for Ukrainian army to surrender. Of course, there would be pockets of resistance. There would be more killings. Probably there would be even some. We can't rule out that some Russian soldiers would be killed or captured, but this would not entirely change the picture at the ground. Ukraine has a zero chance to win this war, and Ukraine will have to surrender. This is the question of time only.
Okay, breaking inputs coming in also. First pictures on Times Now. MEA camp offices are now operational in Kyiv and Chernobyl towns in western Ukraine. Additional Russian-speaking officials are being sent to these camp offices. Times Now had told you this last evening. Officials there are assisting Indian citizens. And just look at these pictures. Let's go to these pictures full frame. The smiles on the faces of Indian students who were stranded so far gives away what they are feeling. Srinjoy.
Yes, undoubtedly, they've come all this way. Many have come from central Ukraine, many perhaps was several from eastern Ukraine. They've come a long way, and now they know they're safe. There'll be no bombing here. There'll be no missile strikes here. They are in safe territory. They are with the Indian government, who has promised to look after them and bring them back to India if they wish. That's a very important issue. 15,000 Indian citizens there, many of them young students who are actually stunned by the fact that this offensive is taking place all around them. There's a lot of violence. Obviously, it's an offensive. So you will find weapons, you will find blasts happening, there'll be missile strikes, all of this. They're in sort of hiding in the basement, keeping away from the violence. If they have managed to reach western Ukraine, towards Romania, towards Poland, they are actually safe. I just spoke with the Romanian ambassador, and she made it very clear that they were expecting a lot of Indians, and for 2 days, Romania will host Indian students there so that they do not have any kind of difficulty, after which, of course, by that time, they will be flown home. So it's a big moment for all these Indians, many of them young people, students, who are just getting out of Ukraine, and some of them have just got to safety on the border of Poland, on the border of Romania, and also Hungary and Slovakia.
It's going to be a mammoth task, and hopefully the government is on the ball here, up to the challenge in evacuating the stranded Indian national. That's India's priority. Times Now tracking the latest. A short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay with us.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts, because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Our Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states.
While the world is warning Moscow, they have pressed diplomatic sanctions, economic sanctions. Look at the countries that have stood with Putin. Pakistan, Imran Khan, the Pakistan Prime Minister was there, met the Russian President yesterday, reaffirmed strengthening of ties with old partner China. Xi Jinping just had a phone conversation with Vladimir Putin. China won't call action and invasion, labels term prejudiced, says resolve it through talks. And then you have Iran, says crisis rooted in provocations by NATO. Even Turkey now is going after NATO, and as we speak, Lesia Vasilenko, a Ukrainian MP, has put out dramatic shots. And here I can, viewers, through my phone, show you. Look at the convoy of military vehicles approaching Kyiv. And this is a message. This is what's moving into Ukraine. More reactions coming in of world leaders. Let's play it out.
The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine. Without provocation, without justification, without necessity. This is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose major, and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy.
New Zealand joins our international partners in the condemnation of this attack and have immediately taken a range of measures against the Russian government. By choosing to pursue this entirely avoidable path, an unthinkable number of innocent lives could be lost because of Russia's decision. New Zealand calls on Russia to do what is right and immediately cease military operations in Ukraine and permanently withdraw to avoid a catastrophic and pointless loss of innocent life. The invasion poses a significant threat to peace and security in the region and will trigger a humanitarian and refugee crisis, with reports already of large numbers of people in Kyiv making their way towards the western border. As a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, Russia has displayed a flagrant disregard for international law and abdicated their responsibility to uphold global peace and security. They now must face the consequences of those decisions.
The Russian forces and their march is unstoppable now. Is the fall of Kyiv imminent? More on that on the other side of this short break with Padmaja Joshi. Stay with us.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts, because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
Can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months.
Good evening and welcome. You're with the news on Times Now. I'm Padmaja Joshi. Despite a gutsy fight back by Ukraine, the march of Russia is inexorable. Through the night yesterday, there was fierce fighting between Russian and Ukrainian troops. 18 hours since Putin declared war on Ukraine. What has happened so far, and is the fall of Kyiv imminent? We'll tell you. First, the headlines. Hours after taking Chernobyl, Russian troops march into Ukrainian capital. Russian tanks seen driving through the capital city and through Obolon. Kyiv descends into chaos. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow wants independent Ukraine, not one that is run by America. Outgunned and outnumbered, Ukraine fights a 3-way invasion. Forces capture invaders, mount a counterattack. Meanwhile, Ukrainian MPs take up arms. Citizens queue up to sign for the military and blood donation programs. They say they will fight to death to defend their motherland. Russia resorts to stealth attacks. Troops disguised as civilians wage war in Kyiv. Times Now gets exclusive eyewitness accounts. Slew of sanctions as financial reprisals hit Russia, but doubts over efficacy of financial restraints as deterrence. Ukraine says need boots on the ground. President Zelensky rues being left alone in the fight, pleads with international community to do more. China again calls Russia's territorial concerns legitimate. NATO and UNSC to meet today to discuss the way ahead. Indian students stranded in Ukraine cry for help. India calls key cabinet meeting tomorrow. Teams from 4 countries rush to rescue citizens. India is carrying out evacuation from neighboring countries. Government to bear the cost of rescue flights. The entire world's eyes are now on Ukraine. What really is the situation on the ground? Which are the cities where there is a man-to-man fighting going on, and which are the cities that are relatively safe? Let's map for you. And remember, it is not just 1 but 3 different borders through which Russia has attacked Ukraine. Of course, their aim is very clear. Their aim is the fall of Kyiv. From 3 different directions, Russian troops and tanks have come in. In fact, even their naval assets have been mobilized. Take a look just at this map. The city of Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, Odessa, Kyiv, and of course, in the east, you have 2 cities which have been captured. So you've got troops which are now headed towards Kyiv. There was aerial bombardment. There was shelling that happened incessantly through the night as well. And now you've got tanks also rolling through Odessa in Kyiv. So that's the situation as it prevails on the ground. It's an all-out Russian attack on Ukraine, and Russian forces have entered Kyiv, and massive attacks have been reported from the capital city as well as other parts of the country. Troops have also taken control of the Chernobyl complex, which was the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster decades ago. In fact, there is a head-to-head fight in several places. If you just see how these two countries compare, that is the thing that we have drawn attention to again and again. It is literally a David versus Goliath fight. On the one hand, you have got Ukraine, which has got a fourth of the men in uniform as compared to Russia. If we talk about their arms and armaments, how much artillery do we have, how much armored vehicles they have, the naval fleet barely compares, 605 with Russia, barely 40 with Ukraine, and so on and so forth. Even fighter aircrafts, barely anything. But remember, the one thing that is sorely missing with Ukraine, which they are ruining even now when they are asking the international community, we have no nuclear weapons, which is why Russia is an emboldened country. They think Ukraine doesn't really have much to fight back. What has been their advance like? I want to take you through the last 24 hours through 4 different images, 4 different cities across Ukraine. It is almost like there was an inexorable march by Russia through these various cities. Tanks were seen rolling into Odessa. You heard firing happening in Kyiv, and finally armored vehicles were seen in Kyiv as well. So what was Russia's advance like? Let's show you through these images. Remember, right now in Odessa, in Oblon, in fact, the images from which we are showing you, it's barely 12 kilometers away from the capital city of Kyiv. In the morning today, the president of Ukraine said, I am target number 1 and target number 2 is my family. Russia wants to kill or capture me because they know until I am alive, they will not be able to take Ukraine. So look at these images of these tanks which rolled into Oblon. And now I want you to listen to what Ukraine said today. They even said that sooner rather than later, Russia will have to come to the talks table. Russia, however, Sergei Lavrov today, when he spoke, he branded not just Ukraine, but even the West a barefaced liar.
We will see, depending on the circumstances. As President Putin said, he reaffirmed one more time that we are interested in seeing Ukrainian people independent. We want them to have the government that would represent all the people in all their versatility. And we don't want to have a situation when it is run from abroad, externally, and this management, this control wants to encourage neo-Nazism, genocide of Russians, and they want to use Ukraine as a tool of containing Russia.
О 4-й годині російські сили продовжили завдавати ракетних ударів по території України. Вони кажуть, що цивільні об'єкти для них не мішень. Це брехня. Насправді вони не розрізняють, у яких районах діяти. По російським ударам, як і вчора, однаково знаходяться військові та цивільні. Мета цієї атаки – тиск. Тиск на вас, громадяни України, тиск на все наше суспільство. Наші хлопці і дівчата, усі захисники України, не дали ворогу реалізувати оперативний замисел вторгнення у перший день. Українці демонструють справжній героїзм. У більшості напрямків ворога зупинили, йдуть бої. Тому атака Росії продовжується із розрахунку, що наші сили будуть втомлені. Але ми не втомлені. Цим ранком ми захищаємо нашу державу наодинці. Як і вчора, найпотужніші сили світу спостерігають здалеку. Чи переконали Росію вчорашні санкції? Ми чуємо у своєму небі і бачимо на своїй землі, що цього недостатньо. Чужі війська все ще намагаються активізуватись на нашій території. Росії все одно доведеться рано чи пізно говорити з нами, говорити про те, як закінчити бойові дії і зупинити це вторгнення. Чим швидше розмова почнеться, тим меншими будут втраты самой России. Всем гражданам Российской Федерации, которые выходят на протесты, хочу сказать, мы вас видим. Это значит, что вы нас услышали. Это значит, вы нам начинаете верить. Боритесь за нас, боритесь против.
The fact is that most of the major cities in Ukraine have now fallen into Russian hands. All the major cities, whether it be Zaporizhia, Kyiv, Melitopol, Odessa, Mariupol, Kherson, Kharkiv, it has been a direction in which Russia has come from 3 different borders while they are headed to the capital city of Russia. So it's only a matter of time. Of course, you've got the international community saying that we want restraint from both sides. Ukraine has been extremely clear. Condemnations and these sanctions are not having any effect on Russia. They need military intervention and boots on the ground. Dr. Mark Berenson, senior lecturer at the Russia Institute School of Politics and Economics at King's College, will be joining us in a while. We are joined by Major General Sanjay Soy, defense analyst, Dr. Swasti Rao, who is an associate fellow, Europe and Eurasia Center at the IDSA, and Dr. Vail Awad, who is a senior journalist. Dr. Swati, I want to first come to you. We wish well to people of Ukraine, but how long do you think the resistance is going to last? It has to be said, it's been a very gutsy resistance. You've got Russian soldiers whose pictures have been released, who have been captured. But how long will this resistance last?
Well, yeah, that's a very valid, I would say, worry, which we are all sort of, trying to get our heads around as to how long can it last. But a larger question is that what really is Putin's endgame, right? So the question about how long the resistance would last is directly related to what really is Putin wanting. So I think, in my opinion, Putin does not really want to invade the whole of Ukraine, because that kind of doesn't serve his purpose of creating Ukraine as a buffer state between, Russia and the NATO, the eastern flank. So basically what he wants is that, in my opinion, we should be prepared for a regime change. There is a lot of analysis around it. He would want a pro-Russian leader out there, somebody like Alexander Lukashenko of Belarus. So that is what he's looking at. But yes, in my opinion, he might go up to the Dnieper River, perhaps, which is far ahead than the regions that Russians control right now. So that could be something that is one thing. And the other more important thing is that I'm not very sure whether he's going to stop at Ukraine, because that is the most important thing, that he might just not stop at Ukraine and perhaps now look at Moldova, because Moldova is a neighboring country, and Moldova, there's a thin slice of land out there which has a pro-Russian separatist movement going on. So Georgia, then Crimea, then Donbass, and now next could be Moldova, and after Moldova there could be Balkans, because in Balkans West has not really been looking at Balkans so much. So those are the real worries that we have as to how far in Ukraine, and then is Ukraine, does he stop at Ukraine or does he go ahead? So that is where I would say the real fear lies, because we have seen that NATO is not going to send troops on the ground. US and UK and all these Western countries, they have been pumping Ukraine with some weapons that have not really been enough, and all the talks of sanctions would perhaps affect Russia in the longer run, but definitely not in the shorter run.
In fact, like someone remarked yesterday, that even if Russia has to endure a little bit of economic cost because of these sanctions, in order to fulfill their expansionist tendencies, they may be okay with suffering that. I want to take a quick reaction to that from Dr. Berenson, and then I want to show you just how close Russian troops are to Kyiv itself. The parliament of Kyiv could be in very real danger. Dr. Berenson, do you also agree that if today it is Ukraine, tomorrow it could be another region which Russia gets in its sights?
On that last question, very much so. Could be. We obviously cannot look into Putin's head, but Putin so far has succeeded in every military adventure that he has taken to date going back to the late 1990s. And there's been no resistance that's been successful in stopping him. And if his motivations, which he seemed to lay out fairly clearly in an hour-long speech the other evening, that are to basically put back a country like Ukraine into the Russian Empire, then very well could continue on to other states like Moldova. Certainly Belarus is already very much in his camp. Who's to say that he could not poke into the NATO line across Eastern Europe? Moreover, I think it's really clear to emphasize that what Putin wants and has been striving for the last 22 years while he's been in power is not necessarily to be against the independence of states like Ukraine, but as long as they are subject to the will and rule of Moscow. There are states in the former Soviet Union today, like Armenia and Moldova, parts of Moldova and certainly Belarus, that have acceded to the rule of Moscow to some extent. Putin isn't opposed to Ukraine being independent. Of course, that independence now is very much in question and is too late to guarantee.
All right, Dr. Berenson, I'll just stop you for a second there to give an idea to our viewers exactly what is the position of Russian troops when it comes to Kyiv itself. Barely 12 kilometers. If they want, they could be at the Ukrainian parliament in less than 15 minutes. There is the parliament of Ukraine, and Russian tanks are already seen driving through Obolon. One wonders how long it is going to take and what they are waiting for. General Soy, can you throw light on that? Any layperson would think if it's 12 kilometers, it would be a matter of what, 10 minutes?
Having lived several years in Kyiv myself, Obolon is a part of Kyiv. It's a subway, a metro ride away from the capital center. Clearly, the main objective of Putin is to detopple the regime in Kyiv. That means getting rid of those who are in power now. And we have President Zelensky currently remaining in the center of Kyiv. He wants to replace Zelensky and others with those that he has chosen, or those who will align and agree to having Moscow subjugate Ukraine to its will.
So Doctor, with the greatest of respect to the people of Ukraine, and we wish for the safety of President Zelensky, you think that this is headed towards an eventual replacement, maybe in the next few hours, of the government?
I don't know if it's going to be in the next few hours. There's several key factors as to why this is not moving as rapidly as perhaps Putin would like. One is the Ukrainians are fighting quite hard, and in most areas of the country, they are still retaining territory, and they will put up a fight to the death. Ukrainians have not been welcoming of Russians ruling them throughout history, actually. I mean, it's a different history than what Putin relayed to the world the other night. But Ukrainians have been the most resistant to Russian authority, even during Soviet times. They were the most resistant republic. Yes. And they will fight to their death. They'll fight for their homeland.
And they are, sir. In fact, I want to just pull up those pictures of at least half a dozen Russian soldiers who were arrested, who were held captive, and several Russian soldiers, in fact, who have also been killed. Images that have come through the day of Russian tanks that have been destroyed by the Ukrainian forces fighting back. These were the pictures that were released, in fact, by the Ukrainian armed forces.
The second point I would raise is just what you mentioned, and that is that the Russian capabilities are limited. They're not unconstrained. They have not only just a limited amount of men and a limited amount of weapons, but once the proverbial body bags come back to Russia, and the Russian population, in just very recent surveys that were taken just before the invasion of Ukraine began yesterday, showed that only about half of them are mildly supportive of such an adventure of going into Ukraine. Many Russians don't know today that Kyiv is under attack. They may have been under the impression through their media that the Ukraine invasion was only going to take place in and around the Donbas region. This is much greater than that. They may not be told, but they will find out. And moreover, Russian soldiers are being asked to sign contracts, rumors have it, at the border that they are going to fight against Ukrainian soldiers, not just try to provide a defensive measures, that they're going to be offensively attacking Ukrainian soldiers. And this is providing for some, this is another layer of difficulties on the Russian side. Added to that, we don't know what the West is going to do.
Yes, we'll come to the West in just a second. I also want to get in Dr. Wael Awad, but before that, let's listen in, just talking about the kind of offensive which is there from Russia and the fight back. Hours ago, in fact, a journalist for APTN recorded the moment where a missile was zooming towards the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Watch.
Fighter jets are literally not buzzing the city, but they're in the air above this space, and there hasn't been fighter planes here in years. And I really do believe that they've already dropped bombs in Kramatorsk. Like I say, I believe it because there's been huge explosions, which I don't think were from Arty. I didn't hear any incoming or anything, but just massive explosions. 3 just near where I am, and it's crazy. I can't believe that Russia has declared war on Ukraine. That as soon as the declaration... There you go. Oh, that's a missile! Missile!
That was one of those like...
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Alright, we've got to get inside. I can't believe that.
We're out, dudes. Oh, maybe it's that.
Let's just get on the truck. Are you good? There's cruise missiles or something flying above the city right now. Okay.
Huge respect for journalists who are still on the ground reporting from the front lines. Dr. Wael Awad, how long do you think the resistance is going to hold out?
I think it's a matter of days only, because there's no match between the giant Russia and Ukraine on the other hand, especially when the West and the United States have ditched them and they have not been able to support them because they are not member of NATO. So therefore, I think it's just a swift operation by the Russians where they wanted to make sure that they topple this regime if it doesn't come to terms with their own with their own decision for the future. And we do not have to see it from the angle. I'm definitely an advocate, an anti-war advocate in any way. But I would say that the provocation also for Russia, ever since the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the NATO ambition to join Ukraine and Georgia, have forced the Russians into this kind of provocative measure that they have to go on to. I don't want to justify it, but that's what the ultimate goal of it. Because I still remember Brzezinski, the former American national security advisor, when he went to Afghanistan and he started the jihad there, and he was the same fellow who said that Ukraine would be the sword in the hand of the West against Russia. So therefore, we need to see this from a wider perspective if we have to understand the geopolitical fallout of this operation. If the Russians wanted to finish this operation swiftly, they don't want it to be another Afghanistan, then we may see a quick end to this war, because I think now there are lots of olive branches coming out, whether it is from the American side, we saw the lowering tone, even the West, even the Ukrainian president, even the Putin himself is talking of extending a hand and finishing off this crisis. And I think we are going to see a very soon end to this operation once the Russians achieve their objective.
Interesting. You say that there is an olive branch, but will Russia be willing to accept that olive branch given the kind of reverses that have been faced by both sides? But speaking of the resistance, remember, civilians have been asked to enlist to pick up arms. Over 10,000 sites across Ukraine have been identified where civilians, those who are able-bodied, can come and take arms. And it's women
also who came to the front lines as Russian troops marched into their cities. Here's how.
This is no ordinary confrontation. This is one of the most formidable videos seen in recent times. It was filmed in the port city of Henchesk, less than 18 miles from the annexed Russian territory of Crimea.
Які вчення? Звідки ви? Які вчення? Ви що, росіяни?
Да.
Якого хера ви тут робите?
Ну, сейчас наш с вами разговор ни к чему не приведет.
Вы оккупанты, вы фашисты, вы пришли на нашу землю.
Хорошо.
Какого хера вы пришли с оружием к нам?
Кто сказал?
Возьмите семечки, положите сырыми, чтобы хоть подсолнухи росли, когда вы здесь ляжете.
Сейчас наш разговор ни к чему не приведет. Давайте не будем усугублять эту ситуацию. Пожалуйста.
Как усугублять
Пожалуйста,
ситуацию?
не будем усугублять ситуацию. Наш с вами
Ребята,
разговор ни к чему не приведет.
Ребята, положите в карманы
Ничего
семечки.
не решит наш с вами разговор.
Я поняла, положите семечки или
Хорошо.
семена цветов. Вы здесь семенами ляжете.
Сделаю.
Вы пришли на мою землю.
Хорошо, я вас выслушал.
Вы понимаете?
Я вас
Вы оккупанты.
Хорошо.
Вы враги.
Да.
И вы уже с этой секунды прокляты.
Да.
Я вам отвечаю.
Все. Теперь послушайте меня.
Я вас услышала.
Не будем усугублять ситуацию, пройдите.
А куда уже усугублять? Вы пришли, блядь, непрошенные твари, конченые.
The plucky woman continued to insist he takes the seeds of the sunflower, the national flower of Ukraine. The video has sparked an outpouring of emotional comments on social media. But the Russian invasion of Ukraine continues as the West sticks only to sanctions. A TOI online report.
General Soy, what do you make of the fight back?
In fact, Padavya, absolutely right. I would agree with the previous speakers, and I would like to add that Ukrainian army has been better trained what it was in 2014. They have been better armed. They've been given anti-tank weapons, anti-aircraft weapon system, and they have a conscription system, territorial army, and except the Donbass region, in other part of the Ukraine, like in the West Ukraine and Kyiv area, they are not with Russia, they are against Russia. The fighting spirit which has been shown, and I would also say the leadership quality which has been shown by the Zelensky. He said, I'm the first target, but I'm not going to run away. Yes. I'm going to remain here. That probably is keeping the people going, and they are giving a good fight. And probably that could be the reason that Russians are going deliberately. The aim of the Putin was to carry out a very, very swift operation, very fast operation. That's how the amount of forces that assembled, more than 160,000 troops, the tanks, the aircraft, the warships. And
okay, so you say it's the resistance which is holding him back, Dr. Rao. Do you agree? Is it the resistance, or is it that Putin is now waiting to see how everyone reacts and taking his time before actually taking over Kyiv?
No. It is not the
Dr.
resistance. Yeah.
Okay. No, I agree with the larger point that basically Ukraine is putting up a very tough resistance, and there's one point that we've not really been looking at, which is the sea, right? So I don't know, if there's an update that you followed, is that Russia has completely cut off Ukraine from sea as well.
Yes.
And if you're aware of the map, you see that there is a smaller sea of Azov, and then a little south to that is the Black Sea. Okay, so what Russia has done is that Russia has blocked Ukraine's access to Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. And why are these important? Because all the Ukrainian economy is, dependent on that. And for many months, Russia kept saying that we are only here for joint military drills, etc., for the naval exercises, but now we know the reality behind it. But you know what? I really find this to be mentioned, that, instead of getting intimidated, of course they are intimidated. We are totally seeing the kind of pictures that are coming and the details that are But the Ukrainian foreign minister has said that the Sea of Azov is now completely blocked and Black Sea is cut off. But at the same time, they have now requested Turkey, because Turkey has two waterways in the towards the south of the Black Sea, and these two waterways are the Bosphorus waterway and the Dardanelles Strait. So they are saying that please close them down so that Russia doesn't use them to come to us, because the east of that side is already gone. There's Crimea and there's the Russian Black Sea fleet. So what I'm trying to say is that the fact that Ukrainians have been able to put up a resistance against a much bigger, mightier Russian force is something that needs to be kept in mind. As far as the timing of it is concerned, and I think that is perhaps the bottom line of today's debate also. Honestly, I feel that Putin has everything planned out, and he has been planning for it. In fact, I think a couple of days ago or today, Emmanuel Macron of France, sounding very upset about the fact that he made, that effort of going to visit, Putin, and then he was just talking about the dialogue format and the Normandy format, while at the same time preparing for an invasion. So I think Putin has actually planned out everything to the last detail.
Yes, you mentioned about that visit, because a lot is being said also about the visit of Imran Khan at the very moment when Russian troops were marching into Ukraine, and Mr. Khan was talking about exciting times sitting in Moscow. I'm having to stop for a very, very short break at this point. Please bear with me, because on the other side, we are going to get you a live update from what is happening on Ground Zero, Ukraine.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts, because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression, persistence. Welcome back. The focus for India is, was and will remain on the safety of its citizens, some 15,000 odd, most of them students who are still in Ukraine. A second cabinet committee on security meeting is going to take place tomorrow at noon via video conferencing. Remember, yesterday the Prime Minister was in a huddle with his core security team for a good part of 3 hours, after which he dialed President Putin of Russia and made it clear that India's strategy is and India's focus remains on 3 issues. One, the safety of its citizens. Second, that there should be no escalation. And third, that both countries should try for dialogue. Let's go across to Srinjoy Chaudhary now. Srinjoy, what's the focus for tomorrow's CCS meeting?
Well, the important thing is, apart from everything, is it's obviously going to Ukraine. And the important thing is Prime Minister has made 2 points. First, to President Putin, said, look here, let's have a cessation of hostilities. Let's get peace first. And secondly, whatever you do, let's have a diplomatic dialogue. This was what Prime Minister said to Mr. Putin yesterday. And of all people, Xi Jinping has said approximately the same thing today. The other issue, of course, is to check out what the situation for the 15,000 Indians who are still in the Ukraine. And all of them have to be moved out, or most of them have to be moved out to Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania. So all these countries are ready for it. We've just heard the Romanian ambassador say that yes, Indian students are welcome in Romania, and we will host them for a couple of days. So all this has to be worked out, and the CCS, most importantly, has to find out and ensure that every Indian who wants to leave the Ukraine can get to safety. That, I think, is the primary task of the country, and that is the primary thing that the CCS will address.
All right. In fact, these are the latest pictures that have been released of children, of students, actually, teenagers and above, Indians who were in Russia, in Ukraine. In fact, through other land borders, they have been brought back. Those children you see with the tricolor there are those who have been taken to safety. These, however, are our citizens who are still in metro stations, other areas where they are using underground areas as bunkers. This is a metro station where they have taken shelter. Nitin, who is from India and is currently in Ukraine, is joining us live from there. Nitin, first tell me, where are you? Nitin, I think you've muted yourself. If you can hear me, can you please unmute your audio? Where are you at present? Nitin, can you hear me? All right. We'll try and fix that audio with Nitin. You can imagine that there has been a lot of disruption when it comes to the internet, when it comes to connectivity especially, which is why the government has done the following things. They have asked their citizens to travel to bordering countries of Ukraine from where they can be evacuated. For example, in Romania, 2 flights are going to go to Romania to pick up students who have managed to reach the border via the land route. In fact, Times Now's reporter is at the spot. We'll take you across to get you the very latest from him as well. But here is how Indian students reached out via Times Now and SOS for the government.
Sir, we are in Kyiv Medical University, students of all are, and we full night we was in bunkers. This is our hostel, and under this hostel we have bunker, and on the full night we was there. Now as you see, full all streets are empty. People are going, running here and there, just to control the situation. So we from this morning and from 4 a.m. already missiles are striking in the city. So like this situation is pathetic, and all students are in panic. Today in the morning, just 2 kilometers from our hostel, one ballistic missile blow up. Just now we heard that air siren. nearby, and then it will be concerned that it will be attacked soon. Just 5 minutes before in our region that they blow up the siren that everyone should go inside.
All right, Nitin is joining us live now. Nitin.
There were 3 sirens. First one to get ready, second one to get on the down floor, and third one to just leave to the bunkers wherever you know. So during morning at 4 o'clock, we leave for bunkers, but we don't know any safe places. So we went to our university basement at 4 o'clock, and they told us that not to roam on roads. Our dean came and then she told that you are safe, you can leave to hostel. So we came back, but now again there's siren buzzing outside. And here is situation, you can see like whole students are standing here waiting for instructions and then they have to leave.
ఎందుకంటే సడన్ వార్ డిక్లేర్ చేయడం వల్ల మాకు ఏమీ అర్థం అవ్వట్లేదు సిచ్యువేషన్ ఎట్లా ఉంటుంది అని. ఇంట్లో పేరెంట్స్ అయితే చాలా టెన్షన్ పడుతున్నారు. ఇక్కడ గ్రాసరీస్ కూడా మాకు.
All right, 16,000 Indians are stranded in Ukraine. Like I said, 2 Air India flights are going to be reaching Bucharest in just a while. Nitin is joining us live right now from one of the cities of Ukraine, Ivano-Frankivsk. First, tell us, Nitin, what is happening around you?
Hello?
Yes, Nitin, can you hear me? What is happening around you right now?
Hear you. Right now the situation is under control, but our university has arranged a bus for us to go to the airport. To the border, and we have like packed our bag and everything. And in our society there is a bunker, as I can show you. So this is the door of my society, and this is the door of the bunker. The whole society is made by the Russian government. You can see.
Okay, so right now you've been moved to the bunker, Nitin.
This is Russian-made society.
You're staying in the bunker, Nitin?
I can't show you bunker. No, I'm staying in the. This is the building. I am staying in the apartment, but every building is having their own bunkers. This is the gate of the building, and this is the gate of the bunker.
All right. It's heartening to know that you have a safe place to go to. However, right now, can you hear any shelling, Nitin?
No. Everything is fine here.
That's good to know. Now, which border are you headed to, Nitin?
We have 4 options, so we will go to the Poland.
That is very good. So, how many of you are going to set out, and how many of you are being accommodated?
Actually, we have 2 options, that we can go by our universities or we can go by ourselves. So our university will take us tomorrow, but we don't have time to waste. So we have arranged some taxis and we are going by ourselves.
All right, absolutely. Be safe. But tell me this, when you are there, you are in constant touch with the government. They are coordinating with you that rescue flights are going to take you there from Poland?
Actually, some friends went to Poland and they are right now. They are in the embassies right now and they are safe. So I think everything will be fine.
Finally, Nitin, which city in India are you from, and your family? They're watching you. You want to say something to them back home?
I am from Haryana, Yamunanagar, and I just want to tell them that everything is fine, everything is safe. Just be relaxed. And don't be panic. I will come home soon.
And you will indeed. We wish you the very best of luck, Nitin. You be safe. Keep good care of your friends. Reach Poland. We hope to talk to you once you are back in Delhi in transit to Yamunanagar. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. That was Nitin, an Indian student. So here's the thing. You just heard Nitin talk about how some of his friends have already gone to Poland. The Indian government has identified 5 countries in in Ukraine's neighborhood. Children, students are being told to take the land route to go to these 5 countries, and from there, the
embassy will fly them out. This rescue flight, the cost will be borne by the Indian government. If your children are in Ukraine, don't be worried, they will be safe. Meanwhile, in Bucharest, where another set of Indian students is now at the border, my colleague Gilbert is joining us live from there. First of all, Jonathan Gilbert, tell me this, what is happening? How many people have made their way to the border?
Well, obviously, Romania is in many respects a very different country to Ukraine. It's a member of NATO, it's a member of the EU, and thus not at threat per se from Vladimir Putin's armies. Nonetheless, they share enormous extended border and many centuries of history. And I think the significance of Romania in this context is that already we're starting to see many hundreds of refugees pouring over the border, I'm told, from fleeing the tanks and the weaponry of Russia and Vladimir Putin. And in fact, some weeks ago, the predicted number of refugees were put in the six figures, in sort of hundreds of thousands possibly. So quite clearly, that is a very significant possibility over the next few days.
Give you the details as far as the flights are concerned. 2 flights for Bucharest leaving today. 1 flight to Budapest will fly out tomorrow. Chartered flights by Air India to bring back those who are stranded. Meanwhile, government teams have been sent to Ukraine borders from Hungary and Poland. All the citizens who are coming to the border, and you must be seeing them there. What is the mood that you're picking up? Is there panic right now, Jonathan, or people are now calmer because they know that the government is looking out for them, the Indian government?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there are many significant population centers, obviously, quite close to the Romanian border. I mean, certainly, as the crow flies, Lviv, if I'm pronouncing that right, Kyiv, obviously. We've seen pictures already of massive convoys of cars queuing up to get out of both those cities. I think Lviv particularly is the one where they're most likely to be fleeing here to the Romanian border. I'm going to head up there in the next couple of hours, and I'll be able to tell you with more precision when I've seen it with my own eyes. But they're certainly bracing themselves for quite a significant influx of refugees here in Romania.
All right, here are the big updates. The Ukrainian Defense Ministry has said, thanks very much, Jonathan. I'll let you go because I know that you have to travel onwards towards the border. 1,000 Russian soldiers have been killed. That's what Ukraine is claiming right now. Will Russia come to the talks table? That remains the big question. Is there going to be a cessation of hostilities? The offer has been made. We'll tell you about that on the other side of a very quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts. Because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
for chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not banditing. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in 2 boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी 2 कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
Welcome back. The latest that we are getting from Ukraine, in fact, is that the defense ministry there has claimed that 1,000 Russian soldiers have been killed and several more have been captured. Remember, first on Times Now, you had seen images of Russians who were either in captivity or had been killed. Several pictures also of Russian tanks, armored vehicles that have been destroyed, set on fire. Here, in fact, is what one captured Russian soldier said.
Не рад. Я так вот открыто говорю.
россиянам никто не рад.
Россиянам никто не рад.
Друзья, уезжайте отсюда, вам здесь не рады.
Кто конкретно? Кому? Кто должен уезжать? В камеру смотри. Кто должен уезжать? Говори.
Друзья мои.
Кто твои друзья? Откуда ты приехал?
Из Нижнего Новгорода.
Сейчас, подождите.
So the key question now is, could there be talks? Ukraine has sent out a proposal. Russia says it is not entirely opposed to it. Will a formal agreement happen to talks? That remains the key question. There's also global pressure on Russia because there are protests being witnessed not just in the West or in India, but also within Russia itself, in Moscow, where people hit the streets, despite the fact that multiple arrests, over 100 Russian citizens have been arrested by the Putin government for participating in anti-war protests.
I have a lot of friends, my ex-colleagues in Ukraine. And today I called some of them, I get their feedback. I understand that they are sitting in the basement of their houses. They are trying to escape somewhere out of Kyiv, and they hear the sounds of explosions. It is just awful.
We have sanctions, and we want to make sure Putin doesn't come to Macy's in New York to do his Christmas shopping, and so that will stop him. Okay, we realize that that's not effective. We knew that in 2014. Why did we not do something more? Because we have cowards. And as I've said to many people, Putin doesn't want devastation either. If we had 50,000 troops in Ukraine, Putin would not even allow a mouse to cross the border.
Inima mea sângerează astăzi pentru că mulți prieteni din Ucraina sunt acolo ascunși în beciuri, mulți care au plecat de război, orașele au fost bombardate și astăzi în solidaritate pentru Ucraina sunt aici.
Taking a very quick break at this point, but coming up on the other side, will Kyiv fall or will Russia talk? Which will happen first? Stay tuned, we've got the very latest coming in from Russia and Ukraine both. Back in 2 minutes.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Our Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
समाजवादी सरकार होती है तो 1 साल बना के तैयार कर देगी।
मैं हिंदू हूँ मगर हिंदुत्ववादी नहीं हूँ।
Elections that set the tone for 2024. Five state elections, one destination. Times now.
Hello and welcome. You're watching The Nation Wants to Know with me, Padmija Joshi, and today what the nation, in fact what the world wants to know is what is going to be the fate of Ukraine. Is there any possibility of talks between the two countries, or will Kyiv fall first? Let's begin, in fact, by showing you exactly where the Russian troops are. When it comes to the positioning of Russian troops, what is the situation right now in Ukraine? Remember, it is to 3 different border points that Russian troops and tanks, and it's not just their boots on the ground, but even from the sea, they have cut off Ukraine. But if we talk about land, here you see the various cities where Russia has sent in its troops. It has shelled several cities like Odessa, like Kyiv. Through the night, there are buildings which have been reduced to rubble, and now you have got troops which are just a few minutes away from the parliament building of Kyiv. I'm Padmija Joshi. These are the headlines. Hours after taking Chernobyl, Russian troops march into Ukrainian capital. Russian tanks seen driving through places like Obolon. Kyiv descends into chaos. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow wants an independent Ukraine, not one that is run by America. Outgunned and outnumbered, Ukraine fights a 3-way invasion. Plucky fight back in a David versus Goliath duel. Ukrainian MPs take up arms, citizens queue up to sign up for the military and blood donation camps. President says it's the people who will fight back Russia. Russia resorts to stealth attacks. Locals say that Russians disguised as civilians or in Ukrainian uniform are now entering Kyiv. slew of sanctions as financial reprisals hit invader Russia, but doubts over efficacy of financial restraint. Ukraine says we need military intervention. Ukrainian President Rus being left alone in the fight, pleads with international community, says I'm target number one. Indian students stranded in Ukraine issue a cry for help. Government formulates a strategy, special flights being sent into neighboring countries of Ukraine to bring back the students who have come across through the land borders. All right, our top story at this moment after Ukraine's proposals for talks. Vladimir Putin is going to send a delegation to Minsk. Russia has taken firm steps towards talks. In fact, the Russian president is now ready to send a delegation. A positive development. Will there be a cessation of hostilities? Let's find out from Srinjoy Chaudhary joining us live. What does this mean, Srinjoy?
Yes, this is the most important moment. Here, Vladimir Putin, for whatever reason, maybe there has been diplomatic pressure from many countries, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi and others, or maybe for whatever reason has decided it is time to talk. And he has accepted President Zelensky's proposal, and he is sending a delegation to Minsk. Minsk is the capital of Belarus, which is a neighbor of Russia and a neighbor of Ukraine and a friend of Russia. So you could expect at least talks between Russian and Ukrainian leaders at that time. So if that happens, you could imagine if people are talking, they're not going to fight. If they are not going to fight, there will not be casualties. And there will not be suffering. That is the most hopeful thing we have heard in the last 48 hours.
Definitely a big hope for Ukrainians. Stay with me, Srinjoy. More news coming in. In fact, just a while ago, the Ukrainian president has spoken to India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, where India said very clearly that diplomacy is the only way out. The crucial question, though, Srinjoy, is that till this talk happens, so now Ukraine is saying we are ready to talk. Putin is sending across a delegation. Till these talks happen, will the firing stop? Will the shelling stop?
That's the important thing. All it requires is one order or two orders from two sides, and then immediately the firing ends, the suffering ends. So that's the most important thing. Once you have accepted in principle the requirement of talking, once you have said, I will send a delegation to Minsk to talk with the Ukrainians, why do you need to fire shots? Why do you need to fight? That's the important point. Now, we will have to see when the firing stops, when there is calm in Ukraine, when the Russian troops decide that, well, enough is enough. So that is what we are looking forward to now, the cessation of hostilities. Nobody wants to be the last person to die in the Ukrainian and Russian border. Nobody wants to be that. And surely both sides should realize that there have been enough casualties, and it is time, since both sides want to talk, let's have an end to the firing.
Thanks very much, Srinjoy, for having joined us for that. In fact, even as charter flights have been taken by Air India to get out citizens of the country who are currently in places like Hungary, in Poland, in Romania. Even the Indian Air Force has said we are ready for anything that may be required of us. What will happen first? Will the talks happen between the two countries? Will this stop the violence? Thanks very much, Srinjoy. Let me go across, in fact, to the latest coming in right now. Russian military has seized strategic airport outside Kyiv. It claims it has cut Kyiv off from the west. The clock definitely is ticking for the fall of Kyiv, even as on the one hand there is talks of talks. The Russian military is now saying we have seized the airport outside of Kyiv. Right, let's go across now, in fact, to the guests who are joining us live on The Nation Wants to Know. P.P. Shukla, former ambassador, is joining us. Ambassador to Russia and Ukraine is joining us, along with Harsh Pant, a professor at King's College London and director of research at ORF, along with Maruf Raza, group consulting editor. Harsh Pant, I want to first ask you, what is the likelihood of talks happening tomorrow and violence stopping today?
Well, you know, we have seen Mr. Putin effectively wielding the instrumentality of violence for a while, even as he has dangled the prospects for dialogue. Right now, he's in a strong position, and he can do whatever he wants. And Ukraine certainly would like to have conversations, dialogue about, moving forward. But I think my sense is Ukraine would ask for a cessation of violence, and before talks can begin, or before any serious progress could be made. And I'm not so sure that Mr. Putin would be interested. Look, they have already they have already cut off Kyiv from the West. They are in a stronger position operationally, tactically, and strategically. So
but
why would
they agree to send a delegation tomorrow to Minsk?
Yes, but you remember, Padmaja, they have been negotiating for a while with the West as well. They have been making lots of demands, and diplomacy under the shadow of violence has been part of this entire episode. So I'm not so surprised that they are talking of diplomacy, even as they continue with their war fighting activities on the ground. The question is, of course, that Ukraine is not in a position to put up a fight, and they have not been ever in a position to put up a fight. So I think Mr. Putin will move ahead with the dialogue, and Mr. Zelensky will also make a case. Let's see. I think the proof of the pudding would be whether Mr. Putin seizes violence on the ground.
Maruf, what are the odds? Let's be very clear here. Do you think that this is a giant ruse for Russia to say we are willing to talk even as their tanks are rolling towards the parliament in Ukraine?
See, Russia is going to be talking at various levels. One is, of course, with Ukraine. The other is with NATO, and finally with United States. That has been the stated agenda of the Russian president from the very beginning. He didn't want to be treated as by the way, because America was concentrating entirely on China over the last few decades. The second thing is that between conflicts, there have always been talks to try and find a way out to end destruction. And thirdly, there is the possibility of something coming out of this arrangement at Minsk, because I would assume that Mr. Putin doesn't want to go beyond Ukraine, because beyond that he'll be stepping into NATO territory, and that enlarges the conflict, and that has multiple implications for Russia and the world. Right now, Ukraine is being a stated objective. He can handle it and he will get it. How long will it take? Normally, mechanized operations last about 72 hours from the time they are launched. Before the mechanized forces, that's tank, armored cars, and propelled artillery and everything else, take a breather to take stock of the situation until they move to the next phase of the operation. So next 24 hours, you'll see a breather in the Russian advances, but you will then see whether the Ukrainians wish to take the battle into what you call fighting in built-up areas. If they do that, and the West is hoping that happens because that will bog down Russian forces, like America got bogged down in Baghdad, Kabul, and elsewhere. But if they don't do that, then Russia will have achieved broadly its objective. I think the man who is going to be really worried about his life, despite his assertions, is President Zelensky, because there is going to be a regime change. There is going to be a Ukraine which will have to be officially pliable to Moscow. But whether the people of Ukraine accept Russian cover on top of them or not, only time will tell. About 60 to 70% of Western Ukrainians are clearly leaning towards West Europe. Whereas the eastern side of Ukraine,
I want to bring in Ambassador Shukla. Is it in Russia's interest right now to even talk or make a facade of talks, or is it just to go ahead since they are anyway 99% there? Ambassador Shukla. I don't think he can hear me just as yet. Harsh Pant, would you want to take that question? What is it?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ambassador, we can hear you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are clearly audible. Please go on.
Can you hear me?
I don't think he can hear us. Harshpant, can you please take that question?
I think it is in Russia's interest to, because I think this is by and large and not an unending or not an unlimited warfare that Russia is interested in. I think Maruf is right that Russians primarily are interested in a limited objective, which they have primarily achieved. At the moment, no one is coming to Ukraine's aid. They have shown the red line to the other Eastern European countries that beware, don't cross certain red lines. And ultimately, they will demand a regime change, a different government in Ukraine. And that's what I think they will easily get, because that's how the pieces on the chessboard are falling. But I think the question is whether the larger security order that they have been demanding now for a very long time with the West, and as the negotiations proceed, as the negotiations spread out, these negotiations are not simply about Ukraine. Putin has already been very clear that these negotiations are about the larger geostrategic landscape in Europe that came into being post Cold War. So whether that kind of a restructuring is possible, and whether now that Putin will have Ukraine under his command, he will be abutting the lands of NATO, Poland, Hungary, etc. Whether that would make that again in a very interesting way brings NATO right to his doorstep. And so I think largely he's interested in a regime that is pliable, that he can control. And if he gets that, I think that would be enough. He would declare victory and go away. So I don't think that this is a facade. I think he genuinely would want an outcome where the power of his tanks can wield him that outcome, which perhaps he thought of when he went into this game. And he has already made it very clear that Ukraine stands all alone, despite the promises of the West and despite some of the things that some other countries would have said. It is largely Ukraine's future which has to be decided by Ukraine now, at a time when it is largely about great power politics playing writ large in Eastern Europe at the moment. So I think there are multiple questions that Ukraine has to answer and account for. But I think as far as Mr. Putin is concerned, he would be very happy with the outcome if he gets a regime change, and which it seems he should have no problem in getting.
In the meantime, Russia has also handed over evidence, what they say is evidence of Kyiv's war crimes in Donbass to France. The Russian embassy in Paris has said that it has handed over to the French Foreign Ministry evidence of crimes against humanity and war crimes of Kyiv's forces in Donbass. The Russian embassy in Paris gave photographic evidence of what has happened so far. Can you explain to us, Maruf, the significance of this, what they say is photographic evidence?
Well, these things have to be taken with a lot more research and cross-checking. Please remember that when the Americans went into Iraq the first time round in 1991, the then Secretary of State, General Colin Powell, made a presentation at the UN to say that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. That whole argument fell flat because over a period of time, nothing was found in Iraq. It was just a ruse by Americans to go into Iraq to protect their Arab and Gulf friends. In this case also, Ukraine does have some leftover reserves of the former Soviets testing facilities. Chernobyl is a case in point where it came on the way to Kyiv today. But they are not in a capacity to build nuclear weapons because, that's the crown jewel of all countries. Nobody is going to be able to give them those nuclear weapons to brandish against Russia. That just scales up the battle situation much worse and makes it much worse. Now, the argument about Ukraine indulging in human rights massacres and Ukraine says Russia has been doing that, I think only time will tell, but there are arguments and counter-arguments that exist in all insurgencies because there is collateral damage. And Ukraine has been confronting an insurgency in the Donbass region for at least the last 7-8 years, or not more than 10 years. So the fact is that this is not an argument. Let me give you another counter argument, Pratmaja. Firstly, Ukraine is an extremely lucrative target for Russia. Forget the politics, forget NATO, forget, Western threats to Russian territory and the borders. Worst come to worst, Russia can handle it. But Ukraine has the largest uranium reserves of ores recoverable in Europe. It has the second in Europe and 10th largest titanium reserves in the world.
Okay.
It has the world's second largest manganese reserves, and these are very important minerals that are required for a variety of iron ore reserves, mercury 1 reserves, and also shale gas reserves, apart from the fact that Ukraine produces enough grain to feed Europe twice over every year. So it's an extremely lucrative economic target in a very fertile area.
Okay.
That all will add to Russia's kitty, considered the fact that Russia is not economically anywhere as strong as EU.
Okay,
so
now if I just have to stop
Russia's
you for a
agenda was
second, because
multiple.
Ambassador Shukla, I believe, is back with us now. Your hopes from what is being spoken of as possible talks between the two countries, Russia and Ukraine?
Well, I'll put it like this. There could be talks, and our Prime Minister spoke last night, and this evening the Chinese president has also spoken to President Putin. So I suppose these are gestures that he is making. I don't think the military operations will stop. You see, the real target, as I understand it, is the Crimea. They already have the Crimea, of course, but the Russians are looking for a land link to the Crimea from the Donbas region. And that is their principal target. They have already launched from Crimea itself an operation fanning out both westward and eastward. So they have come to the outskirts of Kherson. And after Kherson, they will probably end up bottling Ukraine out of the Black Sea completely. And on the eastward direction, they have already captured Melitopol. So that really only leaves one major town called Mariupol on the path. Mariupol is where the Azov battalions are dug in. So there's going to be some serious fighting there. But the Russians are not going to stop at this stage.
Okay.
The secondary project is Kyiv and the overthrow of the government. I think they are determined to do that as well. But there I do discern a little bit of flexibility on the part of Moscow.
Okay. And what is the reason for that flexibility, sir? I am being told to take a quick break at this point, but I do want to hear the answer to that. I'll be back in 2 minutes to hear that. Thank you very much, sir. Please stay with me.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story. and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You're asking whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months.
Welcome back. So when everyone is talking about the fall of Kyiv, just how imminent could that be? This map should give you an idea. Barely 12 kilometers away, Obolon, which is in the Kyiv larger district, from what I understand. That is where Russian tanks have already reached, and just 12 kilometers away is the parliament of Ukraine. But Ambassador Shukla, you seem to think that for now, maybe there would be a bit of reprieve for Ukrainians. Putin may hold back just a little bit from toppling the government. Why, sir?
Well, the first reason, of course, is that President Zelensky has really completely abandoned whatever positions he held before the fighting. And part of it, of course, is the Russian military pressure. But equally, he has announced that he spoke to his Western counterparts and has essentially drawn a blank. They have made it very clear that he is not going to be able to join NATO, and that they are not going to provide any kind of assistance beyond what they have already given. Maybe they will increase the quantities, but there will be nothing that will change the military balance inside Ukraine. That's number one. Number two, I'm reminded of what Queen Elizabeth said about the Mary Queen of Scots. We're talking about Elizabeth I, not the current one.
Okay.
She said, she's an anointed queen, and I'm not going to have her beheaded. So there is this kind of understanding among chiefs of state that you don't attack one another in this manner and toss them aside. He will have to go. There's no question about that. But they may find a face-saving way out, early elections or some such thing, like they did in 2014. And may I just make
All right, so he has to go, but what will be the exit route? Is it going to be a peaceful one, or is there going to be bloodshed tomorrow? There's a possibility of talks between Russia and Ukraine. At least a delegation from Russia is going to Minsk to take up the Ukrainian president's offer. Thank you very much, Ambassador Shukla, Harsh Pant, as well as Maruf Raza for having joined us on this. Taking a very quick break. On the other side, Ukrainian soldiers laying down arms. Russia says some of them have even agreed to join the Russian army. Ukraine says we are killing at least 100 Russian soldiers. What really is the truth between these two claims, and the live pictures of both claims coming up in 2 minutes.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not banditry. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states.
Welcome back. You're the very latest in what is happening in Ukraine as Russia has invaded the country in this David versus Goliath battle. Now it seems that even Ukraine is getting badly outnumbered. Remember today morning when the Ukrainian president spoke, many analysts have spoken of how he definitely seemed more tired, more drawn, and now Russia has released this footage of border guards as well as Ukrainian soldiers. The images that you see, in fact, are also of their badges and belts, where Ukrainian servicemen and border guards have apparently surrendered. Let's listen in. So remember, it's not just the fighting on the ground, but also a psychological warfare. Ukraine is saying that we have killed 100 of theirs. Russia now releasing this video of the surrender of Ukrainian soldiers. Imagine these pictures having an effect on the morale of those who are still in the trenches, who are still fighting. But the real fight is also being put up on the streets by citizens of Ukraine. They know they are outnumbered, they know they are outarmed. And yet today, in an image that was almost reminiscent of Tiananmen Square in China, it was one woman in Ukraine giving a piece of her mind to a Russian soldier. Watch.
А хто ви такі? Які вчення? Звідки ви? Які вчення? Ви що, росіяни?
Да.
Якого хера вы тут робите?
Ну, сейчас наш с вами разговор ни к чему не приведет.
Вы оккупанты, вы фашисты, вы пришли на нашу землю.
Хорошо.
Какого хера вы пришли с оружием к нам?
Кто сказал?
Возьмите семечки, положите сырые, чтобы хоть подсолнухи росли, когда вы здесь ляжете.
Сейчас наш разговор ни к чему не приведет. Давайте не будем усугублять эту ситуацию. Пожалуйста.
Как усугублять
Пожалуйста,
ситуацию?
не будем усугублять ситуацию. Наш с вами разговор ни к чему не приведет.
Ребята, положите в карманы
Ничего не
семечки.
решит. Наш с вами разговор.
Я поняла, положите семечки или семена цветов. Вы здесь семенами ляжете.
Сделаю.
Вы пришли на мою землю.
Хорошо, я вас выслушаю.
Вы понимаете?
Я вас
Вы оккупанты.
Хорошо.
Вы враги.
Да.
И вы уже с этой секунды прокляты.
Да.
Я вам отвечаю.
Все. Теперь послушайте меня.
Я вас услышала.
Не будем усугублять ситуацию, пройдите.
А куда уже усугублять? Вы пришли, блядь, непрошенные твари, конченые.
Well, at least the voice of these citizens has had some effect, because countries have, even though they haven't sent any troops, they've put no boots on the ground. At the very least, the economic pinch is being felt by Russia. The United States, for one, has put a limit on international trade with Russia, talking about other countries like Germany and Luxembourg. The US has also said export blocks have been put on technology, and sanctions on Russian banks have also been put in place, along with assets of 4 Russian banks being blocked. The UK, as promised by Boris Johnson yesterday, has frozen the assets of Russian bank VTB. A sanction has also been put on oligarchs who are close to Putin and businessmen who are close to the Russian president. A travel ban has been put on the top 8 Russian officials. They cannot enter the airspace of the United Kingdom, and Aeroflot has been banned from flying into the United Kingdom. So the Russian airline now cannot access British airspace. The asset of 100 businesses is also going to be frozen. Japan has said that export controls have been put on semiconductors and financial institutions. Assets have been frozen. A visa will not be issued to certain entities. We are being told it's again those top 8 government officials and businessmen close to Putin. And European Union has sanctioned 27 individuals and 351 members of the Duma who have backed Russia. Australia, in fact, yesterday Scott Morrison was one of the first world leaders who came out with unequivocal condemnation of Russia's unilateral action. They have also sanctioned the same 8 members of Russia's Security Council, and their assets in Australia are to be frozen. So when it comes to Vladimir Putin and those who are closest to him, those who are controlling the government of Russia, they practically cannot enter any country in the first world, and their entire financial assets in banks across the world have been frozen. So these 8 Russian entities, the top 8 ministers of Russia, cannot enter Australia, UK, US, Japan, and the European Union. Constant pushback is being given by the Ukrainians. MPs also were seen taking up arms to defend their countries. The kind of plucky resistance that has been seen is in itself quite remarkable.
Россиянам никто не рад.
Россиянам никто не рад.
Друзья, уезжайте отсюда, вам здесь не рады.
Кто конкретно? Кому? Кто должен уезжать? В камеру смотри. Кто должен уезжать? Говори.
Друзья мои.
Кто твои друзья? Откуда ты приехал?
Из Нижнего Новгорода.
Сейчас, подожди, ближе.
So we started by showing you how Ukrainian soldiers and border guards are pictured laying down arms. Here, Ukraine has released the video of this soldier who has been captured alive. And it's not just the citizens. Members of parliament have also stepped up. All those who are able-bodied have picked up arms. Remember how today in the morning, the Ukrainian president said, not just the army, our people will fight Russia till their last breath.
He was very positive. He was driving a car and he was sounding extremely buoyant. And what do we have? We have him holding a gun and he's determined to fight. Mr. Yuvraj, thank you for joining this broadcast, speaking to Times Now again. We see you with this gun in your hand, a remarkable gesture of solidarity with Ukrainian troops and, of course, an attempt to boost the morale. Have you seen action? Had you managed to fire the gun?
So to explain to you the situation, basically Ukraine is right now giving everybody who wants to fight, everybody who wants to resist the Russian invasion, the ability to do so. That's why we have a mass operation trying to mobilize and bring everybody into the force and give them weapons to, again, to show in their towns, in different regional centers around Ukraine, because Ukraine for Europe is not a small country and it's quite well populated for Europe as well. So everybody in Ukraine who wants to fight will have a chance to. That gun you've seen, AK-47 that I'm holding there, is basically the weapons that me and most of the MPs went to get at the police stations around Kyiv. And basically our idea here is very simple. If this is our country and we want to defend it, we need to do it ourselves. So that's why yesterday I was in the downtown Kyiv, basically. To be honest with you, the fighting in Kyiv, we have shelling in different parts of town. We had a Russian plane downed in Kyiv, and we have Russian troops moving into Kyiv from different directions. Chernobyl power station is in a situation that critical infrastructure now is unfortunately under a very big question, because that is a threat to entirety of Europe if Russians mismanage that or try to destroy it or use it in different ways. But again, we are staying here in Kyiv, myself and a lot of other MPs and a lot of people here in this silly city of millions of people lining up to resist. I was just there at the recruitment station and lines are full. People are getting ready in every way.
Wonderful. That's great news to hear. Of course, no one wants to know that battle is going to be joined in a manner that could lead to casualties, Mr. Yurash, but good for Ukraine to be trying to do the best in a situation as bad as this. Now, there is Mr. Sviatoslav Yurash with that gun in his hand. Now, what happened after you took this photograph? Who took this photograph of you? You're obviously on your way to a recruiting station. Just tell us a little bit about this photo.
No, actually, I'm on this point after the recruitment station, and I am basically going back because the curfew at 10 p.m. and basically for the night staying in the government district. This is where BBC was yesterday evening predicting attack this morning, in one way or the other. I cannot say or confirm. There was yesterday. There was shelling. There were sirens here, and the president said that different saboteurs were coming into the city. But again, the government district is filled with people like myself and soldiers, proper soldiers of the Ukrainian army, who basically are preparing to defend Ukrainian government institutions to keep this Ukrainian state running. Because again, we aren't going to give up our capital. We aren't going to give up our ability to actually manage this fight. And this is the president, who sits in a building right nearby, said in a press briefing this morning, in Ukrainians will put everything they have into the fight. I myself, again, basically joining in with the defense force for the government district.
Mr. Yurash, you still have your gun? Do you have your gun? Is it next to you?
Yes. No, not next to me. In different room, I apologize. In different room, I apologize.
It's a different room. What kind of gun is it? What kind of weapon is it?
AK-47. Again, I don't have that much experience. I'm no soldier, no proper soldier anyway. But again, it's times like these where you have to learn these skills, and plenty of people around me have that knowledge. And again, they also have weapons, and we together are planning to do everything possible.
But we don't mind if you show us the gun. That would be wonderful. But Mr. Yurash, I just wanted to ask you, the objective of Mr. Putin, what do you think it is? What's your assessment?
Very simple, very clear, and he has stated that over many, many years now. He wants to take over Ukraine and he wants to annex it. Putin has given an hour-long speech in that regard a few days ago, and basically he was laying out the case for the fact that Ukraine is not a state, Ukraine is not a nation, and Ukraine should be a part of Russia. And again, Ukrainians, by every poll and measurement, don't agree with that statement. Overwhelmingly so, and we have seen this all over Ukraine with the Russian troops coming in to the country and trying to invade our country. A very poignant case was on the island in the Black Sea, where there were Ukrainian troops and Ukrainian border guards stationed, and Russian Black Sea fleet surrounded that island, giving it no chance to truly resist, truly fight. And when they offered them terms of surrender, Ukrainian soldiers there sent some words which I cannot really say on air, I imagine, but basically that now is going viral in Ukrainian media, how those and then Russian Navy shelled the island and killed everybody there. Basically, again, this is actually Ukrainians to Russian invaders. We aren't going to give in. We aren't going to give you a chance to take over our country and destroy it.
Sofia, the Ukrainian president has come out and expressed disappointment, saying that the world is continuing to observe from afar. What's your assessment?
Unfortunately, as those Western leaders are not right now under the bomb shelling in Ukraine, they cannot perceive to the high perspective what is going on and how dangerous it is, and how dangerous it is not to stop the aggressor. We should remember that in 1939, there was a Munich Agreement when just the people wanted, the leaders of West, they wanted to pacify the aggressor, and then the Second World War started. Unfortunately, if not to stop Moscow Federation today, we might get the Third World War. And a very important thing, I've heard that the previous guest was talking about the geopolitical interests. I think finally all the countries of the world should take the main geopolitical interest, respect to human rights, protection of human rights, protection of territorial integrity and sovereignty of democratic countries, and together being united to stop any aggressor that is infringing international law, international security. Because one aggressor, furthermore, such a big one, huge one, and uncontrolled one as a Moscow Federation.
All right, so two members of parliament that you heard here on Times Now, both of them are now also armed, just as every able-bodied person is. Civilians have been told to enlist, so MPs are also leading from the front. Images that have been released of Russian tanks, which even as they were trying to enter Kyiv, were bombed. Russians are managing to take over Ukraine, but it is not without suffering significant damage themselves. And finally, given the kind of casualties being suffered by soldiers and civilians in Ukraine, the final picture that you see are of civilians in Kyiv queuing up for blood donation camps. Our thoughts with the people of Ukraine, but remember, for India, it is paramount to ensure the safety of its people as well as its larger interests. The very latest from both Ukraine and Russia, right here on Times Now. Taking a very quick break on the other side. India up front with Rahul Shivshankar, where we get you 3 live reports: Russia, Ukraine, and India's evacuation.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, No bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy and survival.
समाजवादी सरकार होती तो 1 साल बना के तैयार कर देगी।
मैं हिंदू हूँ मगर हिंदुत्ववादी नहीं हूँ।
Elections that set the tone for 2024. Five state elections, one destination. Times now.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the